Germany 1918 to 1933, Socialism or Barbarism. By Rob Sewell. Bourgeois society stands at the crossroads, either as a transition to socialism or regression into barbarism. Rosa Luxemburg. Preface. There was once a nanny goat who said, "In my cradle someone sang to me, 'A strong man is coming. He will set you free.' The ox looked at her askance. Then turning to the pig he said, 'That will be the butcher.'" Bertolt Brecht. Behind Bertolt Brecht's humor is always a serious point. The words are a swipe at the fascist propaganda, which attempted to reassure the middle classes while their throats were being cut. Brecht is not interested in lulling people to sleep, but wishes to awaken them. The task of this book is also to awaken an interest in the German Revolution and its aftermath, and provide an understanding of what went on. Old Hegel, the great German philosopher, once commented that the only thing you learn from history is that people do not learn from history. This could be the reason why history tends to repeat itself, first as a tragedy, then as a farce, to quote Marx. But our task is precisely to learn from history. Bourgeois historians say there are no laws governing history. But that is not the case. There is causality in history, and it is our task to uncover its laws. Marx and Engels explain that societies, as with nature, evolve according to material laws, meaning that societies are not eternal, but arise, develop, and enter into crisis. Our fate is not determined. Men and women make history, but under conditions not of their own choosing. It is through experience that they learn and begin to take destiny into their own hands. History deals with real relationships, rather than simply the high-sounding dramas of princes and states. And Marxism allows us to get our bearings, to navigate our way and make sense of the labyrinth of events. As Marx explained, philosophers have only interpreted the world in various ways. The point, however, is to change it. The author of this book belongs to the school of historical materialism. He approaches the German Revolution as a revolutionary, and sees no reason to conceal it. This allows him to lay bare the dynamics of the revolution, in which is reflected the movement of the masses, the rise and fall of parties, and the struggle between the classes. Revolutions, like earthquakes, are rare occurrences. They arise from deep crises within society, where class contradictions have been strained to breaking point. We are living in a similar epoch today. The capitalist system worldwide is in an impasse and is preparing revolutionary explosions. For those who want to make history, there is no better preparation than to study revolutions and, above all, to learn the lessons. The 1918 German Revolution is a good place to start. This book does not claim any spurious objectivity. It draws on the legacy of Marxism, especially its great teachers, who directly experienced and analyzed these events. In that sense, it cannot lay claim to originality. The early congresses of the Communist International were a school, where all the main theoretical and tactical questions were thrashed out, with the direct participation of Lenin and Trotsky. In the face of persecution, Trotsky rescued all that was best from this astonishing period and went on to analyze the rise of fascism in the early 1930s, attempting to reach the ranks of the communist workers. He once wrote that, such was the heroism of the Spanish proletariat between 1931 and 1937, they could have carried out 10 revolutions. The same could be said of the German proletariat between 1918 and 1923, but more so. Here we experience a roller coaster ride of workers' and soldiers' councils, mutinies, general strikes, uprisings, Red Armies, Soviet republics, coups and class battles on an unprecedented scale. The German Revolution of 1918 placed power into the hands of the working class, but they lost it. The German proletariat had more chances to take power than any other in the world. Its failure to do so led to the most ghastly and brutal of fascist reactions. This was nothing to do with the will or determination of the working class to fight, which was exemplary, but the criminal role of its leaders. While some will be familiar with the facts of the 1918 November Revolution in Germany, few would be as familiar with the events of 1919 and later. 1919 was an apocalyptic year for capitalism. While the November Revolution was defeated, in 1919 the proletariat controlled swathes of Germany in heroic battles with the Freikorps and Reichswehr. Apart from fighting in Berlin, in the famous Spartacist Week, there were street battles in most industrial districts. The Saxony Communists controlled part of the region in April 1919, fighting solidly for 9 days. In Bavaria, the struggle lasted for 2 months, where Kurt Eisner, then living, set up a Soviet republic, but was overthrown by the Freikorps. There were revolts in Oldenburg and East Friesia, while workers' and soldiers' councils in Rheinhesse, Oberhessen, the Palatinate, Hesse, Nassau, and Württemberg decided to break away and form a Hessian Soviet Republic. In March and April 1920, a regional Red Army conquered the Ruhr and drove out the government forces. A solid general strike defeated the Kapp Putsch in 1920, and the German workers could easily have taken power. In March 1921, there was an uprising in Hamburg. 1923 was another pinnacle, the year of revolutionary struggles and missed opportunities. The history of Germany, especially between 1918 and 1933, contains the richest of lessons, probably of any country in the world. Since the time of Marx, the German labor movement had so many advantages. Friedrich Engels wrote that the German workers have for the moment been placed in the vanguard of the proletarian struggle. How long events will allow them to occupy this post of honor cannot be foretold. But let us hope that as long as they occupy it, they will fill it fittingly. Engels stressed the need to treat socialism as a science, which must be studied. If the German workers progressed in this way, he explained, they will occupy an honorable place in the battle line, and they will stand armed for battle when either unexpectedly grave trials or momentous events demand of them increased courage, increased determination and energy. Tragically, the leaders of German social democracy, supposedly the heirs of Marx and Engels, faced with voting for war credits in August 1914, capitulated and the banner of international socialism was soiled. Although the British working class is the oldest in the world, it never reached the heights of the German movement in terms of theory or organization. The British revolutionary traditions pale in comparison. Germany stands out as displaying the greatest potential for success, but also displaying the greatest tragedy. After all, the German social democracy was the strongest in the world. It was prized by all. Similarly, the German Communist Party was once the most powerful in the world, outside of the Soviet Union. And yet, the working class was crushed under the iron heel of fascism. If it demonstrates anything, it surely demonstrates the importance of ideas. You can have the strongest organization in the world, but without correct ideas you will lose. Mass organizations, with a mighty apparatus, have been reduced to dust. Correct ideas alone are also not enough, they need organization. Ideas without organization are like a knife without a blade. One must go hand in hand with the other, although the correct ideas must be the foundation. Deservedly so, the Russian Revolution, the greatest event in history, has been the center of attention and study for Marxists. The Bolsheviks, under Lenin and Trotsky, showed in practice how the working class could succeed in taking power and hold on to it. Rightfully, this is why we have examined the rich heritage of Bolshevism. Nevertheless, it would be no exaggeration to say that the defeat of the German Revolution of 1923 was as significant an event in the negative sense as the victory of the Russian Revolution of October 1917 was in the positive. In many ways, however, the German Revolution has tended to be neglected. Much less attention has been paid to it than ought to be the case. The reason is probably to do with the fact that there is very little literature by comparison in the English language about this subject. Pierre Bruet's magnificent book provided a valuable contribution when it was released in English in 2006. Unfortunately, the book ends in 1923. Trotsky's writings on Germany between 1931 and 1933 are also invaluable and are available online. For the most part, The history of the period is scattered across different sources, many of the best in the German language, and therefore here we have one of the reasons for the present book. This book is not for pessimists. History is littered with failures and defeats. It did not have to be like that. The defeat of the German Revolution and the victory of fascism were by no means inevitable. Had the German Revolution succeeded, the entire course of subsequent world history would have been different. But that did not happen. If we want to be successful, then we need to prepare ourselves, and consciously strive to build the forces nationally and internationally that can change the course of history. The work in building up such an international has been systematically undertaken today by the International Marxist Tendency, IMT, which has loyally kept the ideas of genuine Marxism alive throughout these years. The IMT, which bases itself on the genuine traditions of Trotsky's Fourth International, now operates in almost 40 countries and on every continent. The task of changing society falls to the new generation, which, first and foremost, has to prepare itself for the stormy events that confront us. This book is a modest contribution to this endeavor, as well as preserving a part of our revolutionary heritage. The author first heard about the German Revolution from Ted Grant, who maintained the flame of genuine Marxism alive in the most difficult years. The author was proud to have known and worked with him. His The Menace of Fascism, written in 1948, will remain a classic. This book would not have been possible but for the help and encouragement of a number of people. In particular, thanks are due to Alan Woods, who first suggested the idea of a book, Fred Weston for carefully going over the text, Hans-Gerd Ovinger and Marie Fredriksson for their valuable suggestions and comments, to Sue Norris and Aaron Kyra-Mariku for proofreading, to Steve Jones for the glossary, and Jack Holinsky Fitzpatrick for laying out and seeing the final draft through to publication. Introduction. In this hour, socialism is humankind's only savior. Above the collapsing walls of capitalist society, we can see the words of the Communist Manifesto blazing like a fiery writing on the wall. Socialism or demise into barbarism. Rosa Luxemburg. What does the Spartacus League want? Opening drama. In the years following the blood-soaked carnage of the First World War, a specter stalked Europe, the specter of Bolshevism. But try as they may, the ruling classes could not exorcise it. To their dismay, like Banquo's ghost at the banquet, it cast an eerie shadow over their proceedings. Lloyd George remarked to the French Premier Clemenceau in March 1919, "The whole of Europe is filled with the spirit of revolution. The whole existing order in its political, social and economic aspects is questioned by the mass of the population from one end of Europe to the other." This fear of Bolshevism was not isolated and even stretched across the Atlantic. The American President Woodrow Wilson, again in March 1919, echoed the threat. "We are running a race with Bolshevism, and the world is on fire." The flames were lapping at their heels, threatening to consume them. "Every day the situation grows worse, until many people are ready to declare that the United States will be the next victim of this dangerous malady," wrote the New York Times. A few years later, the Bolshevik leader, Leon Trotsky, concurred with their ungodly fears. Those were the days of panic, the days of a truly insane fear of Bolshevism, which then loomed as an extremely misty and therefore terrifying apparition. For the bourgeois representatives, the apparition was real enough, and the world was truly ablaze. Monarchies were reduced to ashes, consumed in the revolutionary inferno following the Bolshevik Revolution of October 1917 and the German Revolution of November 1918. The flames of revolution were sweeping away everything in their path and transforming the course of European and world history. Not one stone upon another would remain of the old empires. We should begin by dispelling a myth, however. It was not the generals and admirals who put an end to the slaughter and bloodshed of the First World War, in which more than 17 million lost their lives and more than twice that number were wounded, gassed and maimed, but the revolutionary uprising of the heroic soldiers, sailors and workers of Germany. The general staffs on both sides were quite prepared to continue the war to the last drop of someone else's blood. The real unsung heroes, the revolutionary masses, are not mentioned in any official celebrations or even histories. News from Germany. The earth-shattering events of the German Revolution in November 1918 were a powerful inspiration to the Russian masses, who were desperate to break loose from their isolation and extend the proletarian revolution westwards. It was the first in a series of spontaneous revolutionary waves that crashed into the barriers of capitalism. In Moscow, Lenin had almost finished his reply to the attacks of Karl Kautsky, the past head of the Second International, the proletarian revolution, and the renegade Kautsky, when he received the news from Germany. He immediately put down his pen, but then resumed writing after a brief pause. The above lines were written on November 9, 1918. That same night news was received from Germany announcing the beginning of a victorious revolution, first in Kiel and other northern towns and ports, where the power has passed into the hands of Soviets of workers and soldiers' deputies, then in Berlin, where, too, power has passed into the hands of a Soviet. He then added, "The conclusion which still remained to be written to my pamphlet on Kautsky and on the proletarian revolution is now superfluous." For Lenin, there seemed no point in answering the distortions of Kautsky when the revolution was on the verge of victory. As chairman of the Council of People's Commissars, Lenin issued an urgent appeal to the Russian workers. News came from Germany in the night about the victory of the revolution there. First, Kiel Radio announced that power was in the hands of a council of workers and soldiers. Then Berlin made the following announcement: "Greetings of peace and freedom to all. Berlin and the surrounding districts are in the hands of the Council of Workers and Soldiers' Deputies. Please take every step to notify German soldiers at all border points." Berlin also reports that German soldiers at the fronts have arrested the peace delegation from the former German government, and have begun peace negotiations themselves with the French soldiers. As soon as this electrifying news spread, tens of thousands of Russian workers spontaneously took to the streets in jubilation. The mood reached fever pitch. In describing its dramatic impact, the Bolshevik Karl Radek recalled, "From every corner of the city demonstrations were marching towards the Moscow Soviet. Tens of thousands of workers burst into wild cheering. Never have I seen anything like it again. Until late in the evening, workers and Red Army soldiers were filing past. The world revolution had come. The mass of the people heard its iron tramp. Our isolation was over." Lenin wrote to Sverdlov, convinced that the world revolution was imminent. "The international revolution has come so close in 1 week that it has to be reckoned with as an event of the next few days. We are all ready to die to help the German workers advance the revolution which has begun in Germany. In conclusion, 1. 10 times more effort to secure grain, clean out all stocks for ourselves and for the German workers. 2. 10 times more enrollments for the army. We must have by the spring an army of 3 million to help the international workers' revolution." Lenin and the Bolsheviks knew full well that the center of gravity of the European Revolution was not in backward Russia, but in industrially advanced Germany. While the Russian Revolution provided the opening shot of the world revolution, the decisive battle would be fought out in the heart of Europe, namely with the victory of the German Revolution. It was therefore here that the attention of the revolutionary masses worldwide was concentrated. In 1918 to 1923, Germany can rightly be considered the epicenter of the world revolution and the key to the international situation. Dual power. On November 9, 1918, the hopes for a victorious German October were initially very high. As with the February Revolution in Russia, the German masses poured onto the stage of history. They took destiny into their own hands. A red flag flew over every barracks and over every ship in the German Imperial Navy. Alongside a feeble bourgeois government, a network of workers' and soldiers' councils had sprung up in all the main cities and towns of Germany. The authority of the old state apparatus had collapsed and power was now in the streets, patrolled by armed workers and soldiers. It was a classic example of dual power, with the old and new class forces vying for dominance. In Berlin, a new government of People's Commissars had been appointed by the Executive Committee of the Workers' and Soldiers' Councils. Events moved quickly as the Hohenzollern dynasty followed the Romanovs into oblivion. The Emperor, Kaiser Wilhelm II, fled to the Netherlands, followed by the rulers of 4 German kingdoms, 5 grand duchies and 12 principalities. Following the example of the Russian, Austro-Hungarian and Ottoman empires, another age-old absolutism, that of the Hohenzollerns, had been reduced to dust. Under the hot breath of revolution, King Ludwig III of Bavaria, whose House of Wittelsbach had ruled for more than 1,000 years, simply packed his bags and departed. He had been deposed by a revolutionary Bavarian government, known as the Council of Workers and Soldiers. The King of Württemberg pleaded on his hands and knees that no red flag should fly over his vacated palace. The reason for this humble request was that the palace, despite his absence, should be respected as his private property. But the revolution chose to ignore such formalities. The Kaiser's brother, Prince Heinrich, was forced to flee for his life, disguised with false whiskers and a red flag flying on his automobile. In that way, under the cover of darkness, he was able to escape to Denmark undetected. The old order was at an end. Everywhere the imperial flags were being pulled down and replaced with red flags. Kaiser Wilhelm II, Emperor of all Germany, was forced to abandon his royal palace at Potsdam, and the question of his abdication was on everyone's lips. Wilhelm had been reluctant to abandon his throne, but soon realized that this might be a lost cause. Initially he had some fleeting thought that he may have been allowed to remain as the King of Prussia, Germany's largest state, but this illusion soon evaporated when the Chancellor, Prince Max von Baden, appointed by Wilhelm, had the temerity to announce the Kaiser's demise without the decency of telling him. After all, someone had to put the Hohenzollerns out of their misery, otherwise the workers and soldiers would take it upon themselves, as in Russia. But the idea of playing the role of the sacrificial lamb did not sit well with the head of the most powerful monarch in Europe. "Treason, gentlemen, barefaced, outrageous treason!" cried Wilhelm as he tried to clutch onto power with the support of the generals, but they too soon disowned him. Emperor with no clothes. During the final death rattle of the old regime, a desperate and deluded Kaiser approached Generals Groener and Hindenburg with an insane plan to reconquer the rebellious cities by dispatching picked troops to Verviers, Aix-la-Chapelle and Cologne, all with the most modern equipment, smoke bombs, gas, bombing squadrons and flamethrowers. They would be able to restore order. Hindenburg said nothing. Looking rather solemn, General Groener answered, "Sire, you no longer have an army." Although the Kaiser could not stomach the bitter truth, he now counted for nothing. He was like the emperor without clothes, or in his case, without an army. Wilhelm must have felt, as did his predecessor King Louis XVI and his mistress, Madame de Pompadour, après moi, le déluge, after me, the deluge. But the disaster had already arrived. The next day, this sorry figure boarded a train to the Netherlands, where he remained, never to return. Up until 1914 he had rightfully been considered the most powerful monarch in the world. But the age of empire had abruptly come to an end. Wilhelm's irrational behavior was the same as all those monarchs whose regimes were doomed. "The Tsar procrastinates," Leon Trotsky wrote in similar vein about the fate of the Russian monarchy. "He is still reckoning in days and weeks, while the revolution is keeping its count in minutes." "Around me treason, cowardice, deceit," wrote Nicholas II in his diary. The same words had been uttered by Wilhelm as he departed the scene, and probably by Louis XVI for that matter. They all headed towards the abyss, with the crown pushed down over their eyes. By comparison, these events constituted the comic opera of the German Revolution. More seriously, official government communications were breaking down, especially outside of the capital. Power was slipping away from the once all-powerful central authorities. On November 8, while the Kaiser was still dithering, the Ministry of War dispatched a distressing report to the increasingly isolated and feeble government of Prince von Baden. 9 a.m. Serious riots at Magdeburg. 1 p.m. In the 7th Army Corps Reserve District rioting threatened. 5 p.m. Halle and Leipzig red. Evening. Düsseldorf, Holstein, Osnabrück, Lauenburg red, Magdeburg, Stuttgart, Oldenburg, Brunswick and Cologne all red. 7:10 p.m. General Officer commanding 18th Army Corps Reserve at Frankfurt deposed. The revolution overturned everything in its wake. On November 7th, in the capital of Bavaria, the king was forced to flee and a republic under the leadership of left socialist Kurt Eisner was declared. At about 10 o'clock in the night, Eisner and his new council, escorted by some 60 armed workers, marched into the Landtag, the state parliament, and called for order. He announced, "The Bavarian Revolution is victorious. It has put an end to the old plunder of the Wittelsbach kings. Now we must proceed to build a new regime." The one who speaks to you at this moment assumes that he is to function as the provisional prime minister. Nobody lifted a finger. No one uttered a word. The next day, the city awoke to red flags flying over the public buildings and churches, with posters proclaiming the new socialist republic. The armistice. Meanwhile, on November 8th, the German delegation had arrived at Marshal Foch's railway carriage in the forest of Compiègne, approximately 60 kilometers north of Paris. Marshal Ferdinand Foch was the commander-in-chief of the Allied armies in France. This meeting was altogether a far more somber affair. This is where frank discussions were taking place over the terms of the armistice presented by the Allies to the German High Command. In effect, the Allies were demanding nothing less than complete, humiliating and unconditional surrender. According to them, all occupied territory, including Alsace-Lorraine, was to be evacuated by the Germans within 15 days. In addition, the Allied generals demanded that the German military immediately surrender the 30,000 machine guns in its possession. This led to some frank exchanges. The Germans, for their part, argued that they should be allowed to retain an armed force strong enough to deal with the danger of Bolshevism. After all, should the revolution seize power in Germany, it would spread to France and further afield. But this argument was dismissed by the Allies. The German generals again repeated the cold facts that if they were forced to surrender their machine guns, there would not be enough left to fire on the German people should this become necessary. In face of this truly compelling argument, agreement was reached that 5,000 machine guns should be retained for this express purpose. Churchill, who feared Bolshevism more than the plague, had come to a similar conclusion in London. At a cabinet meeting he stressed the possibility of building up the German army, as it was important to get Germany on her legs again for fear of the spread of Bolshevism. For him, his seething hatred of Bolshevism and what it stood for surpassed every other consideration. Until the armistice was signed, the warring parties were still formally at war. However, protocol clearly stated that only an officially constituted German government could sign it. But there was no government. Everything was in a state of chaos and revolution was spreading rapidly throughout the country. The Allies had to act quickly, with or without protocol. On November 11, 1918, at 5:12 in the morning, the armistice was signed in the railway sidings at Compiègne. It required the Germans to evacuate France and retire behind the Rhine. They had to relinquish the bulk of their aircraft, numbering 1,700 planes, together with the most modern of their fleet. This amounted to over 6 battlecruisers, 10 battleships, 8 light cruisers, and 50 destroyers. All her submarines were to be surrendered. It was a foretaste of what was to happen in Paris, when Germany was subjected to the humiliation of the Versailles Peace Treaty. But events had overtaken the armistice. The war had given birth to revolution. In Germany, the old regime had crumbled and had placed power into the hands of the revolutionary workers, soldiers, and sailors. The German Revolution, unfolding hour by hour, represented the greatest blow to capitalism since the Russian Revolution of October 1917. If Germany succumbed to Bolshevism, then the revolution would prove unstoppable. Everything was in the balance. Lenin announced that he was even prepared to sacrifice the besieged revolution in Russia for a successful revolution in Germany. He knew full well that a victory in Germany, in the center of Europe, would have sealed the fate of the European bourgeoisie and then the world. Such was the historic importance of these breathtaking events. On Armistice Day, Beatrice Webb, the English Fabian reformer, wrote in her diary about the panic seizing hold of the British bourgeois establishment. Thrones are everywhere crashing and the men of property everywhere secretly trembling. How soon will the tide of revolution catch up with the tide of victory? That is the question which is exercising Whitehall and Buckingham Palace and causing anxiety even among the more thoughtful Democrats. Bruce Lockhart, the British diplomat, also noted in his diary after a meeting with the king, "The king was very nice, has a wholesome dread of Bolshevism." There was certainly a deep sense of foreboding, not only in Buckingham Palace, but in the ruling classes of Europe. Their world had never seemed so fraught with danger. It reflected their fears that Bolshevism was at the gates and the rule of bankers and capitalists was about to come to an end. The most serious question of the hour is how far Europe is infected with Bolshevism, stated a report from London in the New York Times. In Scotland, workers on Red Clyde's side were inspired by the events in Russia and Germany. When John Maclean, the Marxist and internationalist, was released from prison on December 3, 1918, he addressed the crowd in Glasgow and ended with the cry, "Three hearty cheers for the German Socialist Revolution!" In the Call newspaper, Maclean wrote an article entitled "Now's the Day and Now's the Hour?" in which he stated, "We witness today what all Marxists naturally expected. The capitalist class of the world and their governments joined together in a most vigorous active attempt to crush Bolshevism in Russia and Spartacism in Germany. Bolshevism, by the way, is socialism triumphant, and Spartacism is socialism in process of achieving triumph. This is the class war on an international basis, a class war that must and will be fought out to the logical conclusion, the extinction of capitalism everywhere." In Germany, the victory of the revolution seemed assured as state power fell into the hands of the workers and soldiers. And yet, tragically, despite everything, the German proletariat failed to consolidate its hold on power. The revolution stopped halfway and the opportunity was tragically lost. "No one in the German labor movement knew how to use the power which suddenly, on November 9, 1918, fell into their hands," commented the historian Evelyn Anderson. The leaders of the social democracy had actively opposed the revolution, but they ended up leading it. They did everything in their power to divert the movement into safe democratic channels along the lines of a bourgeois republic, where they would play the role of a loyal opposition or even be part of a governing coalition. In the absence of a real revolutionary party, the opportunity was lost to establish a socialist republic in the center of the European continent. Workers held power. In the course of the German Revolution, the Workers' and Soldiers' Councils, which initially held the reins of power, simply handed them over to the social democratic leaders, who they trusted, but who in turn used their authority to rescue capitalism. These spineless reformists, who had in practice long ago abandoned the idea of proletarian revolution and Marxism, managed to rip defeat from the jaws of victory and prepare the way, not for democracy, but for naked and bloody reaction. This was the exact opposite of what had happened in Russia when the Bolsheviks took power on behalf of the Soviets and put an end to the rule of the landlords and capitalists. The Russian February was followed by the Russian October. The German February failed to make that transition. The betrayal of the German Social Democrats was to prepare the ground for defeat and terrible retribution. These tragedies and lost opportunities were to lay the basis later on for the victory of German fascism, and with it the horrors of concentration camps and gas chambers. If the German Revolution had been successful, it would have changed the entire course of the history of the 20th century. The German failure can therefore be considered one of the greatest, if not the greatest, tragedies of our time. Nowadays, it has become increasingly fashionable among certain bourgeois historians to say that the events of November 1918 did not constitute a revolution. Even the radical left can be ambivalent. The jury is still out on whether it really was a revolution, states Gabriel Kuhn. And what jury is that? The concept of revolution seems to worry them. To the official sociologists, the term provokes a condescending smile, as would childish pranks. Not surprisingly, to the conservative mind, revolution is some kind of collective madness. This caricature is, of course, entirely false. It is not madness that is expressed but the instinctive desire of the oppressed class to change society. If we consider that the basic premise of a revolution is the entry of the masses onto the stage of history, then the events of 1918 in Germany constituted a gigantic and classic revolutionary movement. The awakening of the masses and their active participation in politics is the most decisive feature of revolution, including the German Revolution. Every single day a new revelation and a new lesson is learned. A new order begins to take shape and crystallize. Through the efforts and initiative of the masses alone, the revolution places power into their hands. As a consequence, it succeeds in breaking the political domination of the Junker class and sweeps away the monarchy. Leon Trotsky, who had direct experience of leading a revolution, answered the question in the following manner. The most indubitable feature of a revolution is the direct interference of the masses in historical events. In ordinary times the state, be it monarchical or democratic, elevates itself above the nation, and history is made by specialists in that line of business: kings, ministers, bureaucrats, parliamentarians, journalists. But at those crucial moments when the old order becomes no longer endurable to the masses, they break over the barriers excluding them from the political arena, sweep aside their traditional representatives, and create by their own interference the initial groundwork for a new regime. Whether this is good or bad we leave to the judgment of moralists. We ourselves will take the facts as they are given by the objective course of development. The history of a revolution is for us first of all a history of the forcible entrance of the masses into the realm of rulership over their own destiny. If we take this scientific definition, the events in Germany in November 1918 certainly constituted a revolution. Unfortunately, it stopped short, halfway. It did not destroy the economic power of the bankers and capitalists. The fact that the German Revolution was not carried through to a successful conclusion, as in Russia in 1917, is another matter. It simply proves that you cannot carry through half a revolution. A revolution must go all the way or it will fail. There is no halfway house. It also demonstrates that victory does not fall like a ripe fruit from a tree. Even when every element of capitalist society has disintegrated, and the workers are prepared to take the power, it requires, above all, a determined and conscious revolutionary leadership, which is prepared to go to the very end. Although the 1918 revolution was defeated, other revolutionary opportunities, equally as important, emerged in 1919, 1920 and in particular 1923. Trotsky believed revolutionary possibilities could have existed in Germany even up until the victory of Hitler. The German working class had shown itself more than ready to lead mankind out of an epoch of hunger and blood. The blame does not lie with them. In fact, nothing more could be asked of them. These opportunities were cynically squandered by their leaders. Once again, German capitalism was allowed to survive, but at such terrible human cost. Barbarism. The German October was not realized, not because of the lack of resolve of the masses, which showed no limits, but because of the betrayals and blunders at the top of both the reformist and communist parties. It was these defeats which eventually drove the frenzied ruined middle classes into the arms of the fascists and prepared the way for the victory of Hitler. But even then, Hitler could have been stopped in his tracks if it hadn't been for the criminal role of the workers' leaders. Despite having weapons and armaments, as well as their own military formations, they allowed the fascists to come to power without a fight. The German workers were led like lambs to the slaughter. The leaders of the Social Democrats refused to fight as, according to them, resistance would have led to civil war and bloodshed. Bloodshed. It was the very failure to act decisively that made bloodshed inevitable. Millions of workers would perish as a result of fascist barbarism. The leaders of the Communist Party, who had embraced Stalinism during the 1920s, ignored the calls of Leon Trotsky for a united front of workers' organizations against fascism, but instead continued to denounce the socialists as social fascists, and as the main enemy. Trotsky made a forceful appeal to the communist workers. Worker communists, you are hundreds of thousands, millions. You cannot leave for any place. There are not enough passports for you. Should fascism come to power, it will ride over your skulls and spines like a terrific tank. Your salvation lies in merciless struggle. And only a fighting unity with the social democratic workers can bring victory. Make haste, worker communists, you have very little time left. But his appeal for a united front was dismissed by the Stalinist leaders as counter-revolutionary propaganda. The accession to power by Hitler in January 1933, without breaking a window pane, to use his own words, constituted the most humiliating capitulation in history, even worse than the betrayal of August 4, 1914. Even then, after everything that had happened, the Stalinists dismissed the fascist victory with the astonishing words, "After Hitler, our turn!" This betrayal destroyed any possibility of a German revolution. By 1935, fearing a possible war with Germany, Stalin looked for an alliance with the so-called Western democracies. To demonstrate his friendship towards the imperialist countries, he was prepared to sacrifice the Spanish Revolution. This change entailed another zigzag in policy, as social fascism was dropped in favor of the Popular Front. Stalin moved very quickly from denouncing Trotsky for having called for unity of the German communists with the Social Democrats in a united front of the workers' organizations against the Nazis, to the broadest possible alliance, the Popular Front of communist and socialist organizations with progressive bourgeois politicians, liberals, and church leaders against fascism. Such a policy prepared the defeat in Spain and elsewhere, and prepared the way for the Second World War and 80 million dead. Learn from history. Ours is not to laugh or cry, but to learn, said the philosopher Baruch Spinoza. It is necessary for the new generation to understand what happened in Germany and learn its lessons for today. Achieving a greater awareness of the past, wrote Alexander Herzen, we clarify the present. Digging deeper into the meaning of what has gone before, we discover the meaning of the future. Looking backward, we move forward. Today we are at the crossroads of two epochs. The old post-war stability has finally come to an end. In the face of the biggest crisis of capitalism in its history, there is chronic instability and a sharp polarization everywhere. The scene is being set once more for revolutionary convulsions worldwide. Titanic events will transform the consciousness of millions, as society enters an intense period of class struggle. The working class will need to prepare itself for this, and the lessons of 1918 to 1923 can play an indispensable role. A period of profound upheaval is opening up in front of us. There are, of course, significant differences between today and the 1930s, most notably the greatly increased strength of the working class. This change in the class balance of forces is of decisive importance. We reject the view of the petty bourgeois moralists and liberals who frown upon revolutions, as if against the laws of nature. In fact, revolutions are the motive force of history, and history is about to give such people some sharp lessons in dialectics. As with the 1917 October Russian Revolution, the 1918 German Revolution marked an opening of a convulsive chapter in European and world history. We are entering a similar stormy period today on a global scale, and it is one of the main reasons we are publishing this book. Moreover, this is not simply a historical work, but a political one. The ebb and flow of history, governed by its own laws, has great relevance for today. This has nothing to do with fate, as it is people who make history. Furthermore, the book's publication marks a celebration, the centenary of the German Revolution of November 1918, when the workers, sailors, and soldiers stormed heaven, to borrow the phrase of Marx. They came so close to changing the world, but they were robbed of this victory. This tragedy eventually led to fascist barbarism and all the horrors associated with it. It is therefore the responsibility of the new generation of socialists and communists, educated and enriched by the past, to complete this long overdue goal begun by those past heroes who dared storm heaven. Lloyd George went on to stress, "If Germany goes over to the Spartacists, it is inevitable that she should throw in her lot with the Russian Bolsheviks. Once that happens, all Eastern Europe will be swept into the orbit of Bolshevik revolution, and within a year we may witness the spectacle of 300 million people organized into a vast Red Army under German instructors and German generals, equipped with German cannon and German machine guns." The news which came from Hungary yesterday shows that this is no mere fantasy. Chapter 1: The Rise of German Social Democracy. It was the best of times, it was the worst of times, it was the age of wisdom, it was the age of foolishness, it was the epoch of belief, it was the epoch of incredulity. Charles Dickens, The Tale of Two Cities. Germany, the birthplace of Marxism. It was here that Marx and Engels originally developed the ideas of scientific socialism. This eventually led to the establishment of the Communist League, the publication of the Communist Manifesto, and the birth of the Marxist movement. While living in exile, both Marx and Engels paid special interest to the developing movement in Germany, regarded in many ways as their adopted child. Before 1860, there was no real organized labor movement in this patchwork of states, kingdoms, and principalities. It was through their preparatory work, especially during the years of the International Workingmen's Association, that the foundations were laid for the creation of organizations of the proletariat, including in Germany. It is no accident that Marx acted as the corresponding secretary for Germany on the General Council of the First International. Two socialist groups had crystallized in Germany, one based around Ferdinand Lassalle, which held progressive but confused views, and the other around August Bebel and Wilhelm Liebknecht, which was known as the Eisenach Party. The latter were the followers of Marx and Engels. Following unity negotiations, in the spring of 1875, the founding Congress of the German Social Democratic Party was held at Gotha, that fused the two groups together. The unified party was viewed as the embodiment of revolutionary social democracy. Marx and Engels worked to maintain the revolutionary line within the new party. They helped combat the influences of Lassalleanism and then the revisionist ideas of Herder, described by Engels as bumptious pseudoscience, which were becoming fashionable in certain quarters. Thus appeared Engels' classic work entitled Anti-Diering, which became a textbook of scientific socialism. As a result of its historic links with Marx and Engels, German social democracy was considered the most authentic representative of orthodox Marxism in the international workers' movement. The German Party became the most powerful section of the Second International, which was established in 1889 and grouped together all the socialist parties prior to the First World War. Standing at the head of the International, the party was greatly admired by millions worldwide, including Lenin, who regarded it as a model party. While the Russians, Poles, and others were struggling to assemble handfuls of members and supporters into small party organizations, the German party was a mass party par excellence. In practice, it formed the epicenter of the world socialist movement around which all others gathered. Friedrich Adler, the Austrian leader, wrote, "The German Social Democratic Party was the very ideal of all the socialist parties of the International. It brought to life what others visualized as an idea. This magnificent movement, consciously striving for the realization of its historic mission to the world, undeflectable and unconquerable in its progress, concentrated all its strength and thought on a single aim, the emancipation of the working class." By 1912, the German social democracy had reached its pinnacle. The socialist revolution seemed assured. It had 1 million members and millions of supporters, making it the biggest party adhering to Marxism in the world. Its apparatus numbered almost 4,000 full-time party workers, assets worth more than 21 million gold marks, 90 daily newspapers with a circulation of over 1.4 million subscribers, and 62 printing offices. It had dozens of periodicals, together with its own socialist news agency, and an impressive central socialist school for the education of party members. In the election of 1912, the SPD achieved a vote of 4.3 million, more than one-third of the total electorate, which provided it with 110 deputies in the Reichstag, or parliament. The trade unions, which the party helped to organize and sustain, had a membership of over 3 million, which made them among the largest in the world, a reflection of the general strength of the German proletariat. Despite the existence of the Reichstag, Germany was ruled by a reactionary autocracy with a monarchy at its head. In 1871, the King of Prussia was proclaimed Emperor of the newly united Germany. The Reichstag, or Imperial Assembly, was aptly described by Wilhelm Liebknecht as the fig leaf of absolutism. Power rested with the Emperor, the Kaiser, and the landed Prussian Junkers, who presided over a patchwork of duchies, principalities, and kingdoms. The Reichstag was nothing more than an inconsequential talking shop, where the Emperor had the sole right to appoint the Chancellor, or head of the government. The imperial government served the interests, not only of the landed aristocracy, but also the industrialists, bankers, and financiers, who had grown very powerful over the years. The head of the Kaiser's government was the faithful Otto von Bismarck, the Iron Chancellor, who could not be toppled, even with a majority vote. The rising workers' organizations were feared and regarded as a threat by these powerful class interests. Therefore, in order to curb the socialist movement, Bismarck introduced an anti-socialist law, the Exceptional Law Against the Socialists, in October 1878, which outlawed and shackled the activities of the SPD and the trade unions. According to Bismarck's legislation, these organizations were designed to subvert the existing political and social order, and therefore had to be curtailed. The pathological ideas of socialism, states the draft bill, the enemy of society and the state, cannot be stamped out by common law. Hence the urgency of this law of exclusion. Using the full force of the law, Bismarck moved quickly to clamp down on all working-class political and cultural organizations, and shut down its press. During the 12 long, repressive years under the anti-socialist law, 1,500 worker activists were imprisoned and 150 social democratic newspapers closed down. Many other activists escaped abroad, out of the way of the authorities. From there, underground papers were edited, produced, and smuggled back into Germany. Such papers were passed from hand to hand, satisfying the growing thirst for radical ideas from the working class. But Bismarck's law, rather than weakening the workers' organizations, provoked great sympathy for the socialists, who emerged greatly strengthened. Social democracy grew substantially in these underground conditions and became increasingly recognized as the focal point of opposition to the autocratic regime. Despite the law, the Social Democratic Party, in accordance with the Constitution, was allowed to maintain its group in the Reichstag. This allowed them to skillfully combine legal and illegal methods of work. As their popularity grew, so did their votes, their membership, and party organization. During this period, the SPD had increased its membership by more than 1 million. On the trade union front, the free trade unions, later known as the Allgemeiner Deutscher Gewerkschaftsbund, or ADGB, which had close links to the Social Democrats, saw their membership rise from 50,000 in 1878 to 278,000 by 1891, a year after the anti-socialist laws were finally repealed. At the time of the introduction of the law, there were 42 social democratic newspapers. Following the repeal, the number had risen to 60. The repeal itself was forced upon Bismarck because the law was becoming increasingly counterproductive. This did not mean, however, that the socialist movement was free from harassment and persecution. On the contrary, the successes of German social democracy caused great alarm in ruling circles. The emperor even issued a personal warning that if the Social Democrats should gain a majority, they would immediately proceed to plunder the citizens. He went on bizarrely. I shall have loopholes cut in the palace walls, and we'll see how much plundering will take place. The emperor's alarmist tactics, however, only served to increase the support for the socialists. The repeal of the anti-socialist law allowed the party to more fully capitalize on its growing popularity and establish wider points of support, especially on the parliamentary front. At each successive election, the party increased its representation in the Reichstag and the provincial legislatures. In 1871, when the Reichstag was first set up, there were only 2 Social Democrat deputies out of 397, elected with 124,000 votes. But in the elections of 1890, the SPD's popular vote jumped to 1.5 million, 20% of the popular vote, and the number of its deputies rose from 12 to 35. Bismarck, having failed to suppress the movement by legislation, now considered crushing the movement using blood and iron, but was overruled by the Kaiser, who feared a backlash. Humiliated, von Bismarck resigned. The SPD was able to use its electoral gains as an important platform in the Reichstag for propaganda and as a focal point for the struggle against the government. As a result, the democratic struggle against the autocracy assumed the character of a class struggle. Their deputies, such as Bebel and Liebknecht, would make revolutionary speeches in the Reichstag, which would then be printed and distributed in their hundreds of thousands. In early 1893, a debate on the socialist society of the future lasted 5 days. Such was the impact of Bebel's speech. It was published as a pamphlet in 3.5 million copies and sold for 5 pfennigs each. Growth of German capitalism. The unification of Germany under Bismarck in 1871 paved the way for an immense industrial expansion. German capitalism took giant steps forward, and with the development of modern technique and huge industrial and commercial enterprises, it was threatening to outstrip Britain, the dominant imperialist power of the time. The production of iron ore rose from 1.5 million tons in 1871 to 14.8 million in 1910. Steel production increased between 1886 and 1912 by a massive 1,335%, coal production by 218%, as against Britain's 73%, while total exports rose by 185%. Before the First World War, industrial production in Germany had increased 6-fold over the previous 4 decades, leaving her second only to the United States both in industrial production and in the production of iron and steel. At the same time, Germany was ranked first in the export of machinery and electrical equipment. It was emerging as a major imperialist power in its own right. But Germany had come onto the scene very late in the day. Her colonial possessions, which were all held down brutally, only amounted to some areas of China and a slice of southwest Africa, the Cameroons, Togoland, New Guinea, and a few others. The world had already been carved up by the other imperialist powers, which was soon to lead to frictions and, eventually, a head-on collision. The expansion of German industry meant that the percentage of the population employed on the land dropped from 50% in 1870 to 33% in 1913. This development also gave rise to a fresh young working class, free from weighty traditions, unlike the British workers. This lack of baggage allowed them to quickly develop a militant working class consciousness, as well as a loyalty to their newly founded organizations. The growth of capitalism, while creating a powerful labor movement, also gave rise to a period of relative social peace, which remained the case in Europe from the defeat of the Paris Commune in 1871 to the end of the upswing in 1912. This relative stability certainly assisted the growth of the trade unions and social democratic parties. However, the rise of social democracy during a period of general upswing of the capitalist system had another side to it, which was to have unfortunate consequences for the movement. It helped shape the conservative outlook of the top layers of the social democracy and the trade unions. They became increasingly convinced of the longevity of the capitalist system and its ability to grant reforms. The more they adapted to capitalism, the more they came under its pressures. Instead of preparing the German workers for the conquest of power, the leadership concentrated on winning reforms within the confines of capitalism. Such gains certainly added to the prestige of the social democracy. Even the welfare reforms introduced by Bismarck, such as old age pensions and health and accident insurance, known as state socialism, were widely regarded as due to the pressure of organized labor despite the fact they were intended to cut the ground from under the workers' movement. This then also strengthened the illusions in reformism, and the idea that life for the working class could be improved incrementally, without the overthrow of capitalism. The fight for reforms is an essential part of the workers' struggle for emancipation. Every advance, however small, whether over improved pay or conditions, is a step forward. The struggle to change society is unthinkable without the day-to-day struggles of the working class for advancement under capitalism. As Rosa Luxemburg explained, can we contrapose the social revolution, the transformation of the existing order, our final goal, to social reforms? Certainly not. The daily struggle for reforms, for the amelioration of the condition of the workers within the framework of the existing social order, and for democratic institutions, offers to the social democracy an indissoluble tie. The struggle for reforms is its means, the social revolution, its aim. The struggle for reforms, as Rosa Luxemburg correctly said, must be linked to the need to overthrow the capitalist system, as reforms under capitalism cannot be considered permanent. What is given by the left hand can be easily taken away by the right hand, especially in times of crisis. That was the case in 1918 when the German bourgeoisie were forced to grant the 8-hour day and other important concessions, which were then snatched back starting in 1923. The problem was that, for the leaders of social democracy, the struggle for reforms became an end in itself. They lost sight of the ultimate aim of changing society. Over time, the actions of the social democratic and trade union leaders became completely devoid of any revolutionary content or perspective. They had adapted themselves to their environment. The character of the social democratic movement also began to change. The apparatus of both unions and party had increased enormously in the pre-war period. The party and its press had more than 10,000 full-time staff. Added to this were more than 3,000 trade union officials. That constituted a formidable force. But with the very successes in building powerful organizations, with their increased membership, greater resources and funds, came an ever more powerful bureaucracy. In turn, it increasingly attracted place seekers and careerists, which began to infest the movement. The labor and trade union bureaucracy began to develop its own conservative vested interests as the revolution became increasingly distant from its daily experience. The methods and habits of administration, which is the main social function of the bureaucracy and the source of its preeminence, inevitably leave powerful imprints on its entire way of thinking. Thus, the movement was being transformed gradually from an instrument for social revolution into a reformist apparatus whose function was to mediate between the classes. The author Evelyn Anderson observed that, while all these successes, direct and indirect, strengthened the prestige of the labor movement, they also affected its political outlook. Gradually, workers began to realize that they had very much more to lose than their chains. Even most of those who had received a thorough socialist and Marxist training at the party schools and trade union colleges were impressed by the success of the industrial struggles, which gave them the feeling that there was no limit to perpetual progress, provided Germany could rid herself of the remnants of an obsolete feudalism. Before the war, German social democracy, especially its upper echelons, went through a process of political adaptation and degeneration. For the party leaders and functionaries, the language of socialist revolution was used mostly at May Days and at labor movement celebrations, but in their daily lives they grew accustomed to bourgeois society. Marx had long ago explained the process in the following words: social being determines social consciousness. This dichotomy between reform and revolution also reflected itself in the party's program, which was divided into two distinct parts, independent of each other. There was a Minimum program that limited itself to demands for reforms within the framework of capitalism, and there was a separate maximum program that argued for the ultimate goal of socialism in the indefinite future. This dual approach was developed by Karl Kautsky, the party's leading theoretician, and embodied in the decisions of the First Social Democratic Congress at Erfurt in 1891. Between the minimum and maximum programs there was no transitional bridge with which to link both together. There was nothing to help the masses in their daily struggle to find the road to the socialist revolution. But social democracy had no need of such a bridge, as the overthrow of capitalism was not considered as a practical proposition. This separation was to dominate the theory and practice of social democracy for decades, wrote the Marxist historian Pierre Breu. Marx and Engels. This incipient opportunism had been noticed by Marx and Engels during their involvement with the party. They were very well aware of such dangers and tried to curb them. From the beginning, Marx and Engels had taken the German leadership to task for their backsliding, reflected in political softness and ideological weakness, and especially in their tendency to sacrifice principles for short-term gains. The critique of the Gotha program written by Marx in 1875 is the most well-known example of their critical attitude to the German leaders. As Marx wrote, "After the Unity Congress has been held, Engels and I will publish a short statement to the effect that our position is altogether remote from the said program of principles and that we have nothing to do with it. Apart from this, it is my duty not to give recognition, even by diplomatic silence, to what in my opinion is a thoroughly objectionable program that demoralizes the party." At one point, so sharp were the exchanges that they threatened to break off all political relations. This was due to the fact that the German leaders made too many political concessions to the Lassalleans within the party. In the voluminous correspondence of Marx and Engels we can find far sharper criticisms of such opportunism. While they loyally defended the leadership of the German party in public, either of them were prepared to sacrifice their principles for anyone's expediency. The correspondence shows that there were many other occasions when they threatened a break with their co-thinkers in Germany. Despite these sharp differences, Marx and Engels nevertheless preferred to correct these mistakes by exerting pressure through individual advice and correspondence, hoping that by such means the German leadership would learn from their own mistakes. While Marx and Engels firmly criticized the opportunist tendencies within the party, they also attacked with equal firmness those who engaged in ultra-leftism and phrasemongering, such as Johann Most, who had come under anarchist influences. Marx's scrupulous attitude to ideas and principles meant that nothing was left unturned. In the late 1870s, due to Marx's growing health problems, it was left to Engels to answer the extremely muddled ideas of Professor de Thring, who had acquired a certain following within the German social democracy. This resulted in a brilliant defense and exposition of scientific socialism, later published in book form under the title of #Eindeirung, a classic of Marxist literature. A section of the leadership, especially the intellectuals and academics whom Engels contemptuously branded as the Kathedersozialisten, armchair socialists, used the anti-socialist laws to water down the party's program and cover up its goals on the grounds of expediency. It was this opportunist tendency in Germany that worried Marx and Engels the most. From London, they mercilessly criticized the opportunists and put pressure on Bebel and Kautsky to keep the party on the right track. This opportunist tendency revealed itself most sharply, and not accidentally, in the Social Democratic Parliamentary Group. The rarefied atmosphere of bourgeois parliaments was always a problem for the revolutionary movement. It was in such places that the pressures of alien ideas were at their most intense, and the heat of the class struggle at their weakest. Therefore, in such an environment there was always the threat that social democratic deputies would bend under pressure or even become corrupted. Marx and Engels were extremely critical of these layers within the German party, who tended to be opportunist in nature and displayed an eagerness for political independence from the party. They are already so far infected with parliamentary cretinism as to believe themselves above criticism, wrote Marx angrily to Sorg. Or has German social democracy indeed been infected with the parliamentary disease, believing that, with the popular vote, the Holy Ghost is poured upon those elected? They both jointly wrote to the German leaders. The party, due to its successes, had attracted a petty bourgeois layer that had little understanding of Marxism, but nevertheless rose to key positions within the movement. They tended to bring all kinds of alien ideas from their middle-class backgrounds with them. On one occasion, in September 1879, Marx and Engels were so angry about such influences that they wrote a circular letter to Bebel, Liebknecht, and other party leaders in the sharpest fashion possible. It had come to light that the Social Democratic newspaper produced in Zurich under the control of young revisionists, Karl Hochberg, Karl August Schramm, and the young Edward Bernstein, was coming out with hair-raising ideas. Hochberg, who, as Marx expressed it, had bought his way into the party by his money, demanded that socialism should be made a movement of humanity in general, based on the sense of justice of both the oppressed and the representatives of the upper classes. Marx and Engels were so angry that they accused Liebknecht of a cover-up. They then launched an attack on these petty bourgeois literary types, who had wormed their way into positions and become a law unto themselves, as counter-revolutionaries. This Zurich editorial board of three showed utter contempt for the uneducated working class in its editorials and articles, and even went as far as to urge the party to recruit instead the enlightened bourgeois. They also declared that the party had correctly rejected the path of forcible, bloody revolution, and instead decided to tread the path of legality, i.e., of reform. If they think as they write, they ought to leave the party or at least resign from office, complained Marx and Engels. If they don't, it is tantamount to admitting that they intend to use their official position to combat the party's proletarian character. Hence the party is betraying itself if it allows them to remain in office. Marx and Engels continued. Hen people of this kind, from different classes, join the proletarian movement. The first requirement is that they should not bring with them the least remnant of bourgeois, petit bourgeois, etc., prejudices, but should unreservedly adopt the proletarian outlook. These gentlemen, however, as already shown, are chock full of bourgeois and petty bourgeois ideas. They added, how the party can suffer the authors of this article to remain any longer in their midst seems to us incomprehensible. They went on to warn the German leaders. So, the gentlemen are forewarned and, moreover, are well enough acquainted with us to know that this means bend or break. If they wish to compromise themselves tant pis, so much the worse. In no circumstances shall we allow them to compromise us. Hochberg was removed from the editorial committee, and all the influential leaders of the party, Bebel, Liebknecht, Braque, etc., repudiated his ideas. Subsequently, Hochberg and Schramm left the workers' movement, but Bernstein, temporarily refrained from advocating opportunism, rose to become one of the leaders of German social democracy. It would be only after Engels' death that Bernstein would come out clearly with a revision of Marxism. This was not the last time that Marx and Engels criticized the opportunist backsliding of the Germans, who had failed to defend revolutionary Marxism or display the necessary resoluteness, firmness, and revolutionary spirit. This attitude was displayed in their complete unpreparedness for a legal struggle, especially in response to the anti-socialist law. Therefore, Marx and Engels took it on themselves to school the German leadership, praising them when deserved, but criticizing them when necessary. Again, you know that Marx and I have voluntarily conducted the defense of the party against its opponents abroad throughout the party's existence, and that we have never asked anything of the party in return, save that it should not be untrue to itself, explained Engels to Bebel. And further, in December 1879, we regret very much being unable, at this time of repression, to give you our unqualified support. So long as the party in Germany remains true to its proletarian character, we were prepared to set aside all other considerations. But now that the petty bourgeois elements you have admitted have come out in their true colors, it's a different matter. The moment they are permitted to insinuate their petty bourgeois ideas piecemeal into the organ of the German party, that organ, by the same token, is closed to us, no more nor less. Despite these pressures, things did not improve to any real extent. In regard to Vorwärts, the party's daily, Engels was disgusted. Never had a large party such a miserable organ, he wrote to Laura Lafargue, Marx's daughter. This gives a clear indication of the approach by the founders of scientific socialism to the German social democracy and its defects, and how they tried to deal with it. Engels distorted. Following Marx's death, Engels repeatedly came face to face with this crass opportunism. He made a number of criticisms of the Erfurt program of 1891. Although much improved on the Gotha program, it still had its weaknesses and a tendency towards opportunism. This forgetting of the past, the principal considerations for the momentary interests of the day, this struggling and striving for the success of the moment regardless of later consequences, this sacrifice of the future of the movement for its present, may be honestly meant, but it is and remains opportunism, and honest opportunism is perhaps the most dangerous of all. The same features are present when, later on, he was approached by Richard Fisher, the executive secretary of the party, with a request to water down his language in the introduction to Karl Marx's The Class Struggles in France, 1848–1850. Fisher feared that certain terminology would be used by the government to reimpose restrictions on the party. On this occasion, Engels felt obliged to accept the request to omit certain passages, which dealt mainly with the armed struggle of the working class. Engels, however, felt the introduction suffered somewhat as a result of these omissions. He wrote to Fisher, "I have taken as much account as possible of your grave objections, although I cannot for the life of me see what is objectionable about, say, half of the instances you cite. For I cannot after all assume that you intend to subscribe heart and soul to absolute legality under any circumstances, legality even vis-a-vis laws infringed by their promulgators, in short, to the policy of turning the left cheek to him who has struck you on the right. True, the Vorwärts sometimes expends almost as much energy on repudiating revolution as once it did, and may soon do again, on advocating the same. But I cannot regard that as a criterion. My view is that you have nothing to gain by advocating complete abstention from force. Nobody would believe you, nor would any party in any country go as far as to forfeit the right to resist illegality by force of arms. It must have been embarrassing to make such basic points to the executive secretary of the party. But the epigones of the Second International were attempting to transform Marx and Engels from revolutionaries into garden-variety evolutionists. But Engels didn't leave it there. In fact, he wrote a letter of protest to Karl Kautsky about the censorship. I was amazed to see today in the Vorwärts an excerpt from my introduction that had been printed without my prior knowledge and tricked out in such a way as to present me as a peace-loving proponent of legality quam meme, come what may. Which is all the more reason why I should like it to appear in its entirety in the Neue Zeit in order that this disgraceful impression may be erased. I shall leave Liebknecht in no doubt as to what I think about it, and the same applies to those who, irrespective of who they may be, gave him this opportunity of perverting my views and, what's more, without so much as a word to me about it." He also wrote to Paul Lafargue in France on April 3, 1895. "Wilhelm, Liebknecht has just played a fine trick on me. He has taken from my introduction to Marx's articles on France 1848–50 everything that could serve his purpose in support of peaceful and anti-violent tactics at any price, which he has chosen to preach for some time now. Engels was of course in favor of using universal suffrage and parliament to promote the revolutionary cause, but he nevertheless rejected parliamentary cretinism and opportunism. For him, the use of parliament was always linked to the overthrow of capitalism. But the revolution, in defending itself, should use all means necessary." He wrote to Paul Lafargue, "Do you realize now what a splendid weapon you in France have in your hands for 40 years in universal suffrage, if only people had known how to use it? It's slower and more boring than the call to revolution, but it's 10 times more sure, and what is even better, it indicates with the most perfect accuracy the day when a call to armed revolution has to be made. It's even 10 to 1 that universal suffrage, intelligently used by the workers, will drive the rulers to overthrow legality, that is, to put us in the most favorable position to make the revolution." Even here we see how Engels carefully takes up the question of violence, in putting the blame on the ruling class who will act. to overthrow legality, when the time comes, and when the call to defend the revolution will be necessary. Despite Engels' wishes, his introduction was never published in full. When he wrote to Lafargue, Engels told him to wait for the complete article before judging it. It will probably appear in Neue Zeit. But when Kautsky eventually published the piece in Neue Zeit, it contained the same omissions. Engels' protests were deliberately hidden from the rank and file of the German party. In fact, it was not until 1924 that Ryazanov brought Engels' manuscripts to light and published them in their original form. While the leadership used Engels' politically diluted introduction to advance their opportunist and reformist standpoint, it was only Rosa Luxemburg, to her credit, who instinctively refused to accept this truncated version as a true reflection of Engels' views, despite being unaware of Engels' criticisms. She explained, "Engels did not live to see the results, the practical consequences of the use of his introduction. I am certain that if one knows the works of Marx and Engels, just as if one knows the living revolutionary spirit which breathes from all their work, one is bound to be convinced that Engels would have been the first to protest with all his power against the interpretation which led to tightened reliance on parliamentary means. He would have pulled back the coach with all the means at his disposal, to prevent its slipping into the mud." Revisionism. The opportunist tendencies were therefore certainly present. However, the growing conservatism of the German social democracy found its clearest expression in the late 1890s in the ideas of Eduard Bernstein, a party leader, who, as we have seen, began to argue for a complete revision of Marxism. These ideas simply articulated the outlook of the party bureaucracy and out reformist layers within the SPD. Let us not forget that Bernstein was one of the Zurich editors whom Marx and Engels had previously criticized so sharply. While they were alive, Bernstein kept suitably quiet and hid his ideas, briefly becoming an editor of another party newspaper. Such was his influence within the party leadership that he even became one of the executors of Engels' estate, which was placed at the disposal of the Socialist International. After Engels' death, Bernstein felt more confident in openly challenging and revising the principles of the Marxist movement. It is clear that Bernstein had been very impressed by the economic boom that was taking place in Germany at the time. During the stagnation of 1873 to 1882, the economy had grown by a mere 3% over the course of a decade. By comparison, the boom period between 1887 to 1896 saw a 36% growth in the economy. This upswing served to strengthen the revisionist tendencies within the labor and trade union movement, which were mesmerized by a golden age of uninterrupted growth. Bernstein began his assault against Marxist orthodoxy in a series of articles entitled "The Problems of Socialism," published in the Theoretical Journal of the Party, Die Neue Zeit, between 1896 and 1897. Kautsky was the editor of this theoretical journal, and gave Bernstein a free hand to express his views without bothering to furnish a reply. He was also a personal friend of Bernstein, and even thanked him for his contribution, which he regarded as a thoughtful addition to a wider discussion. Another SPD paper, Leipziger Volkszeitung, again took a very soft approach to Bernstein's criticisms. Interesting observations which nonetheless terminate in a mistaken conclusion, something that is always liable to happen especially to lively and critical people, but there is no more to it than that. No more to it than that. This mealy-mouthed response, or lack of it, simply emboldened the revisionist tendency within the party. As with all revisionists, Bernstein urged the German social democracy to recognize the new reality that had emerged since Marx's time. For him, Marx's ideas were rendered obsolete by the march of events. They were out of date and needed to be discarded. This was the first step to a complete abandonment of revolutionary Marxism. Bernstein argued that capitalism had been able to adapt, and with the development of the credit system and improvement in communications, it was now able to avoid catastrophic slumps and crises of overproduction. In fact, according to him, with the development of trusts and cartels, capitalism was able to resolve its contradictions and develop more harmoniously. In other words, capitalism was no longer a system which was inherently crisis-prone, as Marx had claimed. Furthermore, according to Bernstein, class lines were becoming increasingly blurred as the trade unions became successful vehicles for winning reforms. Thus, the class struggle was becoming more obsolete. Capitalists, rather than a ruling class, were becoming mere managers and administrators, a foretaste of the later theory of managerial capitalism. He rejected Marx's theory of impoverishment, which was, and has been ever since, the subject of a fierce ideological barrage against Marxism. The mistake of Bernstein was to take a fleeting tendency of improvement as a permanent feature. He also mistakenly identified the conditions of the aristocracy of labor as those of the proletariat as a whole. Along with rejecting Marx's theory of crisis, he also challenged the philosophical foundations of Marxism, namely dialectical materialism. From criticizing this or that aspect, he ended up rejecting the whole of Marxism. So, he urged social democracy to find the courage to emancipate itself from outworn phraseology, and to come out in its true colors as a democratic socialist reform party. Bernstein formulated his opportunism in his famous, but meaningless phrase: "The final goal, no matter what it is nothing, the movement is everything." He was the early forerunner of all those later reformist leaders who capitulated to capitalism. Today's bourgeois apologists have therefore invented nothing new, but simply rehashed those ideas better expressed by Bernstein more than 100 years ago. This revisionism, directly linked to opportunism, has served as the theoretical basis for the assault on Marxism ever since. It is perhaps no accident that Edward Bernstein had spent many years in exile in London, and had been influenced by the reformist trade unions, the Fabians, and British liberal democracy. This experience helped shape his ideas. But it was in Germany that his assault on Marxism caused the most excitement, especially his articles carried in the party press. For a growing layer within the party, Bernstein's ideas were more in tune with the times than the prognosis of the Communist Manifesto. He found support for his ideas from a number of prominent trade union leaders as well as SPD deputies, not least from southern Germany. The latter had a particular interest in revisionism. The Social Democrats of South Germany had developed their own opportunist leanings. Although at a national level, the party was effectively excluded from all government involvement, on a state level, particularly in the South, it was invited to support the liberals in coalition agreements. Traditionally, the SPD refused to vote for any budget that raised taxes on workers and peasants to uphold the tyranny of the German state. But SPD deputies in Bavaria, Baden, and Württemberg pleaded special conditions to vote for provincial budgets, allowing them to squeeze out concessions and get a better budget. This became known as South German exceptionalism and was eventually permitted following decisions of the party congresses of 1894 and 1895. These right-wing tendencies within the party became the bedrock of Bernstein's support. International response. As soon as Bernstein's revisionism had garnered support, it was attacked not only in Germany but throughout the International. Plekhanov, the father of Russian Marxism, wrote an article entitled, "Why Should We Thank Him?" which not only attacked Bernstein but also criticized Kautsky for not answering these ideas sooner. Plekhanov even wrote to Kautsky directly. "You say your readers have no interest in philosophy, then you must force them to take an interest. If you want me to write against Bernstein, you must give me full freedom of speech. Bernstein must be destroyed, and I will gladly undertake this task if you let me." Kautsky's failure to respond was not simply a short delay of a matter of weeks, or even months, which would be long enough, but it took this key theoretician about 18 months to offer a reply. This irresponsible delay allowed Bernstein's ideas to circulate freely and widely without any official response. His articles were even produced as a book, Die Voraussetzungen des Sozialismus und die Aufgaben der Sozialdemokratie. Kautsky had started publishing Bernstein's articles in 1896, but the above letter from Plekhanov offering to destroy Bernstein was written in September 1898, almost 2 years later. During Kautsky's 18-month delay in publicly replying to Bernstein, there was an exchange of letters between the two which is quite revealing. In a letter Kautsky wrote to Bernstein on January 28, 1898, he explained that Bernstein's supporters were concerned more that he would lose the prestige he had within the party than with the content of his ideas. And most significantly, he wrote, "It seems to me that what divides us is not opinions and conclusions, but the tone with which we espouse them." Throughout these 18 months, Kautsky was in fact trying to get Bernstein to tone down his articles, but Bernstein would have none of it. In a reply to Kautsky a week later on February 5, he states clearly that he considers himself a social reformer and does not believe in a radical change. The reason why Bernstein refuses to change anything in his articles is that he was fully aware of the fact that he was merely expressing in a theoretical manner what many SPD bureaucrats were already doing in practice. The problem for leaders like Bebel was that such open discussion of the reformist essence of the policy of the party risked opening up a sharp debate within the SPD. In Germany, the first public criticism of Bernstein came from Parvus, who stated that, if Bernstein were right, it would mean the end of socialism. Thus, Bebel also appealed to Kautsky to reply to Bernstein, warning him that if he didn't, then the more extreme wing would do it. Above all, Bebel wanted to bury the debate with an authoritative statement from Kautsky, and then get back to business as usual. The party congress was coming up in October 1898, and the last thing he wanted was a debate on the floor of the Congress on the ideas raised by Bernstein, which would involve discussing party tactics, reform and revolution, the nature of the capitalist state, and so on. Parvus had tried to get a resolution passed along these lines at a branch of the party in Saxony, but to Bebel's satisfaction it was not passed. In spite of Bebel's maneuvers, however, the wider debate could not be stopped. Plekhanov was joined in battle by others, including Antonio Labriola in Italy and Jules Gued, and even the reformist Jean Jouers in France. But the most searing criticisms of Bernstein was to come from the German revolutionary left, headed first and foremost by Rosa Luxemburg, who achieved international recognition for her political firmness and determination. This is precisely what Bebel had feared and explains why he wanted Kautsky to deal with Bernstein. Of Polish origin, Rosa Luxemburg had earned her political authority working in underground conditions, being a founding member of the Social Democratic Party of Poland and Lithuania. She moved to Berlin in 1898, just in time to play a full role in answering Edward Bernstein's revisionism. She was politically very astute and understood that these theories, if accepted by social democracy, would inevitably lead to a complete break with Marxism. Rosa Luxemburg also recognized the international significance and meaning of Bernstein's revisionism. Bernstein's book is of great importance to the German and the international labor movement. It is the first attempt to give a theoretic basis to the opportunist currents common in the social democracy. These currents may be said to have existed for a long time in our movement, but it is only since about 1890, with the suppression of the anti-socialist laws, that we have had a trend of opportunism of a clearly defined character. The SPD leaders prevaricated for almost 2 years and hoped that the whole dispute would blow over. But the opposite was the case. Finally, when Karl Kautsky and August Bebel could not delay any longer, they were eventually forced to come out openly against Bernstein's revisionism. Up until that time, not a single one of the party's newspapers or journals were actually answering Bernstein's ideas, apart from Sächsische Arbeiterzeitung, edited by Parvus, a Russian émigré. But this became untenable. Karl Kautsky and August Bebel led what could be called the center grouping within the party, standing between Bernstein's open revisionists and the party's left-wing lead by Rosa Luxemburg. The center controlled the party, with Kautsky being seen as the intellectual and theoretician and Bebel, with his proletarian roots, as a key leader dedicated to the building of the party. They made up the old guard. But this center tended to bend opportunistically for the sake of unity. It was precisely this that alarmed Marx and Engels when they were alive. Even when Kautsky eventually responded politically to Bernstein, the response was somewhat reserved. This was very characteristic of the center group. There was clearly hesitation on Kautsky's part in criticizing his old friend Bernstein, possibly for fear of causing offense. But Kautsky's reluctance had deeper political roots. Bernstein was only expressing sharply in theory what the SPD was actually carrying out in practice, namely a reformist policy. They had increasingly ceased to be revolutionary Marxists, but like the Catholic Church, which had broken from the communism of the early Christians, they needed to maintain an outward appearance and loyalty to the past. Kautsky was therefore reluctant to engage in an all-out fight against Bernstein on the lines of the party's left wing. Deep down he regarded Rosa Luxemburg's full-frontal attack on revisionism, with all the clarity of her ideas, with disdain. Above all, he was irritated by such an unwarranted intervention that only served to cast light on his own deficiencies. Even at the Stuttgart Congress in 1898, Kautsky's attack on Bernstein was rather muted. He explained that social democracy will do everything possible to carry out democratic and economic reforms and to organize the proletariat. And Bernstein has a completely false idea of the party. He believes that we are contemplating a clash with armed authority, and that development will not be so rapid as many suppose. This is a question of temperament, not of viewpoints. For old time's sake, Kautsky was not willing to renounce the Marxist tradition, at least not in words. His criticism of Bernstein boiled down to a refusal to renounce the party's heritage, to which they still had a sentimental attachment. This was not a defense of genuine Marxism but a conservative defense of the status quo, which reduced the ideas of scientific socialism to some kind of icon. In Kautsky's hands, Marx's legacy had become a tablet of stone, rather than a revolutionary guide to action. It had an abstract, scholastic character, and lacked any revolutionary content. Bebel too revealed his Philistinism and theoretical weakness by regarding Bernstein as a threat, not because of his erroneous ideas, but because it encouraged disunity and damaged the morale of the party. For Bebel, the party, for better or worse, was everything, even if it meant sacrificing its principles. Up to now we see no reason to change our point of view, our tactics or our name, stated Bebel at the Hanover Congress. We remain what we were. As Rosa Luxemburg later wrote, the party center was hostile to revisionism chiefly because it was itself incurably conservative. For her, the center was the axis of Kautsky and Bebel, which dominated the party. Her close friend Clara Zetkin put it succinctly. What they want, it sounds laughable I know, is revolution without revolution. The revolutionary vocabulary of Marxism is maintained with religious fervor, but its meaning has evaporated. Rosa Luxemburg's attack on Bernstein was more strident and far sharper than that of Kautsky and Bebel. She did not pull her punches. In the controversy with Bernstein and his followers, she wrote, everybody in the party ought to understand clearly it is not a question of this or that method of struggle, or the use of this or that set of tactics, but of the very existence of the social democratic movement. In other words, for Luxemburg, it was not a secondary matter, but a life and death struggle. Her articles were collected and published in 1900 under the title, Reform or Revolution. Her writings soon established her as one of the foremost Marxist theoreticians. The party leadership considered Bernstein not as someone to be fought and defeated, but as a misguided comrade in arms who should be coaxed back into the fold. Kautsky's attitude is clearly revealed in a letter he wrote to Axelrod on March 9, 1898, congratulating him on his articles on Bernstein in the following terms. I am most interested in your opinion of Eddie Bernstein. Indeed, I'm afraid we're losing him. However, I have still not given him up as a bad job, and I hope that when he enters into personal, if only written, contact with us, then something of the old fighter will return to our Hamlet, and he will once again direct his criticism against the enemy and not against us. Karl Kautsky had become a typical centrist. He espoused Marxism in words and phrases, but had become reformist in deeds. He could talk with great authority about the Roman Republic and the rise of Christianity, but the nearer he approached present-day affairs, the more ambiguous and vaguer he would become. He presented himself as a faithful disciple of Marx and Engels, which gave him colossal authority. After all, he was regarded as the party's key theoretician, an intelligent journalist, economist, and historian. He was the editor of Die Neue Zeit and the author of many theoretical works on Marxism. While Rosa Luxemburg saw his weaknesses at close hand, and therefore fully recognized them, Kautsky was still regarded internationally as a great authority and theorist of Marxism. These weaknesses were to be laid bare in the midst of the reality of war and revolution. During the First World War, in complete contrast to Luxemburg and Liebknecht, he put forward, not an internationalist position, but a semi-pacifist one. Of course, this was still dressed up in Marxist language. And instead of welcoming the October Russian Revolution, he vehemently opposed it. The living reality of revolution did not correspond with his armchair view of the class struggle. In his book, The Dictatorship of the Proletariat, he attacked the Soviet Republic, using not the method of Marxism, but of abstract petty bourgeois liberalism. He simply repeated the ideas of the Mensheviks, who became sworn enemies of Bolshevism. Kautsky's later works reflected this theoretical degeneration and are characterized by theoretical and political decline. In essence, he robbed Marxism of its revolutionary living spirit. He recognized everything in Marxism except its revolutionary methods of struggle. He therefore reduced scientific socialism to a barren theory devoid of its revolutionary essence. This vulgaris Marxism was an attempt to reconcile reform and revolution. It was a Marxism that could get by in the epoch of reforms, but as soon as that epoch came to an end and entered an epoch of capitalist crisis and shocks, it revealed its reactionary nature. It was this new epoch of crisis that exposed the reformist character of the German social democracy, including the bankruptcy of its main theoretician, Karl Kautsky. Rosa Luxemburg understood the role of Kautsky long before Lenin, and that was because she was able to see his opportunism at close quarters. In October 1914, Lenin wrote to Shliapnikov, "I hate and despise Kautsky now more than anyone, with his vile, dirty, self-satisfied hypocrisy." Rosa Luxemburg was right when she wrote, long ago, that Kautsky has the subservience of a theoretician, servility, in plainer language, servility to the majority of the party, to opportunism. Just now there is nothing in the world more harmful and dangerous for the ideological independence of the proletariat than this rotten self-satisfaction and disgusting hypocrisy of Kautsky, who wants to smother and cover up everything, to tranquilize the awakened conscience of the workers by sophistries and pseudoscientific chatter. Differences with Lenin. Rosa Luxemburg had her political differences with Lenin, including his drive to build a centralized party of professional revolutionaries in Russia. But her views on this question were clearly colored by her negative experiences of the monolithic German social democracy, which acted as a leaden weight on the shoulders of the working class. She feared that the degree of centralism proposed by Lenin would choke the life out of the party, as was happening in Germany. Instead, she laid stress on the spontaneous movement of the proletariat in opposition to the conservative and ossified machinery of the German Social Democratic Party. It is no accident that her criticisms of Lenin in 1904, published in Die Neue Zeit and the Menshevik-controlled Jeskra, were peppered with numerous references to the problems of the German party. What she failed to see was that this party was displaying, not democratic centralism, but the traits of bureaucratic centralism. She feared that what Lenin was offering was a version of this. Thus, she warned, granting, as Lenin wants, such absolute powers of a negative character to the top organ of the party, we strengthen, to a dangerous extent, the conservatism inherent in such an organ. Rosa Luxemburg was not alone in these criticisms of centralism. The young Trotsky also had grave doubts at this time. But he later recognized the absolute correctness of Lenin's position. As Trotsky explained, Lenin was right again. Without a strong centralized party, we could never have taken power. Centralism means focusing the maximum organizational effort toward the goal. It is the only means of leading millions of people in combat against the possessing classes. History was to prove Lenin correct in practice. The Bolshevik Party, based on democratic centralism, led the Russian proletariat to power, while Rosa Luxemburg's loose grouping failed to displace the leadership of the German reformists, and this weakness eventually led to the shipwreck of the German Revolution of 1918. She underestimated the importance of the centralized party, but to be fair, she was not alone. Out of all the leaders of the Second International, it was only Lenin who really understood the question of the importance of the party. In 1918, just before her death, Rosa Luxemburg learned a painful lesson in her belated efforts to construct a centralized revolutionary party, the German Communist Party. These differences, however, did not prevent their common struggle against opportunism, for instance at the Stuttgart International Conference in 1907, nor from having cordial relations. The German Party Congresses of 1898, 1899, 1901, 1903, as well as the 1904 Congress of the Second International, passed resolutions condemning the revisionism of Bernstein. But these resolutions meant very little in practice. They were simply ticking the boxes. The Hanover Resolution, entitled Attacks on the Fundamental Views and Tactics of the Party, passed in October 1899, by 216 votes to 21, rejected the demands of the revisionists, but failed to criticize and expose Bernsteinism as such. The views expounded by Bebel have the support of the vast majority of the Congress, stated a report. A few lines later, David defended Bernstein's views. First of all, he tried to show that Bernstein and his friends, after all is said and done, stand on the basis of the class struggle. It is debatable, from the standpoint of the interests of the German party, warned Lenin, whether diplomacy was appropriate and whether, in this case, a bad peace is better than a good quarrel. Lenin could see the tendency to paper over differences in the cause of diplomacy. Revisionism still persisted and was even tolerated in the movement, as Lenin had feared. The SPD secretary, Ignaz Auer, expressing the real cynical feelings of the party bureaucracy, wrote to Bernstein in 1899, "My dear Ede, one does not formally make a decision to do the things you suggest. One doesn't say such things, one simply does them." This clearly shows how rotten things had become at the top of the party, characterized by a growing cynicism and a lack of principle. The Dresden Congress of 1903 closed the debate on Bernstein, at least formally, by condemning the revisionists' attempt to replace the policy of conquering power through victory by a policy which accommodates itself to the existing order. But these were just words and nobody believed them, least of all the leadership. The revisionist Dr. Edouard David welcomed the outcome of the Congress with the words, "The short flowering of revisionism has, most fortunately, passed. The party can now devote itself to positively exploiting and extending its parliamentary power. In other words, let us put aside our disagreements and get down to the real work of developing the important parliamentary work." This outcome also suited the party bureaucracy, who wanted peace and quiet to get on with their daily routine. Lenin and Kautsky. In the Second International, Kautsky was regarded by his political foes as the Pope of Marxism, such was his infallible authority. Prior to 1914, he was regarded as the outstanding and unchallenged leader, not only of the German party, but also of the International. His struggle against Bernstein was supported by Lenin, who was an ardent follower of Kautsky. Until 1914, Lenin regarded Kautsky as an authority in foreign affairs, noted Trotsky. Prior to 1914, Lenin viewed the Bolsheviks as the Bebel-Kautsky wing of the Russian social democracy in opposition to the Menshevik opportunists. August Bebel was a founding member, greatly admired by Engels for his instincts, who presided alongside Kautsky as the party's main leaders. Bebel was first and foremost a party man, who tended to look for a compromise to problems, hoping to paper over differences for the sake of unity. Lenin had quoted Kautsky as an authority in his 1902 book, What is to be Done, even borrowing from him the mistaken idea that the working class cannot develop a socialist consciousness. Lenin later admitted that on this question he had bent the stick a bit too far. To show the affinity between Lenin and the German party leaders, it is worth looking at some of his quotes. In his pamphlet, Two Tactics of Social Democracy in the Democratic Revolution, written in 1905, Lenin protested. When and where did I ever claim to have created any sort of special trend in international social democracy not identical with the trend of Bebel and Kautsky? When and where have there been brought to light differences between me, on the one hand, and Bebel and Kautsky, on the other? Lenin stated on December 7, 1906. The fact is that right from the very beginning we declared we are not creating a special Bolshevik trend. Always and everywhere we merely uphold the point of view of the revolutionary social democracy. And right up to the social revolution there will inevitably always be an opportunist wing and a revolutionary wing of social democracy. 2 weeks later, on December 20, 1906, Lenin greeted Kautsky's answer to Plekhanov's questions on the character of the Russian Revolution. Kautsky's analysis satisfies us completely, he wrote. He has fully confirmed our contention that we are defending the position of revolutionary social democracy against opportunism, and not creating any peculiar Bolshevik trend. This view of the German party was summed up by Trotsky, when he said, "For us Russians, the German social democracy was mother, teacher, and living example. We idealized it from a distance." The names of Bebel and Kautsky were pronounced reverently. This solidarity was quite understandable when viewed from afar, but Rosa Luxemburg had no such illusions. She was a friend of Kautsky and his family and knew him very well, especially his opportunism. But this was not simply the case of one individual, for the whole party was infected. Luxemburg wrote to Clara Zetkin at the beginning of 1907. I feel the pettiness and the hesitancy of our party regime more clearly and more painfully than ever before. However, I can't get so excited about the situation as you do because I see with depressing clarity that neither things nor people can be changed, until the whole situation has changed, and even then, we shall just have to reckon with the inevitable resistance of such people if we want to lead the masses on. I have come to that conclusion after mature reflection. The plain truth is that August, Bebel, and still more the others, have completely pledged themselves to Parliament and parliamentarism, and whenever anything happens which transcends the limits of parliamentary action they are hopeless, no, worse than hopeless, because they then do their utmost to force the movement back into parliamentary channels. And they will furiously defame as an enemy of the people anyone who dares to venture beyond their own limits. I feel that the masses of the people, and of course, still more the masses who are organized in the party, are tired of parliamentarism, and would welcome a new line in party tactics, but the party leaders and still more the upper stratum of opportunist editors, deputies, and trade union leaders are like an incubus. We must protest vigorously against this general stagnation, but it is quite clear that in doing so we shall find ourselves against the opportunists, as well as the party leaders and August, Bebel. As long as it was a question of defending themselves against Bernstein and his friends, August and company were glad of our assistance, because they were shaking in their shoes. But when it is a question of launching an offensive against opportunism, then August and the rest are with Eddy, Bernstein, Vollmer, and David against us. That's how I see matters, but the chief thing is to keep your chin up and not get too excited about it. Our job will take years. Break with Kautsky. Kautsky's friendship with Rosa Luxemburg coincided with the best period of his intellectual activity, noted Trotsky. But as can be seen, Rosa Luxemburg had no illusions about the party, its leadership, nor the difficulties ahead. Her fight against opportunism within the party was especially heated after 1905, when she raised the importance of the general strike as a weapon. But the struggle really burst out openly in 1910, when the party leadership refused to publish her articles in favor of a political strike. It was at this time that a break came with Kautsky. A very bitter argument broke out between them over the question of the fight for the suffrage in Prussia, where the electoral system was clearly rigged against social democracy. While in the elections to the Prussian Diet, Assembly, in 1908 the Social Democrats gained 6 deputies, with 600,000 votes, the Conservatives gained 212 seats with only 418,000 votes. This scandal led to widespread demonstrations all over Prussia demanding electoral change. Under these circumstances, Luxembourg raised the idea of a general strike to advance the movement. The party leadership, led by Kautsky, argued against any strike, a line which was then confirmed at the party conference. Bolshevism and Menshevism and the left wing of the German and International Social Democracy, explained Trotsky, took definite shape on the analysis of the experiences, mistakes, and tendencies of the 1905 revolution. Out of this sharp struggle emerged the need for a more organized opposition within the party. It forced Rosa Luxemburg to found a left grouping, along with Clara Zetkin, Pannekoek, Franz Mehring, and Julian Marchlisky, alias Julius Karski. However, this group was more a circle of political friends than a real organized tendency. They didn't even have a newspaper or journal. Given the traditions of the SPD, there was always an aversion to establishing any kind of organized faction. Such feelings certainly held them back. Pierre Bru wrote that this fundamental conception of activity, this identification of the party with the mass movement, and their deep devotion to the organization in which, despite its bureaucratic excrescences, they continued to see the expression of the revolutionary social democratic workers' movement, led them to reject the prospect of organizing a faction. They rejected the possibility of setting up, even in an informal and loosely defined manner, a revolutionary tendency in Germany or international social democracy which would bring them into association with the Bolsheviks. This weakness, in contrast to Lenin's organization of the Bolshevik faction in the RSDLP, was to have grave consequences in the future. Rather than a conscious plan, it took major revolutionary events, much later, to push them further in the direction of the organization of the Spartacus League, and then on to the formation of the Communist Party. Ironically, Luxembourg's break with Kautsky received no support from the Russian Social Democrats, not even from Lenin, who thought her criticisms at the time were exaggerated. But it was Rosa Luxemburg and not Lenin who was correct on this point. Luxemburg not only criticized the opportunism of Kautsky and the so-called center, but she also came out forcefully against the conservative conduct and approach of the trade union bureaucracy. Thanks to objective processes at work in capitalist society, the trade union struggle is transformed into a kind of labor of Sisyphus, explained Rosa Luxemburg. However, this labor of Sisyphus is indispensable if the work is to obtain at all the wage rate due to him in the given situation of the labor market. She continued. The trade union leaders, however, did not take too kindly to this comparison to Sisyphus, a king in Greek mythology who was condemned to roll an immense boulder up a hill, only to watch it roll back down again, repeating this action for eternity. In fact, they were furious. Their narrow trade union outlook excluded any possibility of revolutionary understanding or perspective. Their heads were filled with negotiations, compromises, and class collaboration. It was therefore no accident that these leaders would end up supporting their own ruling class in the imperialist war. Millerandism. At the turn of the century, the International was shaken by events in France. In 1899, the French socialists took the unprecedented decision, the first time ever in the workers' movement, to enter a bourgeois government, the radical ministry of Waldeck-Rousseau. Alexander Millerand accepted the position of Minister of Commerce, sitting side by side in a cabinet with the Minister of War, General Galifet, who was responsible for the execution of some 30,000 communards in 1871. For many, the entry of socialists into such a blood-stained government was a step too far. Jean Jouers, the leader of the Socialist Party, however, naively praised this entry into the fortress of bourgeois government. The French socialist leaders tried to justify their actions using the Dreyfus scandal to call for a defense of the Republic. The Republic must be defended, was their cry, but this only served as a cover for their class collaborationist policies. This entry of socialist representatives into a bourgeois government was condemned by the revolutionary wing of the International, but was greeted enthusiastically by reformists everywhere. For them, it simply demonstrated the common ground between the classes and their united defense of bourgeois democracy. Lenin wrote, "If Bernstein's theoretical criticism and political yearnings were still unclear to anyone, the French took the trouble strikingly to demonstrate the new method." Milleran has furnished an excellent example of practical Bernsteinism. Not without reason did Bernstein and Vollmer rush so zealously to defend and laud him. Indeed, if social democracy, in essence, is merely a party of reform and must be bold enough to admit this openly, then not only has a socialist the right to join a bourgeois cabinet, but he must always strive to do so. The left denounced this entry as a betrayal and a trap for the workers. The socialists, they said, were simply being used by the bourgeoisie as a cover for a government amnesty for the Dreyfus criminals, its imperialist intervention against China and its support for Russian Tsarism. As expected, as soon as the socialists were discredited by these actions, they were contemptuously cast aside. The whole episode served to simply compromise the socialists in the eyes of the working class. "Jowers, the tireless defender of the Republic, is preparing the way for Caesarism," stated Luxemburg bluntly. It sounds like a bad joke, but the course of history is strewn with such bad jokes. But a few years later, even Jowers became disenchanted with such collaboration and broke his ties with Milleran, Briand and Vivani, who had also joined the bourgeois cabinet. They were eventually expelled from the Socialist Party and denounced by Jowers as traitors who let themselves be used to serve the interests of capitalism. The Milleran episode in France, as with the Bernstein controversy in Germany, went down in the history of the International as a major watershed. What these episodes illustrated was the fact that the same process of political degeneration that was affecting German social democracy was also taking place in the other parties of the Second International. Opportunism was an international phenomenon, as would be glaringly revealed in August 1914. The General Strike. The question of the General Strike had had a long history in the workers' movement. It had been raised by the English Chartists who called for a month-long general strike, a sacred month. It was raised in the First International. It was in particular championed by the syndicalists as a revolutionary alternative to the parliamentary method of struggle. The Marxist wing had always opposed the syndicalists on this, arguing instead for a political movement to advance the socialist revolution. Nevertheless, there were those on the left in Germany who raised the general strike not as an alternative, but as an additional weapon in the arsenal of the working class. As a result, in 1904, Karl Liebknecht and Clara Zetkin moved a resolution at the party's annual congress arguing that the party should review afresh the use of the general strike as a political weapon. This proposal was defeated. The same proposal was submitted again in early 1905 and was again defeated. However, within a few months, a similar resolution, this time moved by August Bebel, was passed overwhelmingly at the Jena Congress. The reason for this change was the widespread sympathy for the 1905 Russian Revolution and its impact in Germany. "The red ghost of the Russian Revolution," remarked Luxemburg, "hovered over the deliberations at Jena." Luxemburg, who had seen firsthand the events in Russia, was so inspired by the broad sweep and intensity of the Russian strike wave that she wrote a pamphlet entitled The Mass Strike, the Political Party and the Trade Unions, highlighting the vital importance of such a movement in the transformation of society. Above all, she underlined the importance of spontaneity in the working class, which was a positive characteristic of the class struggle. She felt these had important lessons for the German working class. However, with the defeat of the 1905 revolution, opinion in the German party now swung in the direction of the trade union leaders, who argued that, in the words of Karl Liebknecht, general strike was general nonsense. They were hostile to the idea of a general strike for a number of reasons. Many viewed the role of the trade unions as industrial and not political. They were also committed to a policy of class collaboration rather than class confrontation. But the main reason for their opposition was that an all-out general strike posed the question of power, namely, who controls society, and it was this that terrified them more than anything else. They wanted to reform capitalism, not overthrow it. Moreover, In 1906, at a secret meeting, the party leaders, together with the trade union leaders, agreed that a general strike would never be used without the approval of the trade unions. This meant in practice that the general strike would be a dead issue, which suited the interests of the social democratic leaders, who were more interested in parliamentarism than extra-parliamentary action. The Mannheim Party Congress in 1906 confirmed this decision, and showed clearly that the party leadership was strongly under the influence of the trade unions. The platform stated, "If the executive committee of the party considers that the situation demands a general revolutionary strike, it will get into contact with the General Commission of Trade Unions and will adopt the necessary measures to achieve the desired victory." Therefore, the division in the labor movement between Marxists and revisionists was deceptive. The real division was between revolutionaries and the different varieties of reformism, which based themselves on capitalism. Anti-war feelings. Opposition to war and militarism had become burning questions during these years. They had been discussed at a special session of the International Congress at Stuttgart in 1907, where 4 resolutions on this question were submitted to the Congress Commission. For the most part, they shared a common analysis, but differed sharply over the course of action needed in the event of war. 2 resolutions mentioned a general strike, but the other 2 by August Bebel and Jules Gued left the tactics open. The one presented by Bebel and drafted by the Executive Committee of the German Party concluded that should war threaten to break out, the workers and their parliamentary representatives in the affected countries are duty-bound to do everything possible to prevent the outbreak of war, using the means that they consider to be most effective. Should war break out nonetheless, they will intervene for its rapid termination. In the Commission debate, Bebel stated that, in the event of war, the German social democracy would struggle against the prevailing militarism. Beyond that, however, we must not allow ourselves to be pressured into using methods of struggle that could gravely threaten the activity and, under certain conditions, the very existence of the party, he stated. Preserving the legality of the party seemed to override everything for him. In replying to Rosa Luxemburg's criticisms, he said, "If such a war breaks out, then much more will be at stake than mere trifles like insurrection and mass strikes." This view reflected the abstract notions of the German centrist leaders, who were fond of talking in generalities about war and peace. Lenin and Luxemburg both recognized the weakness of Bebel's resolution, whose tactics were open to different interpretations. This made it possible to read Bebel's orthodox propositions through opportunist spectacles, remarked Lenin at the time. As a result, Rosa Luxemburg proposed a series of concrete amendments to strengthen and clarify Bebel's original resolution on behalf of herself, Lenin, and Julius Martov. In addition, the amendments also went further than the 2 other resolutions proposed by the French. Lenin, who was on the commission dealing with resolutions on militarism and international conflicts, reported, "The remarkable and sad feature in this connection was that German social democracy, which hitherto had always upheld the revolutionary standpoint in Marxism, proved to be unstable, or took an opportunist stand. The trade union half of the German delegation were the most adamant supporters of opportunist views." This was in 1907, 7 years before the outbreak of war. The amendments were drafted and then shown to Bebel to see if he would accept them. Originally, they were harder hitting in terms of revolutionary action and agitation. "I cannot endorse this," said Bebel, "for if I did, the prosecutor's office would outlaw our party organization, and we want to avoid that unless something really serious has happened." Lenin consulted with lawyers and there were repeated alterations to keep the text within the law. Bebel then agreed to the final draft. The amendments put forward by Lenin, Luxemburg, and also Martov, which served to strengthen the resolution, stated 1. That militarism is the chief weapon of class rule and subjugation of the working class. 2. The need for propaganda in the spirit of socialism among the youth. 3. It was the duty of the International to exert every effort in order to prevent its outbreak. They must employ the means they consider most effective, which naturally vary according to the sharpening of the class struggle and the general political situation, and that, in case war should break out anyway, It is their duty to intervene for its speedy termination and to strive with all their power to utilize the economic and political crisis created by the war to rouse the masses and thereby to hasten the downfall of capitalist class rule. The resolution, as amended, was passed unanimously, amid prolonged, stormy applause. They had agreement, but it was only on paper. Over the next few years, in the run-up to 1914, many speeches would be made attacking militarism and the dangers of war. On November 9, 1911, the aging August Bebel made a rousing speech to the Reichstag, which concluded, "And so, on all sides, armament and rearmament, and they will arm to the point when, one day one side or the other will say, better an end to this fear than fear without end. Then will come catastrophe." The catastrophe of war eventually came, as Bebel had predicted, but accompanying it came the catastrophe and collapse of the Second Socialist International. A similar hard-hitting, anti-war manifesto was endorsed at the Extraordinary International Congress held in Basel in 1912. It openly stated that nothing can serve to justify a war. For the sake of the profits of the capitalists and the ambitions of dynasties, which is the basis of the imperialist, predatory policy of the great powers. The Basel Manifesto repeats the words of the Stuttgart Resolution that, in the event of war, socialists must take advantage of the economic and political crisis it causes so as to hasten the downfall of capitalism. In fact, the only item on the agenda of the Congress was the struggle against the danger of war. After Jean Jouwers delivered his report, a radically worded resolution was adopted, which called on the working class to use its power for a revolutionary struggle against war. On the opening day of the Congress, such was the feeling that a large anti-war demonstration took place, accompanied by a big international protest meeting. The Great Betrayal. Even as late as July 29, 1914, a few days before the declaration of war, the Bureau of the Socialist International met in Brussels and passed a resolution stating that the International Socialist Bureau charges proletarians of all nations concerned not only to pursue but even to intensify their demonstrations against war. But such protests were simply symbolic. The leaders of the International in reality felt themselves completely helpless. Some were looking for a miracle to get them out of their predicament, but none came. Their plight only reflected their political and moral bankruptcy. These leaders were supposed to be Marxists and revolutionaries, but they were nothing of the kind. Marx had sown dragon's teeth, but had harvested fleas. Within 2 days of the Socialist Bureau meeting, Jouwers was assassinated in Paris by a right-wing fanatic, Raoul Villain. The International was completely paralyzed. The resolutions proved to be just meaningless words. They were facing a calamity which would put everyone and everything to the test, with war being the greatest test of all. Despite all the anti-war pronouncements, the declaration of war at the beginning of August 1914, instead of marking a collective call for international opposition, resulted in a deafening capitulation. All the resolutions, promises and speeches against the war, once it finally arrived, were rejected one after the other as leaders from different countries lined up behind their national bourgeoisie. The International, which began so promisingly, was shattered on August 4, 1914. A paralyzed working class, disorientated by the situation, was bound over to militarism and imperialism, all in the name of national defense. They not only faced the full weight of militarism, but the mighty apparatus of their own parties and the prestige of the International. It was the greatest tragedy, the greatest betrayal, to have befallen the international socialist movement. Given the inevitable war hysteria, and the patriotic fever that gripped the country, the call for a general strike to stop war would have been pointless. However, that was no excuse for not doing anything. A real international leadership would have at least made a stand. They would have opposed it politically, argued against it, which would have put down a marker for the future and preserved the clean banner of social democracy. It would have preserved the political integrity of the international working class movement until the tide had turned. As leaders, this was their first and foremost responsibility. But they failed miserably. As Leon Trotsky wrote in War and the International, written in 1915, had the socialists limited themselves to expressing condemnation of the present war, had they declined all responsibility for it, and refused the vote of confidence in their governments, as well as the vote for the war credits, they would have done their duty at the time. The ties binding the International together would have been preserved, the banner of socialism would have been unstained. Although weakened for the moment, the social democracy would have preserved a free hand for a decisive interference in affairs as soon as the change in the feelings of the working masses came about. And it is safe to assert that whatever influence the social democracy might have lost by such an attitude at the beginning of the war, it would have regained several times over once the inevitable turn in public sentiment had come about. When war came, Kautsky attacked the left for supposedly urging the masses, in reply to war, to organize a revolution. In 24 hours, and institute socialism, otherwise the masses would be displaying spinelessness and treachery. Lenin replied to this nonsense. Kautsky's left opponents know perfectly well that a revolution cannot be made, that revolutions develop from objectively, i.e., independently of the will of parties and classes, mature crises and turns in history, that without organization the masses lack unity of will, and that the struggle against a centralized state's powerful terrorist military organization is a difficult and lengthy business. Owing to the treachery of their leaders, the masses could not do anything at this crucial moment, whereas this handful of leaders were in an excellent position and in duty bound to vote against the war credits, take a stand against the class truce and justification of the war, express themselves in favor of the defeat of their own governments, set up an international apparatus for the purpose of carrying on propaganda in favor of fraternization in the trenches, organize the publication of illegal literature on the necessity of starting revolutionary activities, etc. But the leaders of the International were not up to the task of opposing the war. They lacked the will to carry out such an honorable and courageous stand. Years of opportunist adaptation had taken its toll. It took a calamity to expose the reality. They had long ceased to be revolutionaries, but now they had shamelessly become open servants of the bourgeoisie, not opposing, but justifying the imperialist war and slaughter. Epoch of imperialism. After a period of intense rivalry and international tension, the World War had finally erupted. The world conflagration was a clear indication of the impasse of world capitalism, where the productive forces, the key to the development of society, had outgrown the nation-state and private ownership of the means of production. They were in rebellion against the confines of the system, which had now reached its limits. The imperialist war marked a turning point. It marked the dividing line between one epoch and another, and marked the end of the progressive stage of capitalism. The World War represented its highest stage, the epoch of imperialism, as Lenin had explained. This stage was characterized by the domination of international finance capital, world rivalries, world war, and world revolution. The planet had been divided up by the imperialist powers, so that only a redivision was possible. Monopolies, oligarchy, the striving for domination and not for freedom, the exploitation of an increasing number of powerful nations, all these have given birth to those distinctive characteristics of imperialism which compel us to define it as a parasitic or decaying capitalism. Imperialism had opened up an epoch of wars and proletarian revolutions. Interestingly, the centrist Kautsky had developed his own theory of imperialism, so-called ultra-imperialism, which, given the domination of monopolies, would lead not to intense rivalry, in his view, but a more harmonious, peaceful, and planned development of capitalism. This theory was completely blown apart by events. German capitalism, which had arrived on the scene historically very late, had effectively missed out on the division of the globe by the imperialist powers, especially Britain. By the time of the First World War, Germany's empire was 1/10 of the size of Great Britain's, with a population of only 12.3 million, compared to Britain's empire of 393.5 million. The more highly geared the productive forces of Germany become, and the more dynamic power they acquire, the more they are strangled within the state system of Europe, a system akin to some system of cages within an impoverished provincial zoo. The only way German capitalism could break out of the straitjacket of its national confinement was by a violent redivision of the world. This explains the emergence of military blocs, with the formation of the British Entente Cordiale Treaty of Friendship with France in 1904, and the Anglo-Russian Treaty of 1911, with Britain forming the linchpin. World war was only a matter of time. The assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand on July 28, 1914 was simply the excuse for the Austrian declaration of war on Serbia. In reality, any incident could have triggered the outbreak of war. It clearly reveals the relationship, in Marxist terminology, between accident and necessity. The assassination was an accident, which could or could not have happened. However, the accident revealed the deeper necessity of the contradictions of imperialism that were ready to explode. All the objective factors were present. The accident simply set in motion a series of events, resulting in a far wider conflagration, a war between the great powers. It was to last for 4 years and 3 months. All eyes on German SPD. In every belligerent country, with a tiny exception, the leaders of social democracy capitulated to their own bourgeoisie, jettisoning the ideas of class struggle, solidarity, and internationalism. On August 1, Germany declared war on Russia. Millions of German and Russian troops were on the move, and European war was inevitable. The eyes of the world's socialists were fixed on the German social democracy, which had pledged not to submit to the war without resistance. Its official position had long been a policy of not a man nor a farthing for this system, including its wars. On August 4, the SPD chairman, Hugo Hasse, read out a statement in the Reichstag on behalf of the parliamentary party. We are faced with the iron fact of war. We are threatened with the horrors of hostile invasions. We do not decide today for or against war. We have merely to decide on the necessary means for the defense of the country. Much, if not everything, is at stake for our people and their freedom, in view of the possibility of a victory of Russian despotism which has soiled itself with the blood of the best of its own people. It is for us to ward off this danger and to safeguard the culture and independence of our country. Thus, we honor what we have always pledged: in the hour of danger we shall not desert our fatherland. We feel ourselves in agreement with the International, which has always recognized the right of every nation to national independence and self-defense, just as we condemn, also in agreement with the International, any war of conquest. We demand that, as soon as the aim of security has been achieved and the opponents show themselves ready for peace, this war should be ended by a peace which makes it possible to live in friendship with neighboring countries. Guided by these principles, we shall vote for the war credits. The statement was loudly and enthusiastically applauded by the bourgeois deputies. Despite its references to the International, opposition to wars of conquest and national independence, the intention was clear: support for the imperialist war. Not a single voice of dissent was heard in the Reichstag. For the International Socialist movement, it came like a hammer blow. With one single act it would shatter everything they supposedly stood for. Of course, they attempted to cover up their guilt. But nothing could disguise the betrayal of internationalism and the cause of the International. Nothing could hide their defense of the capitalist fatherland, including their alliance with the reactionary Junker aristocrats and bourgeois parties. Marx and Engels were talking in the context of the progressive bourgeois democratic revolutions of 1848. These had the aim of destroying the forces of feudalism and absolutism. The revolution's aim was to put an end to the backwardness of Germany, which consisted of dozens of petty and despotic principalities, together with Prussia and Austria, by uniting all Germans into one democratic republic. But the 1848 revolution was defeated. This was a period of national democratic movements and the creation of nation-states. The quotes from Marx and Engels can only be understood with reference to this historical background. When war did finally break out in 1870 to 1871, between France and Germany, it was an historically progressive war on the part of Germany for national unification, until Napoleon III was defeated. The French bourgeoisie and Russian Tsarism had oppressed Germany for decades, keeping it in a state of disunity. Even then, at the beginning of the war, Marx and Engels approved of the refusal by Bebel and Liebknecht to vote for war credits and to uphold the independent class interests of the proletariat. Once Germany won the 1870 war and laid the foundations for a united Germany, it proceeded to annex 2 French provinces of Alsace and Lorraine, which was a reactionary turning point. As soon as the war turned into one of occupation and plunder of French territory, Marx and Engels came out emphatically against the Germans. That period of national democratic revolution ended in 1871. Nevertheless, the SPD leaders used these same quotes to justify their support for imperialist aggression. But these quotes could not erase the anti-war resolutions the whole International had agreed earlier, but now conveniently discarded. Russian Tsarism, which was certainly the bastion of autocracy and reaction, was viewed as the aggressor by the SPD leaders, while German war aims were considered just, namely a defensive war against foreign aggression. But it is not who fired the first shot that matters in a war, which is full of provocations on either side, but what class interests are involved in that war. As the great military theorist Clausewitz explained, war is the continuation of politics by other means. In reality, the Kaiser's so-called defensive war was simply a pretext for the High Command's military ambitions and the expansionist and imperialist desires of the German ruling elite. Slyly, the German military waited before ordering a full-scale mobilization so as to allow the Russians to mobilize first, thereby pinning the blame on them. This is what is called the art of bourgeois diplomacy, the application of trickery and deceit, so as to place the responsibility on your opponents. This then provided the cover that guaranteed the support of the SPD for a defensive war. The war aims of the adversaries involved the redivision of the world between the imperialist powers, in which German capitalism was demanding a bigger share at the expense of Britain and the other gangsters. It was a predatory war on all sides over the redivision of the spoils. The German Social Democratic Parliamentary Group took its fateful decision to support the war after a soul-searching debate, and even some opposition. Some deputies advocated simply abstaining on the vote for war credits, as Bebel and Wilhelm Liebknecht had done during the Franco-Prussian War of 1870–71. But this was rejected on the grounds that this war constituted the biggest crisis in the history of the German people, and the Social Democrats, as the largest party in the Reichstag, could not abandon their responsibilities and remain neutral. Then Kautsky suggested that they could vote for the war credits on condition that the government waged a defensive war, but this too was rejected. The majority of deputies had made up their mind to support a just war in defense of the fatherland. At the parliamentary group meeting, out of 110 deputies, only 14 refused to vote for the credits, which included Karl Liebknecht. The opposition, however, decided not to openly break party discipline in the Reichstag and dutifully, but reluctantly, voted in favor of the war credits. Even Liebknecht was pressured to go along with this line. Fortunately for him, the aging August Bebel had been spared this indignity by his timely death year earlier. To add to the air of confusion and hypocrisy, as the SPD deputies voted for war credits, they also declared their continued adherence to the International, Socialism and Peace. In this surreal atmosphere, where the national interest prevailed, they had no feelings of conscious betrayal or the abandonment of socialism. The war was only seen by them as a necessary defensive measure to save German civilization and to fight against the reactionary forces that threatened the country. Some, like Hasse and Kautsky, saw the conflict as a temporary affair and that things would soon return to normal. But events showed that this was make-believe. On August 2nd, barely 24 hours after the declaration of war, the trade union leaders, even more eager than the SPD deputies to oblige, rushed to sign an agreement with the employers that banned strikes and lockouts for the duration of the hostilities. Collective agreements would be simply extended for that period of time. Thus was sealed the trade union and political truce. In the national interest, Bergfrieden, which meant the class struggle was suspended until the end of the war. With a collective sigh of relief, these bureaucrats had protected themselves and their organizations from illegality, which they sought to avoid at all costs. For them, opposition to the war was regarded as foolish, and would have solved nothing. Opposition would put at risk, in their eyes, all that had been built up, and might mean personal imprisonment or exile. They felt comfortable in betraying their principles, because these principles had in reality been betrayed long ago. The German government and the General Staff had in fact made secret plans to arrest the Social Democratic leaders on the outbreak of war. But that proved unnecessary. "I know no more parties, I know only Germans," remarked the Emperor, in a statement to the Reichstag that even impressed many of the Social Democratic and trade union leaders. Stunning blow. Elsewhere, the news of the German Social Democracy's support for war came as a shocking calamity. Pavel Axelrod, the leader of the Mensheviks at the Zimmerwald Conference, stated, "For us, the news was a terrible, stunning blow. It appeared as if an earthquake had overcome the international proletariat. The tremendous authority of the German Social Democracy had disappeared at one stroke." Hermann Grulich of the Swiss Socialists said, "When the news came that the Social Democrats had unanimously sanctioned the military credits, we did not believe it. It was a dumbfounding blow." Even Bernstein, who had adopted a pacifist approach, said some years later that, "The 4th of August, 1914 was the blackest day of my life." The prestige of the German party within the International had been so boundless that Lenin, who was in Switzerland, first thought the issue of the SPD journal Vorwärts announcing the news that the SPD had voted for the Kaiser's war credits was a forgery of the German General Staff. The Romanian Socialist Party's newspaper also declared the Vorwärts report a monstrous lie. "During the last war," wrote Trotsky, "not only the proletariat as a whole, but also its vanguard, and in a certain sense, the vanguard of this vanguard was caught unawares." The vote by the German Social Democracy in favor of war, and their decision to side with Prussian militarism was widely condemned by the other social democratic leaders of the Western democracies. But this condemnation had nothing to do with the defense of internationalism and socialism. It simply provided them with the excuse they needed to line up behind their own capitalist class. To make the world safe for democracy, as they put it. Following the German vote, the French government's request for war credits was accepted unanimously without a debate. The French socialists, like the Germans, voted unanimously in favor and joined the Union Sacrée. The Belgians followed suit, as did the British. Only the Russian and the Serbian socialists, to their credit, voted to oppose the war. In their eyes, the British, French, and Belgian Social Democrats were as guilty as the Germans for this act of treachery. However, they tended to place the chief blame on the shoulders of German social democracy, the self-proclaimed leaders of the world movement. This was not because they were considered any worse than the others, but because they had been thought of as superior. They were, after all, the model party of the International. A more principled stand was taken by the Italian Socialist Party through its newspaper Avanti. It opposed chauvinism and exposed the selfish secret motives behind the appeals for war, explained Krupskaya. It was backed by the majority of advanced workers. But on the whole, the voices against chauvinism, those of the internationalists, were still very weak and isolated. The bitter feelings of betrayal were summed up by Rosa Luxemburg. German social democracy was regarded as the embodiment of Marxian socialism. It claimed and possessed a special position as the teacher and leader of the Second International, as the Vienna Arbeiter-Zeitung wrote on August 5, 1914. German social democracy had been the jewel in the organization of the class-conscious proletariat. It served as a model for French, Italian and Belgian social democracy and for the working-class movements of Holland, Scandinavia, Switzerland and the United States, and the Slavic countries. The Russians and the Balkan Social Democrats looked up to it with a boundless admiration which hardly admitted any criticism. With a blind confidence did the International accept the leadership of the admired and powerful German party, which had become the pride of all socialists and the terror of the ruling classes in all countries. These shattered illusions were all the more bitter as the German Social Democrats were now being unashamedly and ceremoniously used by the German Emperor, Kaiser Wilhelm, to promote his imperial war aims, which he pursued to the end. The character of German social democracy did not change on August 4th, it merely revealed itself to everyone, said Friedrich Stampfer. What did break down was the dream wish of a revolutionary mass party which, in reality, had never existed. While there was a minority in the party who were opposed to the war, from ordinary members to local and provincial committees and even some newspaper editors, it is difficult to assess its strength due to the tough censorship imposed on the first day of the war. But the fact that even 14 deputies were in favor of voting against indicated certain unrest and opposition in the party. Despite this, the bulk of the German Social Democratic newspapers rapidly fell into line in August 1914, or were purged, regurgitating all the anti-Russian propaganda from years gone by. Here are some extracts. Bielefelder Volkswort, August 4th. The slogan is the same everywhere, against Russian despotism and treachery. Braunschweiger Volksfreund, August 5th. The irresistible pressure of military power affects everyone. However, the class-conscious workers are not merely driven by force. In defending the soil on which they live against the invasion from the east, they follow their own conviction. Hamburger Echo, August 11th. We have to wage war above all against Tsarism, and this war we shall be waging enthusiastically. For it is a war for culture. After this monstrous betrayal, Rosa Luxemburg, who felt shell-shocked and isolated, described the Second International as a stinking corpse, which had in reality delivered the proletariat bound, hand and foot, to the Kaiser's military machine. It was naked chauvinism that now asserted itself, not only in Germany, but in other countries, a chauvinism that would burn itself out in the bloody conflagration of world war. Despite all the pious declarations of being just and defensive, events would expose the real nature and horror of imperialist war. All the justifications became increasingly hollow as time went on. The war eventually gave birth to revolution. But this was some years away. Zimmerwald. The Second International was dead. In fact, it had split into two hostile groups on the lines of the warring parties and held separate meetings. Those parties that were part of the Entente met in London in February 1915. Those parties that were in the camp of the Central Powers met 2 months later in Vienna. Apostasy was rife. It even affected Plekhanov, the father of Russian Marxism, and the old anarchist Kropotkin, who put the necessity of an Entente victory before the principles of anarchism. In August 1914, the numbers who remained true to the ideas of revolutionary internationalism on a world scale were reduced to a tiny handful. The betrayal had left them completely isolated and atomized. Lenin, Trotsky, Liebknecht, Luxemburg, John Maclean in Scotland and James Connolly in Ireland, together with other internationalists, had been reduced to tiny groups. Nevertheless, they struggled against all the odds, including imprisonment and exile, to maintain the principles of Marxism and the ideas of internationalism. When they finally gathered in the tiny Swiss village of Zimmerwald for an anti-war conference in the autumn of 1915, Lenin joked that the total sum of the world's internationalists could be grouped together in a few stagecoaches. Only 42 anti-war socialists attended from 12 countries. The internationalists sought to distinguish themselves from the social chauvinists, or social patriots, as the labor and socialist leaders, who supported their own ruling classes, were called. In contrast to the apostasy, they defended the fundamental principles of scientific socialism, of the class nature of imperialist war, the class nature of the state, the right of nations to self-determination and the need, above all, for international socialism. Neither Luxemburg nor Liebknecht were present at the Zimmerwald conference, as both were in prison. Liebknecht had, however, sent a letter of solidarity to the conference which stated, "You have two serious tasks, a hard task of grim duty and a sacred one of enthusiasm and hope. Settlement of accounts, inexorable settlement of accounts with the deserters and turncoats of the International in Germany, England, France, and elsewhere, is imperative. It is our duty to promote mutual understanding, encouragement, and inspiration among those who remain true to the flag, who are determined not to give way 1 inch before international imperialism, even if they fall victims to it, and to create order in the ranks of those who are determined to hold out. Civil war, not civil peace. Exercise international solidarity for the proletariat against pseudo-national, pseudo-patriotic class harmony, and for international class war for peace, for the socialist revolution. The new international will arise. It can arise on the ruins of the old, on a new and firmer foundation. Today, friends, socialists from all countries, you have to lay the foundation stone for the future structure. While the delegates applauded, there were clear political divisions even within this gathering. The Zimmerwald left, led by Lenin, held a consistent revolutionary position and pushed for the vision of establishing a future Third International. In fact, it was only the Bolsheviks who called for a complete break with the Second International, now utterly bankrupt, and an organization which could not be revived in any form. However, the majority of delegates present tended towards centrism and pacifism, and looked towards re-establishing a reformed socialist international. They were quite politically confused. Most moved to the right and ended up in the halfway house of the 2.5 International, which gathered together a layer of the centrists for a time. Formally, the 2.5 was constituted in February 1921, and the main component was the Austrian Social Democracy, the so-called Austro-Marxists. It maintained a precarious existence, mainly on paper, and collapsed with the outbreak of the Second World War. As Trotsky explained, the Zimmerwald Conference was a conference of very confused elements in its majority. In the deep recesses of the masses, in the trenches and so on, there was a new mood, but it was so deep and terrorized that we could not reach it and give it an expression. That is why the movement seemed to itself to be very poor, and even this element that met in Zimmerwald, in its majority, moved to the right in the next year, in the next month. I will not liberate them from their personal responsibility, but still the general explanation is that the movement had to swim against the current. Lenin at Zimmerwald. Lenin was far more clear-headed and convinced of what needed to be done. The Second International is dead, overcome by opportunism. Down with opportunism, and long live the Third International, purged not only of turncoats, but of opportunism as well. The Second International did its share of useful preparatory work in the preliminary organizing of the proletarian masses during the long peaceful period of the most brutal capitalist slavery and the most rapid capitalist progress in the last third of the 19th and beginning of the 20th centuries. To the Third International falls the task of organizing the proletarian forces for a revolutionary onslaught against the capitalist governments, for a civil war against the bourgeoisie of all countries, for the capture of political power, for the triumph of socialism. But Lenin and the Bolsheviks were in a minority at Zimmerwald. Their language, given the isolation of the movement, tended to be a little ultra-left. After all, they were not speaking to the masses, but to small groups, and to the cadres. They needed to be very sharp in the midst of all this confusion and make a clear distinction between themselves, the revolutionaries, and the social chauvinists who had betrayed the movement. There could be no halfway house, explained Lenin. There needed to be a clean break and a spotless banner. However, at this point, the revolutionary left did not have sufficient forces to declare a new international. To do this, new independent Marxist parties would need to be established in a number of countries. And new conditions and big events would be needed before such a development could happen. Nevertheless, they took part in the Zimmerwald Conference, raising the banner of a new international, and helping to form a left wing of the international movement that would become the basis of the Third International. When Lenin proposed a new international and to turn the imperialist war into a civil war, he only got 7 votes against 30, and among the Germans present only one, Borchardt. The other German delegates, while sympathetic to his criticisms of the Second International, and the German social democracy in particular, were unwilling as yet to break and declare for a new international. while the Zimmerwald Manifesto, produced by the conference, came out against the imperialist war, not one of Lenin's ideas, the struggle against the social patriotic leaders, the transformation of the imperialist war into a civil war, the establishment of a Third International, found any echo in the document. As Zinoviev wrote, the last thing the conference wished was to declare open war on opportunism. The conveners of the conference, and the majority of those present declared, and still declare, that they did not wish to create a Third International. The manifesto did not say all that it should have said, but it represented a step forward. In the end, the manifesto, drafted by Trotsky, was adopted unanimously, both by the pacifist majority and, despite their criticisms, the revolutionary left led by Lenin. The 3-page manifesto concluded with the words, "Working men and women, mothers and fathers, widows and orphans, wounded and crippled, to all who are suffering from the war or in consequence of war, we cry out over the frontiers, over the smoking battlefields, over the devastated cities and hamlets. Workers of all countries unite!" The Zimmerwald Manifesto was published in socialist newspapers in Britain, Italy and the neutral countries, but it only circulated clandestinely in Germany, France and Russia. The manifesto's appeal nevertheless evoked a powerful response to the anti-war movement, as its internationalist message echoed everywhere. As expected, the leaders of the Second International contemptuously brushed the Zimmerwald Conference aside. Camille Huysmans, the secretary of the Second International, said that the gathering at Zimmerwald was a party of sharpshooters without troops, and the official international would have nothing to do with them. However, the Zimmerwald Conference laid the basis for a second conference at Kienthal in Easter 1916, attended by 44 delegates. The conference saw a certain shift to the left, which saw it edge closer to the position of the Bolsheviks, though they were still in a minority. According to Zinoviev, his second Zimmerwald Conference undoubtedly represented a step forward. But can one say that the die is cast, that the Zimmerwald comrades have now finally taken the road towards a break with the official socialist parties, that Zimmerwald has become the nucleus of a Third International? No, in all good conscience this cannot yet be said. Lenin also had a sober view about the prospects of a new international, which he expressed in his pamphlet Socialism and War. It is perfectly clear that to create an international Marxist organization, there must be a readiness to form independent Marxist parties in various countries. As a country with the oldest and strongest working-class movement, Germany is of decisive importance. The immediate future will show whether conditions are mature for the formation of a new and Marxist international. If they are, our party will gladly join such a Third International, purged of opportunism and chauvinism. If they are not, then that will show that a more or less protracted period of evolution is needed for that purging to be effective. Our party will form the extreme opposition within the old international, pending the time when the conditions in various countries make possible the formation of an international workingmen's association standing on the basis of revolutionary Marxism. Meanwhile, the centrist Kautsky was busy trying to hide the shame of the old international by trying to excuse its behavior in wartime. "The international is not an effective weapon in wartime," he said. "It is essentially a weapon of peace. In other words, at a time when the international is needed most, it is useless." The Spartacists. On the eve of the First World War, the leftists within the German SPD had crystallized into a loose grouping, which enjoyed certain sympathy throughout the party. By the time of the outbreak of war, this grouping became the basis of the small anti-war opposition led by Franz Mehring, Karl Liebknecht, and Rosa Luxemburg. But the group was far from consolidated, which caused Luxemburg to complain bitterly at the state of the opposition. "I want to undertake the sharpest possible action against the activities of the Reichstag delegates. Unfortunately, I get little cooperation from my collection of incoherent personalities. Karl Liebknecht can't ever be got hold of, since he dashes about like a cloud in the sky. Franz Mehring has little sympathy for any but literary campaigns. Clara Zetkin's reaction is hysteria and the blackest despair. But in spite of all this, I intend to try to see what can be achieved. Franz Mehring, a party veteran, had broken from liberalism after studying the works of Marx and Engels. He joined the party in 1891 and began work for the Neue Zeit, to which he made many important contributions on history, philosophy, and literature. It is true he came to the movement late in life, and only after a great internal struggle, but once he came over to Marxism, he remained firmly committed to the end of his life. Mehring had immediately joined the fight against revisionism as soon as it emerged. Between 1906 and 1911 he was a lecturer at the party school in Berlin, which revealed his political abilities. He became one of the leaders of the left wing and was one of the first to come out openly against the Kaiser's war. During the 1918 revolution he helped to found the Communist Party, but became ill and he finally died in January 1919, a few days after the murder of Rosa Luxemburg and Karl Liebknecht. The tragic news of the fate of his comrades certainly shortened his life. Karl Liebknecht did not so much join the Social Democratic Party, but was very much born into it. He was the son of Wilhelm Liebknecht, one of the party's founders and a close friend of Marx and Engels. In his youth, Karl championed the anti-military struggle, the principles of which were spelled out in his pamphlet Militarism and Anti-Militarism, which was submitted to the first Youth Congress of the party in 1906. The publication of the pamphlet earned him an 18-month prison sentence, which turned him into a symbol of revolutionary internationalism and irreconcilable opposition to imperialist war. After a further term of imprisonment, he was finally released in 1912, when he was elected as a Reichstag deputy for the SPD. Trotsky, who knew Karl Liebknecht quite well, explained, "Although he was an educated Marxist, he was not a theorist but a man of action. His was an impulsive, passionate, and heroic nature. He had, moreover, real political intuition, a sense of the masses and of the situation, and an incomparable courage of initiative. He was a revolutionary. It was because of this that he was always a half-stranger in the house of the German social democracy, with its bureaucratic faith in measured progress, and its ever-present readiness to draw back." Rosa Luxemburg, on the other hand, was a key theoretician of the party, and was the author of several theoretical works on economics, politics, and other questions. Being of Polish origin, our Rosa, as she was affectionately known, had participated in the Polish and Russian revolutionary movements. She later became a naturalized German by a marriage of convenience, and her subsequent activity became concentrated within the German social democracy. It was there that she participated in the debates against Bernstein and revisionism, her articles in the party press on this question being compiled and published in pamphlet form, Reform or Revolution, in 1898. This was her first important political work against reformism. However, Luxemburg was no novice. She was imprisoned for 3 months in July 1904 for insulting the emperor. She had also served time in Russian Poland for her activities in the 1905 to 1906 revolution. Following the experience of the Russian Revolution of 1905, Luxemburg drew the lessons for German workers in a work entitled The Mass Strike, the Political Party, and the Trade Unions. In this, she stressed the importance of the spontaneous movement of the working class, which arose naturally in the course of the class struggle. However, her view of spontaneity was not a mechanical concept that excluded a conscious leadership. She was not anti-leadership or against centralism and had no truck with anarchism. She understood the importance and dialectical relationship of the party, leadership, and the masses. She nevertheless placed her confidence in the movement of the masses, which was the motive force of history. If Luxemburg leaned towards spontaneity, it was only to counter the stultifying bureaucratic nature of the mass organizations, as they evolved in Germany during the upswing of German capitalism, which acted as a brake on the movement. A glimpse of this monolithic character of German social democracy was given by Gustav Noske, a social democratic deputy, when the party was accused of undermining the discipline in the armed forces due to its actions. Noske simply answered, "Where in Germany is there a greater measure of discipline than in the Social Democratic Party and in the modern trade unions? This was true, but such discipline could be both bureaucratic and oppressive. Much has been made out of Luxemburg's theory of spontaneity, which is completely false. The whole bogus idea was mischievously put into circulation by Zinoviev, the then head of the Communist International, in the first part of the 1920s, claiming it was part of Luxemburgism. The object of this legend was to increase the prestige of the Russian Communist Party and the Communist International. It was supposed to demonstrate Luxemburg's lack of understanding of the importance of the party, as well as an uncritical worship of the masses, both of which was untrue. Writing in 1913, she declared, "Leaders who hang back will undoubtedly be pushed to one side by the advancing masses, but to wait first patiently for this definite sign that the situation is ripe may be all right for a lonely philosopher, but for the political leadership of a revolutionary party it would spell moral bankruptcy. The task of social democracy and its leaders is not to let themselves be dragged along in the wake of events, but deliberately to forge ahead of them, to foresee the trend of events, to shorten the period of development by conscious action, and to accelerate its progress." Rosa Luxemburg was an important figure at all the congresses of the International, and was a member of the International Socialist Bureau. She even participated in the Russian Party whenever possible and attended the London Congress of the RSDLP in 1907, where she met with Lenin, Trotsky, Martov, Plekhanov, and the other leaders. From 1910 onwards, Rosa Luxemburg became the leader of the opposition within the German social democracy. While she made some mistakes in theory, these arose from genuine revolutionary considerations. She was not afraid to grapple with problems. In the words of Joseph Conrad, "It's only those who do nothing that make no mistakes, I suppose." But despite the mistakes, Lenin viewed her with great admiration. "She was, and remains for us, an eagle," he said. After her death, Lenin defended her against her so-called Marxist critics, who twisted her ideas. Their relationship was the solidarity shown between one revolutionary and another. Without doubt, Luxemburg was the most outstanding representative of the Marxist left in Germany, a remarkable figure, and a giant internationally. These two figures, Luxemburg and Liebknecht, were destined to play a towering role right up to the moment of their deaths in January 1919, which sadly provided the German revolutionary movement and the Workers' International with its finest martyrs. Paul Freilich, a participant at the time, wrote, "Whilst Rosa Luxemburg gave the struggle its theoretical basis, Karl Liebknecht was undoubtedly the leader in action. During the last few years before the war, during the war itself, and in the early days of the revolution they stood shoulder to shoulder, unto death." International Group. Within weeks of the war, Liebknecht quickly came to realize that he had made a mistake in voting for the war credits out of loyalty, a stand which had been criticized by party activists. "Your criticisms are absolutely justified," he admitted. "I ought to have shouted no in the plenary session of the Reichstag. I made a serious mistake." But Liebknecht was not going to repeat such a mistake ever again. In early December, the Kaiser's government demanded new war credits. On December 3, a few months after the calamitous vote on August 4, Liebknecht broke party discipline and became the sole SPD deputy in the Reichstag to openly vote against them, the famous 1 against 110. Liebknecht stated, "This war is not being waged for the benefit of the German, or any other peoples. It is an imperialist war, a war over the capitalist domination of the world market. We must demand a speedy peace, a peace without conquest." Within a short space of time, dissent spread through the Social Democratic Party, with provincial groups passing resolutions against the war policy of the leadership. While party officials placed obstacles in the way of organizing these meetings, the military authorities also banned public meetings and demonstrations. In many ways, the socialist bureaucracy had joined hands with the forces of the state. Newspapers were gagged, and Vorwärts was suspended for 3 days. Liebknecht's lone opposition in the Reichstag shone out as a beacon, despite the double repression of party machine and military machine. He would become a focal point for the growing anti-war feeling. Although Liebknecht was called up for military service in February 1915, this did not prevent him from conducting revolutionary work. But such activities were restricted by the prohibition of public demonstrations and meetings, all intended to silence any opposition. On February 19, Rosa Luxemburg was arrested and sent to a women's prison in the Barnimstrasse in Berlin. Other arrests followed. Clara Zetkin was picked up in July, as was Wilhelm Pieck, Ernst Mayr, Hugo Eberlein, and Friedrich Westermeier. By April, Luxemburg was smuggling revolutionary manuscripts out of prison. They could lock her up, but they were not going to silence her. In May, Liebknecht issued a leaflet advancing the slogan, "The main enemy is at home," which was then taken up by Lenin. The repression, however, intensified. In April 1915, the first and only issue of the journal Die Internationale, edited by Rosa Luxemburg and Franz Mehring, appeared, in which Rosa plainly stated the International had collapsed and needed to be rebuilt afresh. As expected, the journal was promptly suppressed by government censorship, and its editors, publishers, and printers were indicted on charges of high treason. But the mood was beginning to change as rationing was introduced. Hunger was now affecting sections of the population. On May 28, 1915, over 1,000 women demonstrated for peace in front of the Reichstag. A few months later, women workers demonstrated in Stuttgart and in Leipzig. Another direct appeal against the war came in June with the publication of the so-called Appeal of the Thousand, which was a letter directed at the Executive Committee of the SPD, and signed by 1,000 members and officials of the party. This declared that the war had now clearly revealed its imperialist nature, and called for the party to break the political truce and declare an immediate peace. This appeal created a stir when it appeared in one of the most important party newspapers, signed by respected leaders, Karl Kautsky, Eduard Bernstein, and Hugo Hasse, who was both president of the party and the parliamentary party at this time. The Luxemburg-Mehring-Liebknecht tendency within the SPD became known as the Internationale Group, and was the nucleus around which the future German Communist Party was to crystallize. From a loose current in the party, it began to reach out into the working class. By mid-1915, the group had established links in 300 localities and created a substantial underground network for the distribution of literature. Even so, this should not be exaggerated, as the group was still relatively small and uninfluential as far as the masses were concerned. On New Year's Day 1916, at Rosa Luxemburg's insistence, the group's first underground conference was held in Liebknecht's house, a very modest affair, which took the decision to launch a clandestine journal called Spartacus, named after the great revolutionary slave leader. From its first appearance, the group's members became known as the Spartacists, a name that would identify them and remain with them throughout the war years and even after the formation of the Communist Party. Rosa Luxemburg had drawn up a list of guiding principles which were smuggled out of prison, discussed, agreed, and then became the program of the Spartacist League. She was released a month after the conference, but within 6 months she was rearrested and imprisoned without trial in July 1916. She remained there until she was released by the November 1918 revolution. The Socialist Youth, the youth wing of the Social Democracy, which had held a secret conference at Easter 1916 in Jena, came out overwhelmingly behind the Spartacist League, not least because of Liebknecht's influence. Apart from the Spartacists, there were also some smaller left-wing groups. The most well-known was the International Socialists of Julian Borchardt and the Bremen Left led by Jan Neef and Karl Radek. These groups were, however, more politically aligned to the Bolsheviks than Rosa's group, which tended to maintain its independence. Growing opposition. Within months of the war, a far larger opposition grouping began to crystallize within the ranks of the SPD. This reflected itself in growing opposition amongst the Reichstag deputies. In December 1914, only one voted against the war credits, Liebknecht. However, in March 1915, 25 SPD deputies voted against, including Otto Riehl, while other Social Democratic deputies walked out before the vote. This policy of physical absence was one that the party was forced to accept. In August 1915, The rebellion rose to 36, and by December of that year, 43 of the 108 SPD deputies said they would no longer respect group discipline. Following the December 1915 vote, Karl Legion, the president of the Trade Union Confederation, the General Commission der Gewerkschaften, demanded the expulsion of those who had broken party discipline. Although this was rejected, shortly afterwards, as a concession to the trade union bureaucracy, Karl Liebknecht was ceremoniously expelled as an example to the other dissidents. Nevertheless, disillusionment with the war began to affect the masses, who became more and more restive by the day. The Spartacist League issued an appeal in the name of Liebknecht. Workers, party comrades, and women of the people, do not let the second May Day of the war pass without making it into a demonstration of international socialism and protest against the imperialist slaughter. On the 1st of May we stretch out a fraternal hand, beyond all frontiers and battlefields, to the people of France, Belgium, Russia, England, Serbia, and the whole world. On the 1st of May we call in 1,000 voices. Make an end to the vile crime of nation-murdering nation! Down with all who organize it, incite to it, and profit from it. Our enemies are not the French or the Russian people. Our enemies are German junkers, German capitalists, and their executive committee, the German government. Into battle against these mortal enemies of freedom, into battle for everything that constitutes the well-being and the future of the workers' cause, of humanity and civilization. End the war! We want peace. Long live socialism! Long live the Workers' International! Workers of the world unite! On May Day 1916, after agitation conducted by the Spartacists in the factories of Berlin, a mass demonstration took place on the Potsdamer Platz of 10,000 workers demanding, "Down with the war! Down with the government!" The tide was clearly beginning to turn. This protest against the war was unprecedented. For this act of defiance, Karl Liebknecht, while in uniform, was arrested by the authorities at the demonstration for his anti-war agitation. Workers attempted to release him, but were unsuccessful. In June, he was sentenced to 2 years and 6 months hard labor, despite his supposed immunity as a member of the Reichstag. The reason being that his former SPD colleagues spitefully voted to strip him of his parliamentary immunity. The degree of degeneration of this gang was shown by the speech of SPD Deputy Landsberg. Gentlemen, in Liebknecht we are dealing with a man who wanted, through an appeal to the masses, to force the government to make peace, a government moreover which has repeatedly expressed its sincere desire for peace before the whole world. This war is a war for our very homes. How grotesque was this enterprise! How can anyone imagine that Liebknecht could influence the fate of the world, play at high policy by shoveling handbills at people, by creating a demonstration in the Potsdamer Platz? Contrast this pathological instability with our party's official, clear-headed and sensible calm. On the day of his trial, some 55,000 munition workers downed tools and demonstrations took place in Stuttgart. There were further strikes in Bremen and Braunschweig. Extremism corresponds to the present needs of the uneducated masses, wrote Karl Kautsky contemptuously, but he couldn't help admitting that. Today in the trenches, Liebknecht is the most popular man. But Liebknecht was simply personifying the revolution. He had become a symbol of hatred towards the imperial government and the continuing slaughter. As a result, the authorities clamped down, arresting dozens of Spartacist workers who were given harsh prison sentences and even dispatched to the front. But all the authorities succeeded in doing was to spread revolutionary ideas further afield into the regiments. As mentioned, in July 1916, Rosa Luxemburg was rearrested, followed by the 70-year-old Franz Mehring. But repression was too late, the ice had already broken, and in November, 30,000 workers demonstrated in Frankfurt am Main against the war. Junius pamphlet. The Luxemburg-Liebknecht group issued a number of documents in a series entitled Spartacist Letters, mostly written by Luxemburg. The most famous of these appeared in April 1916 under the title The Crisis of Social Democracy, but was better known as the Junius pamphlet, written by Rosa Luxemburg in prison, with Junius being her pseudonym. The pamphlet was written a year before its publication and was originally intended to be submitted to the Zimmerwald Conference, but there was confusion about the dates. Such was its impact that this remarkable document, which called for class struggle during the war, became a socialist classic in its own right. Luxemburg did not deal in depth with the crisis in the German social democracy, but concentrated on the roots and causes of the war. It destroyed the arguments of the leadership's justification for its support of the butchery. When Lenin received a copy of the pamphlet, he responded with great enthusiasm. "At last there has appeared in Germany, illegally, without any adaptation to the despicable Junker censorship, a social democratic pamphlet dealing with questions of the war." He continued, "The author, who evidently belongs to the left radical wing of the party, takes the name of Junius," unaware at this time of the identity of the author. On the whole, the Junius pamphlet is a splendid Marxist work, and its defects are, in all probability, to a certain extent accidental. One of Lenin's criticisms was the lack of organization of the revolutionary left in Germany. A very great defect in revolutionary Marxism in Germany as a whole is its lack of a compact illegal organization that would systematically pursue its own line and educate the masses in the spirit of the new tasks, explained Lenin. With many of the Spartacist leaders in prison, the practical leadership of the League now fell to Leo Jagishes, a very capable individual. In particular, he took the initiative of launching a regular printed publication, the Spartacus Brief, which was transformed from an information bulletin for a small group into a political organ for the wider movement. Other key figures who assisted the organization included Crispin, Hornell, Niebuhr, Ernst Mayr, and Clara Zetkin. Birth of USPD. The growing discontent amongst the workers at the nightmare of the trenches and the hardships at home also reflected itself in pressure on the rank and file of the SPD. This served to embolden further the opposition, not only within the Reichstag, but throughout the party at large. By March 1916, those who refused to vote for the budget in the Reichstag continued to grow. In May, Hugo Hasse, clearly under pressure, launched a savage attack against this state of siege, resulting in 33 deputies voting with him against its renewal. Increasingly bitter, the loyal deputies, who constituted the majority, now demanded that the minority face disciplinary measures. When the majority declared that the opposition had forfeited its right to belong to the parliamentary group, it effectively expelled them. This resulted in a split, which then forced the opposition to form their own parliamentary group in the Reichstag known as the Sozialdemokratische Arbeitsgemeinschaft. There were now 2 parliamentary groups in the Reichstag representing the Social Democratic Party. This expelled Faction 1 widespread support from the party membership, and it succeeded in taking control of party organizations in Berlin, Bremen, and Leipzig, as well as other key industrial centers. As a result, the national leadership of the SPD engaged in a witch hunt to drive all opposition out of the party. These attacks led to a purge of the editorial boards of newspapers, which were under the influence of the opposition. On October 17, 1916, a successful coup was carried out against the editors of Vorwärts. On December 5 the Bremer Bürgerzeitung, and on March 30, 1917 the Brunswick Volksfront editors were also removed. Hasse called it a second anti-socialist law. Among the major papers, only the Leipziger Volkszeitung remained under the control of the centrist opposition. Vorwärts had become increasingly identified with the growing parliamentary opposition, and the SPD leadership could no longer tolerate such a display of disloyalty. In collusion with the military censors, the old staff was removed and Hermann Miller was chosen as editor with complete responsibility for the paper. From this time onwards, Vorwärts became a tool of the right wing. It was no accident that, when workers moved in January 1919 against the government, their first act was to occupy the buildings of Vorwärts. In response to these attacks, the centrist opposition held a national conference on January 7, 1917 in Berlin. Out of 157 delegates present, 35 were Spartacists. The tactics of the Spartacists were simply to exert pressure on the opposition to remain within the SPD and fight for its renewal. A day before the conference, Luxemburg warned against the opposition splitting away from the party, as she had always been opposed to premature splits. She feared that good workers would be left behind, and left to the mercy of the old right wing. Understandable and praiseworthy as the impatience and bitter anger of our best elements may be, flight is flight. For us it is a betrayal of the masses, who will merely be handed over helpless into the stranglehold of a Skydeman, or a Legion, the right-wing SPD and trade union leaders, into the hands of the bourgeoisie, to struggle but to be strangled in the end. One can leave sects or conventicles when these no longer suit, and one can always found new sects and conventicles. But it is nothing but childish fantasy to talk of liberating the whole mass of proletarians from their bitter and terrible fate by simply leaving and in this way setting them a brave example. Throwing away one's party card as a gesture of liberation is nothing but a mad caricature of the illusion that the party card is in itself an instrument of power. Both are nothing but the opposite poles of organizational cretinism, this constitutional disease of the old German social democracy. However, it was not up to Luxemburg or the opposition. The decision about a split was in the hands of a majority on the executive committee of the SPD, which took swift measures against the opposition for factionalism. It abruptly announced that the opposition had placed itself outside of the party for holding a conference without any right of appeal. The opposition was bureaucratically expelled from all bodies, and where they held a majority, those bodies were closed down and reorganized. In this way, 91 local organizations were expelled. The split was therefore imposed upon the opposition. They had no real intention of splitting, but they were now faced with no alternative but to set up a new party. It was a fait accompli. This new party was founded in Gotha at Easter 1917. This was no small split-off grouping, as the opposition took a huge chunk from the old party. The new Independent Social Democratic Party of Germany, known by its initials as the USPD or Left Independents, began with 120,000 members. At the same time, the split damaged the so-called majority, who were left with around 170,000 members. From then on, the old SPD was generally referred to as the majority socialists. February Revolution. The split in the German social democracy took place as exciting news of the February Russian Revolution reached Germany and spread rapidly throughout its industrial heartlands and the armed forces. The Minister of the Interior spoke in terms of the intoxicating effect of the Russian Revolution. The fact that a reactionary autocracy had been brought down by a popular uprising of the people did not go unnoticed by the war-weary masses of Germany. The German proletariat must draw the lessons of the Russian Revolution and take their own destiny in hand, declared the Spartacist Fritz Heckert. By July, the left independents had won support in key areas, including Greater Berlin, Halle, Leipzig, Bremen, and Brunswick. The independents, however, were a heterogeneous organization, which included both revolutionaries and reformists. The right and left of the movement suddenly found themselves united in their general opposition to the war. Individuals like Karl Kautsky and Bernstein, who had moved to a pacifist position, decided to join the new party to provide a counterbalance to the radicals, Rosa Luxemburg and Karl Liebknecht. But the new party also attracted tens of thousands of militant workers who were seeking a revolutionary alternative to the old SPD leaders. While the right wing of the new party was politically close to the majority socialists, the left wing became more aligned with the Revolutionär Oblast. The Spartacists, after some debate, also decided to join the new party and constitute itself as an independent group, hoping to win it over to a revolutionary position. A smaller, but influential current, the Bremen left, remained outside, hoping to build a separate revolutionary party, but it proved too weak to carry out this task on its own. The independent socialists' break with the SPD in effect reflected a growing ferment, not only in the ranks of the SPD, but also in the ranks of the working class, radicalized by the war and the events of the February Revolution. Under this impact, the party evolved rapidly in a centrist direction, between the position of Marxism and Reformism. Centrism has a clear political meaning for Marxists. As Trotsky explained, centrism is composed of all those trends within the proletariat and on its periphery, which are distributed between reformism and Marxism, and which most often represent various stages of evolution from reformism to Marxism, or vice versa. As a phenomenon, it normally arises in a pre-revolutionary period, resulting in political radicalization and turmoil in the mass organizations. As a political current, centrism is an unstable entity which straddles different tendencies, from left reformism, representing the labor aristocracy, to Marxism, representing the interests of the proletariat. What is of key importance is the direction of travel in which a centrist party is moving. Due to its unstable character, it can either go over completely to become a revolutionary party, or it can revert back to a classical reformist organization. It is only a transition from one radical stage to the next, but for individual politicians and leaders, centrism can become a settled way of life. They can too often end up as ingrained centrists, continually wavering between two political poles. The new USPD was being pushed by events, step by step, towards a more revolutionary standpoint, although its leaders remained very confused. These centrist leaders did not fear so much the criticisms of Rosa Luxemburg as the growing influence of Karl Liebknecht. While they welcomed the prestige he gave to the new party, Liebknecht also represented a pole of opposition and therefore a threat to their leadership. His revolutionary reputation had not only grown in Germany, but much further afield. Such was his fame that the war-weary French soldiers talked about him in the trenches. "And yet," said one French soldier, "look! There is one person who has risen above the whole dastardly war, who stands illuminated with all the beauty and importance of great courage." Liebknecht. Lenin also increasingly came to identify the opposition to war in Germany with the name of Liebknecht. The Spartacus Group is intensifying its revolutionary propaganda. The name of Liebknecht, a tireless fighter for proletarian ideals, is daily gaining in popularity in Germany. He noted. Strike wave. By 1917, hunger and war weariness had engulfed the mass of the German population. On April 15, 1917, the government announced a reduction in bread rations from 1,350 grams to 450 grams. The next day, the mood became angry as demonstrations and strikes broke out affecting 300,000 workers, half of them women. "Our worst enemies are in our midst, the agitators for strikes. Whoever goes on strike when our armies are facing the enemy is a cur," snarled General Groener. The trade union leaders agreed with him. "Strikes must be avoided," they declared. In the trenches, loss of life reached astronomical levels. The French military calculated that, between August 1914 and February 1917, one Frenchman was killed every single minute. About 465,000 German soldiers died each year of the war. Soldiers at the front were increasingly sickened by the war, its bloodshed, brutality, poison gas, hunger, lice, and, above all, the incompetent general staff. The result was mutiny, riots, and strikes. Protests broke out in the Navy, such as the hunger strike on the Prinz Regent Leopold and a walkout on the Pillow. The ringleaders were arrested, court-martialed, imprisoned, and then shot. Although these protests were suppressed by the authorities, they were threatening to turn into something altogether more dangerous. In July, the Reichstag passed a famous peace resolution in favor of a negotiated peace without annexations. But this resolution simply remained on paper. Generals Hindenburg and Ludendorff, the real power in Germany, thought the resolution treasonable. The leaders of the majority socialists nevertheless continued to cling on to the coattails of the government, which in turn clung to those of the generals, who were determined to continue the war. Given the economic blockade surrounding Germany, the conditions of the working class in the factories were becoming intolerable. There had been a catastrophic collapse in living standards. This war to end all wars was turning into a living nightmare as real earnings dropped by between 20 and 30%. Average meat consumption fell in July 1918 to a mere 12% of its pre-war level, while fish consumption fell to just 5%. Only potatoes were available and became the staple diet. Supplies of coal began to run out, and in the bitter winter of 1917-18, thousands of starving children froze to death. The people were exhausted. Discontent rose especially in the infamous turnip winter of 1916-1917. Rations were continually cut by the authorities. Prices continued to climb, while the black market flourished for the wealthy. Adult consumption stood at 1,000 calories a day and infant mortality increased by 50% compared to 1913 levels. Food riots became increasingly common, as shop owners selling at speculative prices were paraded through the streets by angry crowds. Stores were plundered and set on fire as desperation rose. In Russia, however, such troubles were leading not only to strikes but to revolution. The Russian Revolution. The news of the 1917 February Revolution in Russia provided a great impetus to revolt everywhere. The overthrow of Tsarism, the bastion of autocracy and European reaction, and the establishment of Soviets of workers, peasants, and soldiers provided enormous inspiration to all those suffering at home and in the trenches. Despite power being handed over to a bourgeois provisional government, the revolution represented only the first stage. Rosa Luxemburg wrote to Hans Diefenbach from prison. "You can imagine how deeply the news from Russia has stirred me. So many of my old friends who have been in prison for years in Moscow, Petersburg, Orel, and Riga are now walking the streets as free men. That is some consolation to me. Although it makes my own chances of release smaller, I am overjoyed at the freedom of the others." The effects of the Russian February Revolution, March in the new calendar, were widespread. In Germany, in April 1917, a wave of strikes spread to the munition industries and beyond. In Berlin alone, hundreds of thousands went on strike. Strikes then took place in Leipzig in April involving 200,000 workers, where the call went up to establish workers' councils. However, as the movement subsided, the more militant elements were arrested and dispatched to the front. But these measures only provoked greater discontent and served to spread it further afield. 9 months later, news arrived of a second successful revolution in October 1917, November in the new calendar, which had placed Lenin and the Bolsheviks in power. This had a further electrifying effect in Germany, as in every other country. In every barracks and factory, workers discussed the victory of the Russian working class. It constituted a massive sea change in the situation. The revolution in Russia was a ray of hope in the darkness and horror of World War. Most significantly, the Soviet government's first decree was an appeal to the peoples of the world for an immediate cessation of the war and a democratic peace based on self-determination and the renunciation of annexations. The Bolsheviks then went on to publish all the secret agreements of the Tsarist regime and the old Kerensky government with the Allies, exposing their duplicity, and then rejected all the territory that had been promised to Russia. Soviet Russia was defiant in leaving the war. Brest-Litovsk. In December 1917, however, the Soviet government was forced to negotiate a separate peace with German imperialism, which had advanced its armies into Russian territory. The young worker state was in a very weak position, and the Bolsheviks hoped revolution in other countries would soon come to their rescue. Negotiations between Russia and Germany were held at Brest-Litovsk, where the Bolshevik delegation, led by Trotsky, attempted at every turn to make a revolutionary appeal over the heads of the military chiefs to the war-weary masses. With him traveled Karl Radek, whose luggage bags were packed with revolutionary pamphlets and leaflets, and as soon as their train stopped at Brest-Litovsk, Radek, before the eyes of the diplomats and officers assembled on the platform to greet them, began to distribute the pamphlets among the German soldiers. From the first day, the Soviets made internationalist appeals to the workers of the world. They took immediate steps to produce a German-language newspaper, The Torch, for distribution to German soldiers in the trenches of the Eastern Front. Some 500,000 copies of each issue were printed for distribution. The announcements and proclamations at Brest-Litovsk had a powerful effect on the psychology of the international working class. In January 1918, one of the greatest strikes broke out in the munition factories in Germany, which involved more than 1 million workers. It was a political strike called in opposition to the Treaty of Brest-Litovsk. It was led by the metal workers' leader Richard Miller, who was also the head of the Revolutionär Oblaut, the Revolutionary Shop Stewards. He had called a meeting of metal workers which decided to take strike action over a whole series of demands, including peace without annexations or indemnities and the right of self-determination of peoples, as defined at Brest-Litovsk by the Russian representatives. These trade union militants organized themselves in opposition to the war and the political truce of the trade union and socialist leaders. Many of their members had emerged from a small group of Berlin metal workers. This organization of revolutionary shop stewards was later to join the independent socialists and, like the Spartacist League, carry on a separate existence within the party. The accumulation of hardship and suffering caused massive discontent, especially among the workers and sailors. The deprivation of basic rights, such as the right to strike, the military dictatorship, hunger and rationing as a result of the blockade, the continuation of the war, sparked off a wave of strikes throughout Germany. In Berlin alone, 400,000 workers went on strike. Meetings took place in different factories, from which a conference was called and an action committee was established, which included the workers' parties. This attempt to spread the strike further, in wartime conditions, led to a clash with the government. The dominant feeling amongst the workers related by Miller was, "We need arms. We need propaganda in the army. Revolution is the only way out." In the end, 1 million workers were involved in this political strike. However, the government was too strong to be overthrown by a strike alone. The government threatened the strikers with martial law unless they returned to work. Under such conditions, the workers' leaders had no alternative but to end the strike without negotiations. But this soon resulted in government repression, with over 50,000 former strikers being drafted into the armed forces. Lenin commented that this strike marked a turn of sentiment among the German proletariat. We cannot say what course the revolutionary movement in Germany will take. One thing is certain, and that is the existence of a tremendous revolutionary force there that must by iron necessity make its presence felt. At the same time, 1 million workers in Austria-Hungary joined a general strike in support of the Bolsheviks' peace proposals in January and February 1918. Tens of thousands struck in Hungary. In the factories, workers eagerly followed every scrap of news from Brest-Litovsk with profound interest. The hope for peace had generated an explosive mood. These were the first large-scale revolts of the peoples in the Habsburg and Hohenzollern empires, wrote Julius Bronthal. In February, Austro-Hungarian sailors joined in the protests, temporarily controlling half of the war fleet. A sailor condemned to death for his actions in the mutiny stated before his execution, "What happened in Russia emboldened us. Over there, a new sun has risen that will shine not only for the Slavs but for all the nations, and it will bring them peace and justice." The Brest-Litovsk Treaty was finally signed on March 3, 1918, but at terrible cost to the Soviet government. It was a humiliating agreement forced on the weak worker state by an aggressive Germany, with the Soviets unable to resist its military advance. The old Russian army did not exist and the new Red Army was only just being assembled. In other words, they were practically defenseless. That is why they were forced to sign a harsh deal with Germany. As a result, in the northwest they lost Poland, Lithuania, and the Baltic states of Estonia, Livonia, and Courland. Finland took the opportunity to cede from Russia. The Ukraine did the same. The Turks regained their 1878 frontiers in the Caucasus. German imperialism had conquered Russian territory of 1 million square miles in total. This robbed her of 1/3 of Russia's population, some 55 million people. Germany seized 1/2 of Russia's industry and 9/10 of its coal mines, 3/4 of its iron ore, coupled with an indemnity of 6 billion marks. It was a blood price the Bolsheviks had no choice but to pay to ensure the regime's very survival. "You must sign this shameful peace," said Lenin to the Congress of Soviets, "in order to save the world revolution by preserving its most important and at present its only fulcrum, the Soviet Republic." The mass strikes against the war and those that followed the Brest-Litovsk Treaty demonstrated the powerful effect of the revolutionary propaganda conducted by Trotsky during the negotiations. As Karl Liebknecht wrote from his prison cell, "Thanks to the Russian delegates, Brest has become a revolutionary platform with reverberations felt far and wide. It has denounced the Central European powers. It has exposed the German spirit of brigandage, lying, cunning, and hypocrisy. It has delivered a crushing judgment on the peace policy of the German majority, a policy which is not so much hypocritical as cynical." Luxembourg and the Russian Revolution. Luxembourg was in prison when news of the Second Russian Revolution reached her. She was ecstatic that the Russian workers had taken power. It was the breakthrough she had worked for. The war had given birth to a successful revolution, which was the beginning of a new world socialist revolution. The Russian Revolution was an international beacon to the workers of the world, who had been betrayed and pitted against one another since 1914. Although still in prison, and would remain there for the next 12 months, Luxembourg was overcome with joy and emotion. The Bolsheviks had put theory into practice, the very antithesis of the actions of the reformist leaders of the German social democracy. Paul Frelich explained in his biography of Luxembourg that she was always sparing with her praise, but had never praised the Bolshevik Revolution with such enthusiasm. This elation was expressed by her in writings while sitting in her prison cell. She explained that the Bolshevik Party grasped the mandate and duty of a truly revolutionary party. Luxembourg, her views so distorted, should speak for herself. Only a party which knows how to lead, that is, to advance things, wins support in stormy times. The determination with which, at the decisive moment, Lenin and his comrades offered the only solution which could advance things, all power in the hands of the proletariat and peasantry, transformed them almost overnight from a persecuted, slandered, outlawed minority whose leader had to hide like Marat in cellars, into the absolute master of the situation. Whatever a party could offer of courage, revolutionary farsightedness, and consistency in an historic hour, Lenin and Trotsky and the other comrades have given in good measure. All the revolutionary honor and capacity which Western social democracy lacked were represented by the Bolsheviks. Their October uprising was not only the actual salvation of the Russian Revolution, it was also the salvation of the honor of international socialism. She concluded her essay, "What is in order is to distinguish the essential from the non-essential, the kernel from the accidental excrescences in the policies of the Bolsheviks." In the present period, when we face decisive final struggles in all the world, the most important problem of socialism was and is the burning question of our time. It is not a matter of this or that secondary question of tactics, but of the capacity for action of the proletariat, the strength to act, the will to power of socialism as such. In this, Lenin and Trotsky and their friends were the first who went ahead as an example to the proletariat of the world. They are still the only ones up to now who can cry with Hutin, "I have dared." This is the essential and enduring in Bolshevik policy. While in prison, Luxembourg was nevertheless getting frustrated with her confinement. "I expect great things to come in the next few years, but how I wish that I did not have to admire world history only through the bars of my cage," she wrote. This incarceration was a major problem for her. Isolated in prison, lacking real information, while she certainly agreed with their principles, she began to question some of the tactics of the Bolsheviks. Unfortunately, she had no means of discussing with the Russian comrades and so could not clarify her ideas and doubts. These played on her mind, and while in prison, she wrote down her criticisms with the intention of producing a pamphlet on the revolution. Luxembourg's criticism had nothing in common with the attacks of the enemies of the revolution, including the Mensheviks. Her thoughts were the thoughts of a comrade and friend of the Russian Revolution. However, they were not based on a sound knowledge of the real situation, which was denied to her. Without question, a dialogue with the Bolshevik leaders would have certainly cleared up such doubts. Time allowing, she would have certainly traveled to Moscow and discussed personally with Lenin and Trotsky, as did Clara Zetkin. As always, Rosa Luxemburg would have been open to being convinced. Naturally, she was careful not to express her criticisms in public, as she was afraid that they could be unscrupulously used by the enemies of the movement to attack the revolution, which she wholeheartedly supported. Those Spartacists not in prison were extremely cautious of any criticisms of the Bolsheviks, given the difficulty of obtaining unbiased and accurate information, and the need to defend the proletarian revolution against its many enemies. When Rosa Luxemburg wrote a letter from prison for the paper somewhat critical of the Bolsheviks, the editors turned it down, and Paul Levi made a special trip to see her to dissuade her from publishing it. According to Levi, she agreed without reservation. When she was released from prison, Luxemburg never published or tried to publish her unfinished work on the Russian Revolution. In an unfinished form, they were her isolated opinions, untested in discussion. That would have been the end of the matter, but, after her tragic death, the manuscript was published, despite her wishes, by Paul Levi in 1922, under the title of The Russian Revolution. Levi had been a leader of the Communist Party, but was expelled in 1921 for breaking discipline. The decision to publish the manuscript appeared to be a case of sour grapes. The publication was unfair to Rosa Luxemburg, who had no say in the matter. And, as she had feared, her criticisms were subsequently taken out of context by reformists and anarchists to attack Lenin and the Bolsheviks. Leo Jagishes, Rosa's closest associate, was very much opposed to its publication, knowing full well that Luxemburg had changed her opinions and she intended to write a new book on the subject. Thus, Levi's motivation to publish can be seen to be vindictive and was not strictly honorable. The attempt to use Luxemburg to attack the Russian Revolution was criminal. Lenin was justifiably angry at its publication. Rosa Luxemburg was completely in favor of the Russian Revolution. There can be no doubt about this. On her release from prison, she had revised her views about the dispersing of the Constituent Assembly, especially after her own experience of how the issue of a national assembly was used in Germany. She was disturbed about the Red Terror, but saw it as an inevitable consequence of imperialist encirclement and civil war. She admitted to her friend and comrade Adolf Warszawski that she had changed her opinions about these concerns since her release. On the basis of experience, in the few short months she had to live, she had resolved these questions in her own mind. Luxemburg wholeheartedly, and without reservation, embraced the Russian Revolution and Bolshevism. Paul Freilich underlined this point in his biography. Never at any time did she campaign against the Bolsheviks, and she never had the faintest intention of doing so. She was always sparing with her praise, and she has never praised a party with such enthusiasm as she praises the Bolsheviks in this work. It is a misrepresentation, and one which has been sedulously spread by the reformists, to say that she condemned the whole Bolshevik policy, including the November Revolution, and that she rejected the idea of the proletarian dictatorship, and thereby justified the policy of the Mensheviks. The enemies of Bolshevism have continued to this day to distort Luxemburg's ideas and dress them up as something completely different. Her ideas have been chopped up and seized upon to justify anti-Bolshevism and anti-Leninism. She has been portrayed as an implacable opponent of Lenin and Bolshevism. But this is completely false. These epigones of Luxemburgism would have been completely repudiated by Luxemburg herself. We must rescue Rosa Luxemburg from such pseudo-revolutionaries, who based themselves on her doubts and mistakes, which she later repudiated. Luxemburg had in fact grown much closer to Lenin in the last 2 months of her life as a friend and equal. All the old disputes had melted away into irrelevance. The brief letter she wrote to him on December 20, 1918 reveals her sentiments. Dear Vladimir, I am profiting from Uncle's journey to send you all hearty greetings from the family, from Karl, Franz, Mering, and the others. May God grant that the coming year will fulfill all our wishes. All the best. Uncle will report about our life and doings. Meantime, I press your hand. With best regards, Rosa. Uncle is a code reference for Hugo Eberlein, who was the only German delegate to make the journey to Moscow for the founding Congress of the Communist International. Although Rosa Luxemburg thought the founding of the new Third International premature under the circumstances, nevertheless, together with the Bolsheviks, she saw the Russian Revolution as the beginning of the world revolution and fully embraced it. Despite her private thoughts, which were misplaced, she nevertheless concluded her assessment with tremendous praise of the Bolshevik Revolution. In this sense, theirs is the immortal historical service of having marched at the head of the international proletariat with the conquest of political power and the practical placing of the problem of the realization of socialism, and of having advanced mightily the settlement of the score between capital and labor in the entire world. In Russia, the problem could only be posed. It could not be solved in Russia. And in sure sense, the future everywhere belongs to Bolshevism. This is Rosa Luxemburg's last judgment, and is a fitting testament of her real feelings towards Lenin and Bolshevism. Chapter 2: In the Throes of Revolution. We are all extremely glad that you, Comrade Mering, and the other Spartacist comrades in Germany are with us, head and heart. This gives us confidence that the best elements of the West European working class, in spite of all the difficulties, will nevertheless come to our assistance. Lenin to Clara Zetkin, July 26, 1918. The wind blows the tops of the trees first. The November Revolution of 1918 was no exception. It began as all revolutions do, at the top. The Ancien regime was caught between the shocks of World War, the approaching revolution, and the rigid demands of autocratic rule. The impending collapse had signaled the destruction of yesterday's national unity of August 1914, which, as the war wore on, had evaporated like droplets of water on a hot stove. Violently muzzled and restrained by military censorship, mass pressures were finally bursting through to the surface, like the old mole of revolution that Marx spoke about. The whole edifice of the Hohenzollern monarchy began to crumble as the ground, once so solid, shifted under its feet. Consciousness, which is normally very conservative, was being tested by events and rapidly transformed. The picture quickly changed as all the pent-up contradictions in German society reached a critical state. A sudden movement would bring the whole thing crashing down. While the old order, weighed down with contradictions, was facing collapse, this did not prevent the ruling elite from desperately clinging to power. Everything was being held together by no more than inertia. No amount of cosmetic changes, soothing words or reforms were going to save the situation. The regime's attempt to extradite itself from crisis simply made matters worse. On the war front, Germany had experienced some important advances at the beginning of 1918. On March 3, the Central Powers had just imposed a humiliating treaty on the Russians at Brest-Litovsk, seizing huge swathes of territory including control of Poland, the Baltic states, and the Ukraine. The German attacks of late March produced the most significant gains on the Western Front since 1914. The Ludendorff Offensive, named after the honored General Erich Ludendorff, consisted of a series of German military strikes along the front. It came so near to breaking the Allied line that Ludendorff tried a second attack. Despite the advantage of troops released from the Russian front, it was not the breakthrough they had hoped for. The Germans were unable to move supplies and reinforcements fast enough to maintain their advance, which soon petered out. Ludendorff is a man of absolute determination, Crown Prince Ruprecht noted. But determination alone is not enough if it is not combined with clear-headed intelligence. Confronted with a counteroffensive supported by 1 or 2 million fresh American troops using new artillery techniques, surrender, rather than victory, now stared Germany in the face. Of course, such a perspective was utterly unacceptable to the German High Command, which refused to accept reality or defeat. Instead, they simply demanded a further 200,000 men each month to make good the losses suffered. Between March 21 and April 4, 1918, German forces suffered over 240,000 casualties. It was a futile waste of life. For the generals, it was just a question of greater effort. They demanded more severe internal discipline until victory was assured. The war had become a gigantic mincing machine of men and supplies. By the autumn, the situation had grown steadily worse. The defeat at Montdidier on the Western Front on August 8 revealed that military victory was not possible. By the end of the Allied offensive on September 4, the Germans had sustained 100,000 casualties, and the Allies just over 42,000. The alliance of the Central Powers was starting to come apart. Turkey signed an armistice at the end of October, and Austria-Hungary followed suit. Germany was left increasingly isolated in the face of the renewed Allied onslaught. Faced with the deteriorating situation, the military chiefs had reluctantly accepted the need to sue for peace, but it was the terms that were in doubt. Although the generals accepted an armistice, they still needed time to prepare for an honorable end to the war. Breathing space was required before opening negotiations with the Allies. But this perspective was to prove too optimistic, and was quickly overtaken by events, namely the mighty German Revolution. War, not for the first time in history, was turning out to be the mother of revolution. The Hohenzollern regime was coming to an end. The German autocracy's eventual demise had similar parallels with the collapse of the Tsarist regime in February 1917. As with all doomed regimes, desperate measures were introduced from the top to save the situation, but the situation could not be saved. The strategy facing the ruling clique was expressed in the words of Minister Hinze. "We must forestall an upheaval from below by a revolution from above." Hinze knew which way the wind was blowing, and his words revealed a particularly sharp sense of smell. "When the house is burning, you may have to put out the fire with water from a cesspool, even if it stinks a bit afterwards," stated Robert Bosch, a trusted friend of Minister Haussmann, the Secretary of State. In this instance, the cesspool stink was democracy, while the services of the Social Democrats were to be used to put out the fire. Prince von Baden. As a result, General Ludendorff, head of the army, realized that the game was up and was asked to fall on his sword. He was shunted aside, and parliamentary government was quickly established on October 3, 1918, with the Kaiser's cousin, Prince Max von Baden, appointed as Chancellor. This was of course nothing more than a swift maneuver, a cosmetic change to buy time. It seemed revolution was at the gates. The choice was to face up to it with dictatorship or with a degree of compliance. Parliamentary government seemed the best defense, explained General von Hindenburg, after weighing up the former option. Dictatorship would, under the circumstances, simply add petrol to the flames. It seemed that there was no alternative to a revolution from above. Partly to appease the masses, the new imperial government included in its ranks the Social Democrats, Philipp Scheidmann and Gustav Bauer, who greatly relished their new roles as honorable wartime statesmen. These Social Democrats were once again prepared to do their duty for king and country, as long as they were granted a seat at the table of the ruling class. With the German Empire clearly on the verge of collapse, the support of the Social Democrats was needed as a left prop to ease the transition to stability. In reality, the new liberal government of Prince von Baden was hardly distinguishable from the previous one. The faces had changed, but the content was just the same. The new chancellor rushed off an urgent request to President Wilson in the United States designed to secure a speedy and honorable peace of justice and reconciliation. They hoped this road was open to them as they agreed to accept Wilson's 14-point peace program as a basis for negotiations. But Wilson's reply, some weeks later, dated October 23, simply poured cold water on their offer of talks, stating that it was not possible for the Allies to deal with the military masters and monarchical autocrats of Germany. The war dragged on. After being shown the note from Wilson, Kaiser Wilhelm exclaimed angrily, "Read it! It aims to overthrow my house, and the complete overthrow of monarchy." Nevertheless, the ruling class knew full well that certain sacrifices were needed to save themselves and what was left of the old regime. The dilemma was outlined clearly by Conrad Hainisch, a social democrat, in a confidential letter to a friend. The problem is to resist the Bolshevik Revolution, which is rising, ever more threatening, and which means chaos. The imperial question is closely linked to that of Bolshevism. We must sacrifice the Kaiser to save the country. It was either lose the monarch or lose everything. The old regime had no choice but to act swiftly to save itself. On October 23, the same day as they received the reply from Wilson, the government announced an amnesty for political prisoners. This included Karl Liebknecht, who was greeted on his release by 20,000 Berlin workers. He addressed the crowd, hailing the Russian Revolution and calling for a proletarian revolution in Germany. Lenin sent a message of congratulations to him, which was read out by the Soviet ambassador and diplomat Adolf Joff. A week earlier, a demonstration called by leaders of the USPD attracted more than 5,000 workers, who faced police attacks. They marched on the Reichstag demanding, "Down with the war! Down with the government! Long live Liebknecht!" The Bolsheviks had sent Nikolai Bukharin undercover to Germany to discuss and build links with the Spartacists and the USPD leaders. He even met the revisionist Eduard Bernstein. Bukharin told him, "You are on the verge of revolution." But Bernstein, the realist, shook his head and ridiculed the suggestion. The government had hoped that concessions would be enough to stabilize the situation, but they were badly mistaken. The Social Democrats had persuaded the government to release Liebknecht as, in their view, it was more dangerous to keep him in prison as a martyr than set him free. But granting freedom to such a legendary figure was a risky business. Scheidman, who had supported his release, was subsequently astonished to see Liebknecht carried shoulder high by patriotic soldiers who had been awarded the Iron Cross. But this outward public display was nothing more than an expression of the revolution that was about to shake Germany to its very foundations. Not surprisingly, Karl Liebknecht was immediately co-opted onto the Action Committee of the Revolutionary Shop Stewards, the Revolutionär Oblatt, which worked in solidarity with the Spartacists. However, the government's amnesty did not apply to Rosa Luxemburg, who continued to be held in protective custody and not released until the revolution itself burst open her prison cell on November 9. Weeks earlier, as the regime reeled from one crisis to another, steps had been taken to unify the various small revolutionary groups. The initiative was taken by the Spartacists, who organized an underground national conference that was attended by representatives of the Bremen left. The conference agreed that the subsequent collapse of German imperialism had created a revolutionary situation. They put forward a program which included the expropriation of bank capital, the mines, mills, and all large and medium-sized agricultural holdings. The gathering led to greater coordination, and they agreed to promote a campaign to set up workers' councils, where they do not already exist. They also agreed to fight for the establishment of a German Socialist Republic, standing in solidarity with the Russian Soviet Republic, and thereby to unleash the world proletarian struggle against the world bourgeoisie for a proletarian dictatorship against the capitalist League of Nations. News of the conference reached Lenin in Moscow, who personally wrote a letter of greetings to the participants. "We have had news today that the Spartacus Group, together with the Bremen left radicals, has taken the most energetic steps to promote the setting up of workers' and soldiers' councils throughout Germany. I take this opportunity to send our best wishes to the German Revolutionary Internationalist Social Democrats. The work of the German Spartacus Group, which has carried on systematic revolutionary propaganda in the most difficult conditions, has really saved the honor of German socialism and the German proletariat." He went on, "Now the decisive hour is at hand. The rapidly maturing German Revolution calls on the Spartacus Group to play the most important role, and we all firmly hope that before long the German Socialist Proletarian Republic will inflict a decisive blow on world imperialism." Talk of insurrection. The mood was rapidly changing, especially with the release of hundreds of political prisoners. The weakness of the regime was being openly exposed, so much so that there was talk on the left of an insurrection. While the Social Democrats wanted a reform of the state and the establishment of bourgeois democracy, the Spartacists, the Revolutionnaire Oblate, and the left-wing independents were determined to go much further. They wanted a full-blown socialist revolution, the overthrow of the state, and the creation of a German Soviet Republic as a step towards world revolution. On November 2nd, at a joint meeting of the leaders of the USPD and the Revolutionary Shop Stewards in Berlin, an officer from the 2nd Guards Battalion was present who placed himself and his unit at the disposal of the meeting for the purpose of an insurrection. He was enthusiastically welcomed by the meeting, which only needed to settle on a date. Hugo Hasse, the chairman of the Independent Socialists, who was prone to waver, was now intoxicated at the thought of revolution, and proposed November 11th. Others thought that the date for the seizure of power should be November 4th. Liebknecht, however, was against a premature rising without the necessary preparations. In the end, they agreed to call for a general strike and see how the movement developed afterwards. In the end, the revolution was to break out on November 3rd, earlier than planned, with the naval mutiny at the northern port of Kiel. In the period leading up to the revolution, the regime was split, and in the process of disintegration, each proposed change from above only serving to hasten its demise. The government ministers were staring into the abyss, and it was impossible to think rationally. All they thought about was saving themselves, but all they succeeded in doing was to open the floodgates. As the celebrated 18th-century French historian, Alexis de Tocqueville, once explained, "Experience teaches us that, generally speaking, the most perilous moment for a bad government is one when it seeks to mend its ways." Trouble started to brew on the war front as the army began to collapse. Disaffection spread and desertions became more frequent. During the Ludendorff offensive, Germany had already suffered more than 300,000 casualties, about one-fifth of available troops. The loss of life continued to mount up on a daily basis. In the autumn, the defeat of the Central Powers was looking increasingly likely. But the heads of the Allied Entente were fearful, not so much of the eventual outcome of the war, as of the outbreak of Bolshevik revolution. On October 18th, French Foreign Minister Stephen Pichon told Lord Derby, the British ambassador, that he was disturbed that Germany was on the brink of revolution. What frightens him most is the fact, as he says, that Bolshevism is very contagious. Lenin was also very confident that a worldwide revolution was imminent, and he wrote, "In these past few days world history has given tremendous momentum to the world workers' revolution. The crisis in Germany has only begun. It will inevitably end in the transfer of power to the German proletariat. The Russian proletariat is following events with the keenest attention and enthusiasm. Now even the blindest workers in the various countries will see that the Bolsheviks were right in basing their whole tactics on the support of the world workers' revolution." These prophetic words were written on October 3, 1918, exactly 1 month before the mutiny at Kiel and the beginning of the German Revolution. Generals Ludendorff and Hindenburg of the Supreme Military Command, the effective dictators of wartime Germany, took measures to deflect blame for Germany's approaching defeat away from themselves. On October 28, 1918, the German High Command, without informing the Chancellor, demanded immediate action. They ordered a decisive naval battle in the North Sea, which, if successful, would sever all British communications with the continent and alter the balance of forces. They thought that such a brave endeavor, whatever the outcome, would save the honor of Germany. "Better an honorable death than a shameful peace," the naval officers were reported as saying. But this reckless gamble would put in peril the lives of tens of thousands of sailors. Feelings were already running high among the crews who serviced the battleships, cruisers and destroyers anchored in the Baltic Sea ports. The news of the Russian Revolution had already had its effect amongst the sailors. When the orders came to launch the North Sea offensive, it provoked demonstrations and a mutiny. The men on the battleships Thüringen and Helgoland refused to raise anchor for what they described as a death cruise, a mission without rhyme or reason. The mutiny then rapidly spread as sailors disarmed their officers and took control of the ships. Naval Command at once ordered that the mutinous ships be retaken by crack naval troops. The mutiny was finally put down, and the 600-strong crews were rounded up to face immediate court-martial. Rather than put an end to the disturbances, it served to set off a chain reaction. Immediately, men at Kiel and Wilhelmshaven refused to provision the ships or put out to sea. This in turn set off a major revolt that quickly escalated into a full-scale mutiny involving the entire German fleet of 100,000. The whole situation rapidly changed from a revolt into a revolution. Mutiny spreads. The revolutionary uprising spread to the workers on shore, who immediately set up workers' councils, stormed the prisons and released the inmates, many of whom were political prisoners. Hamburg, Lübeck, Bremen and Cuxhaven were directly affected. Posters supporting the uprising and putting forward political demands appeared everywhere. They not only called for peace but, according to a police report, the destruction of militarism, the ending of social injustice, and the overthrow of the ruling class. Jan Valton, a member of the Spartacist League of Youth, relates what happened in his autobiography Out of the Night. That night I saw the mutinous sailors roll into Bremen in caravans of commandeered trucks, red flags and machine guns mounted on the trucks. Thousands milled in the streets. Often the trucks stopped, and the sailors sang and roared for free passage. The workers cheered, particularly a short, burly young man in grimy blue. The man swung a carbine over his head to return the salute. He was the stoker who had hoisted the first red flag over the fleet. His name was Ernst Wohlweber. I circled toward the Brill, a square in the western center of the town. From there on I had to push my bicycle through the throngs. The population was in the streets. From all sides masses of humanity, a sea of swinging, pushing bodies and distorted faces was moving toward the center of the town. Many of the workers were armed with guns, with bayonets, with hammers. I felt then, and later, that the sight of armed workers sets off a roar in the blood of those who sympathize with the marchers. Singing hoarsely was a sprawling band of demonstrating convicts freed by a truckload of sailors from Oslepshausen prison. Most of them wore soldiers' gray coats over their prison garb. But the true symbol of this revolution, which is really not but a revolt, were neither the armed workers nor the singing convicts, but the mutineers from the fleet with their reversed headbands and carbines slung over their shoulders, butts up and barrels down. At the foot of the Roland statue a frightened old woman crouched. "Ach du liebe Gott!" she wailed piercingly. "What is all this? What is the world coming to?" A huge-framed young worker who gave intermittent bellows of triumph, and whom I had followed from the Brill, grasped the old woman's shoulders. He laughed resoundingly. "Revolution," he rumbled. "Revolution, madam." The date of the German Revolution is normally given as November 9, 1918. But the real impetus to revolution had begun on November 3, when the workers and sailors mutinied at Kiel, where much of the fleet was based. This was followed by the sailors at Wilhelmshaven and Hamburg. It was then that the dam broke, and the masses began to pour onto the scene. A left radical sailor, Ernst Schneider, describes the scene at Wilhelmshaven as follows. On their return to their ships and barracks, some of the comrades heard the heavy tramp of marching troops. Shots were fired, and the cry went up, "Down with the war!" Continuing towards the battleship Baden, it was seen that the small units had also been taken over by the revolutionary sailors. On board the Baden they elected a new commander. He was a member of the committee. It was the date when the battleship Kenisch had also provocatively raised the imperial flag, and mutineers opened fire until it was replaced with the red flag. Now the entire fleet flew the red flag of rebellion. Ashore, the sailors began to hunt down their officers, many of whom were caught, stripped of their insignia and thrown into prison. Others simply fled the scene. 20,000 sailors and workers surged through the streets, stormed the armories, seized the weapons and released prisoners. On their own initiative the revolutionaries established a workers' and sailors' council, which took control of the town. The speeches of revolutionary agitators were met with roars of approval from crowded assemblies. The revolutionary mood was highly infectious. In the night, workers and sailors carrying torches swept through the narrow streets singing the Internationale, meeting with no resistance as they went on with their business. The following day, power was firmly in the hands of the workers in this naval stronghold. Nothing moved or happened without their permission. The historian, Richard Watt, writes, "In the center of the town, a huge sailor directed traffic wearing a red sash around his waist, into which he had stuck 8 officers' dirks, daggers, and 2 pistols. He carried a rifle, and around his neck he wore the Pour le Mérite, Germany's highest military decoration, which he had snatched from a famous submarine captain." Revolution spreads. The Völkische Zeitung of Schleswig-Holstein wrote, "The revolution is on the march. What has happened in Kiel will happen in other places during the next few days, giving impetus to a movement which will traverse the whole of Germany." On November 4th, the flames of revolution continued to spread, characterized by red flags flying over official imperial buildings. On November 6th, sailors, soldiers, and workers' councils had now taken power in Hamburg, Bremen, and Lübeck. On the 7th and the 8th of November, Dresden, Leipzig, Chemnitz, Magdeburg, Brunswick, Frankfurt, Cologne, Stuttgart, Nuremberg, and Munich all followed suit. In Brunswick, the chairman of the Workers' and Soldiers' Council, August Merges, a member of the Spartacist League, assumed the title of President of the Socialist Republic of Brunswick. Its government was composed of 8 People's Commissars. However, it was not until November 9th, the official date of the revolution, that Workers' and Soldiers' Councils were established in Berlin, the capital, at none other than the Supreme Army headquarters. For their own protection, the military started to go about in civilian clothes, while the bourgeoisie stayed indoors. Paul Frelich, a Spartacist, at the head of a group of armed sailors, occupied the offices and print works of the daily Hamburger Echo and proceeded to publish the first paper of the Workers' and Soldiers' Council of Hamburg, entitled Die Rote Fahne, the Red Flag. He summed up the universal feeling. "This is the beginning of the German Revolution, of the World Revolution. Hail the most powerful action of the World Revolution! Long live Socialism! Long live the German Workers' Republic! Long live World Bolshevism!" The German Revolution was also spurred on with the news that revolution had broken out in Austria, where the old regime had been overthrown and a provisional government was formed under the Social Democrat, Karl Renner, with Victor Adler as Foreign Secretary and Otto Bauer as his deputy. The soldiers had established a soldiers' council and deputies were elected from every garrison to a national executive, which called for the setting up of an Austrian Socialist Republic. Brönthal, who was at that time a member of the Austrian War Ministry, wrote, "The same trend of feeling which moved the soldiers was operating among the workers. They were also strongly affected by the Bolshevik temptation, and they, too, would have preferred a Soviet Austria. But in the end, the Austro-Marxists would act no better than the German Social Democrats or the Mensheviks in Russia." The British journalist Morgan Phillips Price, who worked for the Manchester Guardian, traveled to Berlin to write an eyewitness account of the revolution. His account provides a glimpse of the mood at the time, especially of the ordinary soldiers. "At Eichstätten I passed through the German customs, which was run by common soldiers only. During the journey through East Prussia, soldiers boarded the train, turned the officers out of the compartments, and made them stand in the corridors. The trains were packed with troops returning home, and the atmosphere became more revolutionary as I approached Berlin, which I reached after 6 days' journey. Events at Kiel, Lübeck, Altena, Hamburg, and Hanover have as yet passed off fairly bloodlessly," wrote Count Harry Kessler, whose royal title now counted for little. "That is the way all revolutions start." He then went on to offer his opinion. "The thirst for blood grows gradually with the strains involved in setting up the new order. The shape of the revolution is becoming clear, progressive encroachment, as by a patch of oil, by the mutinous sailors from the coast to the interior. Berlin is being isolated and will soon be only an island. In fact, the bloodshed was not introduced by the revolution, which met no resistance, as the Count relates. Only 15 people lost their lives in Berlin on November 9th. The bloodshed was introduced by the brutality of the counter-revolution that was to later sweep Germany, led by the infamous Free Corps. It was not long before the patch of oil did reach Berlin, as it spread throughout the whole of Germany. On November 4th, Gustav Noske, an SPD deputy, had arrived in the port of Kiel, having been sent by an alarmed government eager to exert some calming influence over the town. However, Noske was soon recognized by the crowd, which sparked unexpected uproar and was carried shoulder high by boisterous workers and soldiers. In the vain hope of exercising some influence, he was forced to go along with the wishes of the insurgents, and even to accept the position of Kiel's revolutionary governor. On November 5th he broke the news by telephone to Berlin. "I have been obliged to accept the post of governor, and have already had some success." So as not to undo this success, he pleaded with Berlin not to send troops. He admitted later, "I had to work hard at Kiel to prevent the formation of Red troop detachments." For the moment, all Noske could do was to mollify the revolutionaries. Later, he would send the Free Corps to restore order in the most violent manner. The Liberal cabinet of von Baden met in emergency session on November 7th, with the SPD ministers increasingly shocked by the spread of anarchy. "We have done all we can to keep the masses on the halter," stated Scheidman. But far more was needed to subdue the revolution, and these leaders proved to be willing and obedient tools. Workers' and soldiers' councils. With the collapse of the old state apparatus, power had fallen into the hands of the armed workers, sailors, and soldiers. As in Russia in 1905 and 1917, the masses set up workers' councils or Soviets, the embryos of workers' power. No party or group had called them into being. They were simply a spontaneous creation of the masses brought to their feet by the revolution. The Arbeiter-und-Soldatenrat, the Workers' and Soldiers' Councils, were genuine grassroots organizations, which were established wherever workers and soldiers were present and organized. In a display of working-class democracy, factories and workplaces elected their own representatives at the point of production. The author Evelyn Anderson explained, "During the first days of the November Revolution, workers' and soldiers' councils were elected in all workshops, mines, docks, and barracks. The people were in motion. Wherever crowds assembled, they nominated spokesmen and elected delegates, who were to speak and act on their behalf as their direct representatives. This happened all over the country. This was the basis of workers' democracy. Unlike bourgeois democracy, where you could, to paraphrase Marx, choose every 5 years which members of the ruling class were going to misrepresent you in Parliament, the delegates from these councils were directly accountable and subject to immediate recall. Delegates were under the control of mass meetings where everyone was allowed to have their say. No one was elected for life or was in a privileged position. As there were no privileges, there was no careerism. Depending on the democratic will, representatives could be immediately replaced with others who were more in tune with the majority feeling. This was genuine proletarian democracy in action. As Lenin explained, he Soviets, as the organ of struggle of the oppressed masses, reflected and expressed the moods and changes of opinion of the masses ever so much more quickly, fully, and faithfully than any other institution. That, incidentally, is one of the reasons why Soviet democracy is the highest type of democracy. The councils or Soviets were the most flexible and democratic system ever devised. They were elected not on the basis of geographical constituencies, but in factories, offices, farms, and other places of work. It was a prime example of what Rosa Luxemburg called mass spontaneity and workers' self-expression. It was a product of the masses in action. As Ernst Dahmig explained, the storm of November 1918 saw workers' and soldiers' councils emerge all over Germany, spontaneously and without any preparation. The revolution created its own expression with elementary force. If democracy means the rule of the majority, then the Soviets fitted this description perfectly. The will of millions, expressed through tens of thousands of workers' assemblies, was far and away more democratic than any bourgeois parliament. As Brew explains, they took upon themselves powers at every level, those of the judiciary as well as of the legislature or the executive, in accordance with the very character of Soviet power. Events were moving very quickly, and the situation of dual power colored everything. The revolution had given birth to workers' and soldiers' councils throughout the country, which dispensed orders, directives, and instructions. Not a wheel turned, not a whistle blew, without their say-so. The revolution was like a strike, but on a massive scale. Workers who were on strike would elect strike committees, the revolutionary masses elected their workers' councils. Within a short space of time their responsibilities and functions expanded, as their duties further encroached upon those of the old state. In some areas they even set up their own armed force, Red Guard or police, as in Frankfurt am Main, Hamburg, Düsseldorf and Halle. In Berlin, new revolutionary committees were being set up. A Berlin Executive Committee of Workers' and Soldiers' Councils had been established, which acted as a national center for the councils that had been thrown up throughout the country. In the absence of any elected parliament or assembly, this body was the most representative national body in existence. Hate it like sin. The head of the government, Prince Max von Baden, looking for points of support, approached Ebert, the Social Democrat, and asked, "If I should succeed in persuading the Kaiser to abdicate, do I have you on my side in the battle against the social revolution?" Ebert replied, "If the Kaiser does not abdicate, the social revolution is inevitable. I do not want it, in fact I hate it like sin." As the Ancien regime collapsed around him, the Kaiser was determined initially to hang on to his crown. But he had lost touch with reality. Armed soldiers were roaming the streets of Berlin, but still the Kaiser dithered, and refused to abdicate. "The Kaiser must abdicate, otherwise we shall have a revolution," fretted the Social Democrats. Max von Baden needed to act fast as the Social Democrats, under growing pressure, were forced to resign from the government. The time for talking was over. The armed mass demonstrations in Berlin terrified von Baden so much that he decided to tender his resignation as Chancellor with immediate effect, and hand over the reins of government to the right-wing Social Democrats. But before departing, very astutely, he pondered the options that confronted the ruling class. The revolution is on the verge of winning. We cannot crush it, but perhaps we can strangle it. If Ebert is presented to me from the streets as the people's leader, then we will have a republic. If it is Liebknecht, then Bolshevism. But if the abdicating Kaiser appoints Ebert as Reich Chancellor, then there is still a little hope for the monarchy. Perhaps it will be possible to divert the revolutionary energies into the legal channels of an election campaign. Ebert, on behalf of the Social Democrats, replied to Prince von Baden's offer. "For the preservation of peace and order, we regard it as indispensable that the office of Imperial Chancellor and the Brandenburg command be held by members of our party." Baden quickly agreed, believing this would be the best outcome. Ebert becomes Chancellor. For his part, Ebert was prepared to become Chancellor within a monarchical constitution, but needed to consult the other leaders. They would have agreed, but they were placed in an impossible position. As the editor of Vorwärts explained, "We wanted to save the monarchy, but if someone called 'Long live the Republic,' there was nothing left for us to do but call with them." Without any further delay, Prince Max von Baden preempted the Emperor's decision by announcing the abdication on his behalf. Uninformed and bewildered, Wilhelm was astonished to hear the news of his downfall second-hand. By the November 9th, the monarchy was at an end, and the next day the Kaiser, bags packed, was at the Dutch border. He did not formally recognize his abdication until nearly 3 weeks later, possibly hoping that someone had made a dreadful mistake. The power vacuum had to be filled urgently with a safe pair of reformist hands. And as willing servants, the Social Democratic leaders were thus thrust into power. The SPD leader's first act as Chancellor was to ask Prince von Baden to accept the regent's office, hoping to maintain a constitutional monarchy. But the prince was not keen to seize hold of a poisoned chalice, and so gracefully declined. He departed with the final words. Herr Ebert, I commit the German Empire to your keeping. Of course, as a good social democrat, Ebert had made no secret of his undying support, not for the revolution, but for the Hohenzollern monarchy. He had hoped that the abdication of the Kaiser would have been replaced by some form of regency, but the revolution put an end to this idea. This episode clearly revealed the whole psychology of Ebert and the social democratic leaders. Their aim was the establishment of a bourgeois democracy, with or without a monarchy, where they would play the role of loyal democrats. Ebert began to piece together a new government. He was astute enough to realize that he needed a left cover if he was to succeed. Therefore, in his proclamation he announced, "The Kaiser has abdicated. His eldest son has renounced the throne. The Social Democratic Party has assumed responsibility for government." But he had additionally invited the independent Social Democratic Party to join it on a wholly equal basis. An all-socialist government would be formed, hoping it would be enough to stem the tide of revolution. Ebert, as Chancellor, would always keep the left wing in check. His first act was a direct appeal to the revolutionary masses, not to urge them on, but to calm them down. Fellow citizens, I invite you to help us in our difficult task, for you all know to what extent the food supply of the people is in danger. It is the primary duty of everyone to remain in the fields or the towns, and not to place obstacles in the way of the production of food or of its transport to the cities. The lack of food means misery for all. The poorest would suffer terribly, and the industrial workers would endure unheard of hardships. Fellow citizens, I beg of you leave the streets. A city of law and order. But the masses did not stay away from the streets. On the contrary, after the factories had been saturated with leaflets calling for an insurrection, meetings were held and workers began marching to the center of Berlin. Groups of socialists had occupied the post office, the telegraph building, the Wolf Agency, the military command, and the palace. As described by Pierre Bru, the day which Marx and his friends described all their lives had come at last, explained E.O. Volkmann. The revolution was on the march in the capital of the empire. The firm tread and step of the workers' battalions echoed in the streets. They came from Spandau, from the workers' districts, from the north and east, and marched towards the city center, the symbol of imperial power. To the fore were Barth's assault troops, revolvers and grenades in their hands, with the women and children preceding them. Then came the masses in tens of thousands, radicals, independents, majority socialists, all mingled together. Long live the Republic! As the masses assembled, Scheidman, the other majority socialist leader and the prince's vice-chancellor, was eating soup in the Reichstag restaurant when he heard loud cries from the enormous crowds that had encircled the Reichstag building. While Liebknecht and the Spartacists were setting themselves up in the royal palace, ready to proclaim a workers' republic, Scheidman stepped in. Later he wrote, I saw the Russian madness before me, the replacement of the Tsarist terror by the Bolshevist one. No! Not in Germany. From the balcony, so as to gain the support of the ranks of the assembled workers below, he announced the news that Ebert had now agreed to become Chancellor of a socialist government. These enemies of the people are finished forever. The Kaiser has abdicated. He and his friends have disappeared. The people have won over all of them, in every field. Prince Max von Baden has handed over the office of Reich Chancellor to Representative Ebert. Our friend will form a new government consisting of workers of all socialist parties. This new government may not be interrupted in their work, to preserve peace and to care for work and bread. Workers and soldiers, be aware of the historic importance of this day. Exorbitant things have happened. Great and incalculable tasks are waiting for us. Everything for the people. Everything by the people. Nothing may happen to the dishonor of the labor movement. Be united, faithful, and conscientious. The old and rotten, the monarchy has collapsed. The new may live. Long live the German Republic! Following Scheidman's intervention, Karl Liebknecht then climbed onto the Reichstag balcony and made a proclamation on behalf of the Spartacist League, which ended with the call for a German Socialist Republic. The rule of capitalism, which turned Europe into a cemetery, is henceforward broken. We remember our Russian brothers. They told us when they left, "If within a month you haven't done as we did, we shall break you." It only took 4 days. We must not imagine that our task is ended because the past is dead. We now have to strain our strength to construct the workers' and soldiers' government and a new proletarian state, a state of peace, joy, and freedom for our German brothers throughout the whole world. We stretch out our hands to them and call on them to carry to completion the world revolution. Those of you who want to see the free German Socialist Republic and German Revolution, raise your hands. Amongst the assembled masses, a sea of hands was raised in favor of revolution. Shortly afterwards, a symbolic red flag was hoisted on the Emperor's flag pole. As soon as Ebert had found out that Scheidman had proclaimed the Republic, he was furious. According to Scheidman's memoirs, Ebert went red in the face with anger when he heard of my act. He struck the table with his fist and shouted at me, "Is this true?" When I replied that it was not only true but was the obvious thing to do, he made such a scene that I stood speechless. "You have no right to proclaim the Republic!" he shouted. "What becomes of Germany? Whether she becomes a republic or something else, a National Assembly must decide." The revolutionary tide was sweeping aside all before it, and the proletariat was on the move, with or without a National Assembly. In Berlin, the forces at the police headquarters surrendered to Emil Eichhorn's left-wing supporters, handing over their weapons, and installing Eichhorn of the USPD as the new chief of police. The jails were thrown open and hundreds of prisoners were set free, including Leo Jagisches, the Spartacist organizer. Another, Rosa Luxemburg, was also released from Breslau prison. On that day, the Reichstag building surrendered without a shot being fired. If the masses had wanted to, they could have taken power peacefully at this time, but they lacked a revolutionary leadership. The revolutionary fervor gripping the masses did not slacken, despite the appeals of the social democratic leaders, but increased. The wife of Prince von Blücher, horrified by the spectacle, described the scene in her diary. Across the compact masses of the moving crowd, big military lorries urged their way, full to overflowing with soldiers and sailors, who waved red flags and uttered ferocious cries. They were evidently trying to excite the workers to violence. These cars, crowded with young fellows in uniform or mufti, carrying loaded rifles or red flags, seemed to me characteristic. These young men constantly left their places to force officers or soldiers to tear off their imperial badges and took the task upon themselves if they refused. About 200 of these big lorries must have passed beneath our windows in 2 hours. The revolution had conquered the streets, and workers and soldiers could feel the potential power in their hands. The old state, gravely weakened, was helplessly suspended in midair. But the masses, as with their Russian counterparts after February 1917, were not fully conscious of their power. They had set up Soviets or councils in every factory, barracks, and workplace. If they had been completely conscious of their power, they could have easily swept away the old order and established a worker state in the center of Europe. Their instincts told them that this was the direction they should take. Traditional parties. However, in the vast majority of cases, the revolutionary workers looked to the leaders of their traditional parties, the SPD and USPD, for a way forward. The misdeeds and betrayals of the past were forgotten, or at least put aside. There was a powerful instinctive feeling amongst the workers for unity. While they gave enthusiastic support to the slogans of the Spartacists, the broad masses awakened by the revolution did not differentiate between the rival socialists. They tended to adhere to their old parties, which had served them well in the past. Out of sheer loyalty, hundreds of thousands of workers stuck to their old party which they had helped to build, no matter how violently they disagreed with its policy. Loyalty to his organization has become a matter of instinct to the worker. Again, as in Russia in February, the revolutionaries were in a small minority. The Mensheviks and social revolutionaries initially dominated the Soviets in Russia, while the Bolsheviks were relatively isolated. Lenin adopted a policy of patient explanation, as experience and events would win over the workers. In Germany, it was the majority socialists and left independents who dominated the councils, Soviets in all but name, while the Spartacists were a tiny minority. In fact, at the beginning of the revolution, they only had around 50 members in Berlin. It would take great events and a direct experience of the actions of the reformist leaders before the balance would change. In the short term, despite the role of the SPD leaders who actually opposed the revolution, the masses remained faithful to their traditional organizations. In this context, the SPD, which also had a significant following, played an important but secondary role. Richard Miller, the leader of the Berlin shop stewards, observed, "Social Democrats were elected as members of the workers' councils who the day before had been driven out of the factories with blows because they would not join the general strike." On November 10, a meeting of the Berlin Workers' and Soldiers' Councils, in the presence of 3,000 delegates, officially proclaimed itself the representative of the revolutionary people. Furthermore, in the absence of an elected government, it took the decision to appoint a council of people's commissars under the control of the Executive Council. This was a clear reference to the experience of the Russian Revolution. However, the only problem was that Ebert had already been appointed the head of the imperial government by Prince von Baden the previous day. In addition, the majority socialists vehemently rejected any suggestion that they should be accountable to the council's executive committee, calling it unconstitutional. The ministers were members of the government, and a power unto themselves, as there was no constitution in existence. This meant nothing to the masses. However, the leaders of the SPD and the USPD had come to an agreement to set up a 6-member cabinet, which adopted the name Council of People's Representatives, Rat der Volksbeauftragten. This was then ratified by the Berlin Workers' and Soldiers' Council. The first German socialist government consisted of Ebert as chancellor, responsible for army and interior ministry, Hasse for foreign affairs and colonies, Scheidman for treasury, Dittmann for demobilization and health, Landsberg for press and information, and Barth for social policy. Their government. The Ebert government was viewed by the majority of workers as a government of the revolution. For the workers' councils, it was their socialist government, appointed by them. The workers in the factories, who had developed a collective consciousness, were more politically advanced than the soldier masses, returning from the trenches. The workers were more organized and were in tune with the revolutionary mood and its aspirations. They tended to look towards the independent socialists, but were also open to the agitation of the Spartacists. The soldiers, on the other hand, who were in the process of being demobilized, were more under the influence of the SPD leaders. They proved to be more dominant in the councils outside of Berlin. The headquarters of the Executive Council was installed in the building of the Prussian Landtag, the state parliament, in effect, the heart of the revolution, and was subjected to its daily pressures, while the Council of People's Commissars operated in a separate building, surrounded by former bourgeois ministries and advisors, the heart of the counter-revolution, which suited Ebert. Rather than clear out the Augean stables of the old regime, purge the civil service of their monarchist trappings and replace them with trustworthy socialists and Democrats, the government chose to rely on a discredited bureaucratic apparatus, the leftovers of Prince Max von Baden. Such technical assistants included men such as General von Sturch at the War Ministry and Dr. Solf at Foreign Affairs, who carried great influence in the corridors of power. Government ministers soon came increasingly to rely upon these figures, pillars of the old establishment. However, given the impact of the revolution, the government tried to balance between these competing forces. It simultaneously rested on the apparatus of the old ruling class, but it also had to take account of the power of the workers' councils. This peculiar development was a direct product of the dual power situation existing in the country. The revolution had given birth nominally to a government, but that same government was forced to look in two directions, one facing towards the workers, while the other faced towards the bourgeoisie and the army. In practice, the new social democratic government was the continuation of the government of von Baden and the old regime, but it was forced to cover itself with the cloak of revolution, including its phrases, take the name of Council of People's Commissars, and seek to embroil the independent socialists in the responsibilities of government. As a result of Ebert's offer, the Executive Committee of the USPD went into emergency session to discuss the party's proposed entry into the new government. They were under pressure to join such a government, not least from the SPD-dominated workers' and soldiers' councils. They initially decided to stipulate certain conditions. Firstly, that Germany should be a socialist republic, but such conditions were soon brushed aside. Eventually, the independent socialists agreed to enter the government, to safeguard the gains of the socialist revolution. Liebknecht had been offered a place in this new cabinet as part of the USPD, but despite strong pressure and a strong feeling for workers' unity, he turned down the offer. People's Commissars. In the end, the government was composed exclusively of members of the two socialist parties, 3 majority socialists, SPD Friedrich Ebert, Philipp Scheidmann, Otto Landsberg, and 3 independent socialists, USPD Hugo Hasse, Wilhelm Dittmann and Emil Barth. Barth was incidentally the only leader of the shop stewards who could be persuaded to serve in the government. Once formed, under pressure from the mass movement, the Council of People's Representatives, Rat der Volksbeauftragten, did not wait for a National Assembly before issuing a number of decrees. On November 12, the new government issued a proclamation addressed to the German people. The government which has emerged from the revolution, the political leadership of which is purely socialist, has set itself the task of putting into effect the socialist program. It issued 9 points with immediate legal effect, which included the right of assembly, freedom of expression, abolition of censorship, amnesty for political offenses, provisions to protect labor, and other reforms. Above all, it stipulated that a maximum working day of 8 hours will enter into force on January 1, 1919. The German bosses had no other choice but to make concessions, despite their previous opposition, as a result of the pressure of the revolution. They therefore had no alternative but to come to an agreement with the trade unions on November 15, which included union recognition, the setting up of factory committees in enterprises of more than 50 workers, the introduction of collective agreements, as well as the 8-hour day with no loss of pay. For now, the employers were forced to stomach these concessions until such time as they could be taken back. On the same day, as concessions were granted to workers, a government telegram was sent to the German High Command, which in part read, "Officers' disciplinary authority remains in force. Unconditional obedience while in service is of decisive importance if the army's return to the German homeland is to succeed. Military order and discipline in the army must therefore be maintained under all circumstances. Their highest duty is to work to prevent disorder and mutiny." This message to the High Command made it clear that they had the full backing of the new government, and against any signs of disorder. They knew it was in the army that the real power lay. While the Socialist Unity government of Ebert talked in radical terms, even promising socialization of certain industries, its aim was not the overthrow of German landlordism and capitalism, but the introduction of measures to stabilize the situation. The inclusion of the independent socialists allowed the right social democrats to lean on the masses and provided Ebert a left cover for his actions. Independent ministers had very little independence, but operated largely under the shadow of right-wing ministers. As Ebert remarked, "Democracy is the only rock upon which the working class can erect the edifice of Germany's future. But this rock left intact the power of the ruling class." The SPD loudly trumpeted their achievements in the press and in propaganda posters. Already, in only a few days, a People's Republic, equal suffrage, women's suffrage, the right to vote at 20 years. All dynasties and royal courts have vanished. A socialist national government. Workers' and soldiers' councils everywhere. The privileged House of Lords eliminated. The 3-class parliament dissolved. Freedom of assembly. freedom of association, freedom of the press, freedom of religion, militarism smashed, dismissal of personages from the past, soldiers' salaries increased, the 8-hour day, the law on servants abolished. Workers and employers have equal rights. So much has already been gained. Much more must still to be achieved. Close your ranks. Do not let yourselves be divided. Unity. Nobody could deny these were important gains of the revolution, but militarism had not been eradicated and the power of the old regime was still in place. These reforms were the inevitable byproduct of the revolution itself. The capitalists were forced to grant big concessions or face the likely overthrow of capitalism. Despite these reforms, Liebknecht and Luxemburg demanded the completion of the revolution and the establishment of a German workers' republic, but they were in a minority. New breed. Over the previous period, people like Friedrich Ebert, Gustav Noske and Philip Scheidman had gradually risen to the top of the Social Democratic Party. It was like scum rising to the top of a stagnant pool. As opportunists, they had adapted themselves well to the new conditions. Ebert had been appointed General Secretary of the party in 1906, and then took over as party chairman on the death of August Bebel in 1913. He was an up-and-coming party functionary who had ambitions for the party as well as himself. Such individuals were very much from the revisionist school, in words as well as deeds. For this new breed of right-wing social democrats, bourgeois democracy was the only road to sovereign government. Over the years, their minds and instincts had become increasingly conservative. They had become in essence nothing more than liberal democrats who still happened to call themselves socialists, for old times' sake. They saw their role in November 1918 as putting a brake on the revolution, which they regarded as full of extremes and excesses. There was a need to re-establish law and order as quickly as possible. In fact, Ebert's first proclamation as Chancellor to the German people was an appeal for exactly that, calm and law and order. A close friend of Ebert's was once asked, "Did not Ebert and Scheidman experience a secret pleasure on this day, November 9th, at the outbreak of the revolution?" "Oh, no," was the answer. "Not at all." They were seized with deadly fear. This was an accurate description of these leaders. Their role in government was driven precisely by this deadly fear. An indication of the depths they were prepared to go to was revealed when Ebert rejected an offer of grain from the Soviet government in favor of an offer of American grain. While the Soviet offer came with no conditions, the U.S. offer of help came with strings attached. Food shipments would be guaranteed, on condition that public order in Germany is genuinely re-established and maintained. In other words, if the revolution continued, the grain would be cut off. But the French newspaper Le Temps revealed, "It was not Mr. Wilson who thought up the condition that he set. It was urged on him by the German Reich Chancellor himself." The right-wing Social Democrats increasingly acted as a mouthpiece of law and order, behind which stood the capitalists and the military chiefs. They were willing collaborators of the most reactionary section of society, namely the High Command of the Imperial Army. Of course, this treacherous collaboration was carried out in secret behind the backs of the party membership, who were far to the left of these so-called leaders. While the left openly welcomed the workers' councils, the right detested them. Ebert, Scheidman, and the others were determined to sweep them away. The right wing were quite prepared to use the forces of the old regime, irrespective of the bloodshed, to achieve this aim. However, Ebert understood very well that the government could not use these forces immediately. They had to bide their time for fear of provoking the masses. Therefore, rather than dispatch the Freikorps to crush the sailors and workers at Kiel, they sent the Social Democrat, Gustav Noske, to contain the situation until the movement had exhausted itself. In Berlin, the unfortunate Scheidman had to put a brave face on the humiliation of being paraded shoulder-high by revolutionary soldiers. They had no alternative but to accept things until normality was restored and the revolution subsided. "We have done all within our power to keep the masses in check," stated Scheidman. Ebert and the generals. Most ordinary Social Democratic members had no trust in the General Staff and were in favor of some kind of People's Army. This was especially the case with the soldiers' councils. Of course, this was an anathema to the generals. As a result, the new socialist government did not dare to demobilize the Imperial Army and organize new Republican armed forces for fear of alienating the General Staff. When Ebert, as Chancellor, met with General Groener to seek assurances of the loyalty of the armed forces, Groener explained that loyalty came with a price. The officer corps could only cooperate with a government which undertook the struggle against Bolshevism. The officer corps expects that the imperial government will fight against Bolshevism and therefore places itself at the disposal of the government for such a purpose. Ebert concurred, simply saying, "Convey the thanks of the government to the field marshal." The deal was done, but it was clear that the real power rested with the generals. Some years later, General Groener shrewdly related what had happened. "We made an alliance against Bolshevism. There existed no other party which had enough influence upon the masses to enable the re-establishment of a governmental power with the help of the army." Behind Ebert stood the old order masquerading as Democrats, and behind them stood the Free Corps, the reactionary dregs of society. The velvet glove of democracy covered over, for the moment, the mailed fist of a threatening dictatorship. What kind of democracy? While the paramount aim of Ebert, Scheidman, and the other social democratic leaders was the calling of a national assembly and the establishment of a bourgeois democracy, the Spartacist League fought to transfer power to a national congress of workers and soldiers' councils and to create a genuine socialist workers' republic. For the reformist leaders, this was Bolshevism, the very thing they wanted to eradicate. They therefore worked energetically to divert the movement into harmless constitutional channels. As the immediate threat of revolution began to subside, the German bourgeoisie and their political representatives, who yesterday had solidly supported the autocracy, now came forward as ardent Democrats. They had changed their monarchist colors for Republican ones, anything to save the system. "I am no socialist, but a Democrat." "I always was," said Prince Leopold. "Only the black, red, and gold flag can save us," said Sewell, who later became a leader of fascism. "I submit to the authority of the government, which I will support with all my power," explained Prince Adalbert of Prussia. "Only a government chosen by impeccable methods ensuring the triumph of the people's will can have any authority," stated the former pro-monarchist Deutsche Tageszeitung, which prior to November 11, 1918 had the subtitle, "For the Kaiser and the Reich." The bourgeois parties were reorganized and renamed, so as to give them a democratic image. The old Conservative Party, for example, full of monarchists and restorationists, reappeared under the title of German National People's Party, while the former Catholic Centre Party emerged as the Christian People's Party. They knew which way the wind was blowing and changed their colors accordingly. In turn, they put their full weight behind the call for a National Assembly, which would be used to usher in parliamentary elections and render the workers' councils superfluous. The question of calling a constituent or national assembly naturally gave rise to a bitter controversy, where the right and left took diametrically opposing sides. For or against the calling of a national assembly became the central argument. The revolutionary left were vehemently against. In the words of Richard Miller, "The way to the National Assembly leads over my dead body." The majority socialist leaders, with equal determination, were very much in favor of the National Assembly. The slogan of the Social Democratic paper Vorwärts was not all power to the Soviets, but all power to the people. Historically, in its struggle with the Junker autocracy, the demand for such a National Assembly, along with a republic, had been a traditional part of the program of German social democracy. Even Engels, in his criticisms of the Erfurt program of 1891, did not suggest that it was wrong, only that it did not go far enough. Amongst the broad masses, who detested the old regime, there was a natural support for a democratic assembly or parliament. But events had turned out differently. The November Revolution had thrown up another revolutionary power in the form of the Workers' and Soldiers' Councils, which in Russia had become the basis of workers' self-rule. Therefore, the Spartacists strongly opposed the convening of a national assembly, arguing instead for a government of workers' and soldiers' councils, or rather a republic. Such a Soviet republic would, in their view, be based upon representatives not elected on a geographical basis, but in the factories, offices, and workplaces, involving those who toiled. The Soviet Republic in Russia provided a living example of such a system of proletarian rule, and it was this road that the Spartacists wanted the German workers to follow. The problem of the National Assembly. The question of the National Assembly stuck in the throats of the revolutionaries like an unwanted fish bone. The Spartacists were vehemently opposed in principle, no matter what the decision of the Congress of Workers' and Soldiers' Councils. For them, it was a question of do or die. When Karl Radek arrived in Germany in mid-December 1918, after illegally entering the country, he was shocked by the shrill tone of their propaganda. Dirty and ragged, I feverishly bought a copy of Rot Fahne. As I drove to the hotel, I looked the paper over. I was seized with alarm. The tone of the paper sounded as if the final conflict were upon us. It could not be more shrill. If only they can avoid overdoing it. It was the question of how to relate to the National Assembly that sparked controversy. It was a very tempting idea to counterpose the slogan of the councils to that of a National Assembly. But the Congress of Councils itself was in favor of the National Assembly. You could hardly skip over that stage. Rosa and Liebknecht recognized that. But the party youth were decidedly against it. We will break it up with machine guns. Lenin had constantly warned the communists against running too far ahead of the masses. The Revolutionary Party needed to maintain its links with the mass movement, and this required flexible tactics. He explained that it was one thing to have a fully worked-out theoretical position and another to apply it to concrete conditions. This, after all, was the essence of Bolshevism. While in Germany, the call for a national assembly was still linked, in the eyes of the masses, with revolutionary aspirations and democracy, in Russia it turned out differently. In Russia in early 1918, when the Soviets, the real democratic organs of the masses, had already carried through a social transformation, the National Assembly was seized on by the landlords, capitalists, and supporters of the white generals as a vehicle for counter-revolution. With a completely changed relationship of forces, the formal democratic rights of a counter-revolutionary National Assembly could not be allowed to threaten the socialist revolution. The choice then was either that the Constituent Assembly would endorse the decisions of the Congress of Soviets, or the body would be dissolved, as Oliver Cromwell had done with the English Parliament. In the event, given its refusal to endorse Soviet power, it was dissolved and, as with Cromwell's dissolution, not a dog barked. The dissolution of the Constituent Assembly had nothing to do with the fact that the Bolsheviks and their supporters were in a minority. Even if they had won a majority in the Constituent Assembly elections, they would have taken a vote to dissolve the body in favor of the Soviets. The Assembly by this time was superfluous to the needs of the revolution. Under the conditions prevailing in Germany in 1918, where the working class had not yet taken power, the question of the National Assembly was posed in an entirely different way. With the masses supporting the National Assembly, it was necessary to march shoulder to shoulder with them, participating in the elections while offering a revolutionary program of action. Renegade Kautsky. The dissolution of the Constituent Assembly in Russia led to fierce condemnation of the Bolsheviks, especially by the reformist leaders abroad. The most vocal of these critics was Karl Kautsky, who had, in the summer of 1918, denounced the Bolsheviks and refused to recognize the Soviets as the organs of workers' democracy and self-rule. For him, they were only ad hoc ephemeral organizations. In his book, The Dictatorship of the Proletariat, he deliberately twisted the ideas of Marx about workers' self-rule, omitting his idea of the dictatorship of the proletariat and the lessons of the Paris Commune. Kautsky argued from the standpoint of a bourgeois liberal in favor of democracy in the abstract. He was answered very forcefully in a rebuttal by Lenin in his book The Proletarian Revolution and the renegade Kautsky, where he argued against the distortions of Marx in relation to the state, and explained that democracy was itself a form of class rule. Democracy was not simply democracy, but a class question. You can have bourgeois democracy or workers' democracy, based on opposing class interests. Lenin explained, bourgeois democracy, although a great historical advance in comparison with medievalism, always remains, and under capitalism cannot but remain, restricted, truncated, false and hypocritical, a paradise for the rich and a snare and deception for the exploited, for the poor. The victorious Russian workers could not use the old Tsarist state machine, which needed to be done away with, but needed to create a new semi-state that would represent their own class interests, and suppress any attempts by the bourgeoisie to restore its rule. In Germany, Kautsky's argument deliberately ignored the irreconcilable class interests represented by the workers' and soldiers' councils on the one hand, and the bourgeoisie, reflected in the Ebert government, on the other. Kautsky was not willing to recognize the situation of dual power that had arisen after the November Revolution. Instead, he argued not for workers' rule but the need to combine the workers' councils with the bourgeois state. Therefore, it is not a question of National Assembly or workers' councils, but both, he argued. But this was impossible as their interests were as incompatible as fire and water. The situation in Germany meant that either the workers' and soldiers' councils would consolidate their position and lay the basis for a workers' democracy, or the German bourgeoisie would re-establish its power and thereby dissolve the councils. There was no middle road. National Congress of Councils. Finally, on December 16th, the National Congress of the Workers' and Soldiers' Councils was held in Berlin. It was to be a key turning point in the revolution, and was to last 5 days until December 21, 1918. Delegates attended from all over Germany, on the basis of one representative per 1,000 workers and one delegate per battalion. The rules for the election of delegates, however, were left to regional bodies, which resulted in a Congress that was, in many ways, out of step with the proletarian centers. The soldiers' councils also tended to lag politically behind the organized proletariat in the factories. More importantly, of the 488 delegates, only 187 were waged workers, while 95 delegates were party or trade union full-time officials, mostly from the SPD. This certainly colored its outlook and eventually affected its decisions. Out of the 488 delegates in attendance, 289 supported the SPD, 90 the USPD, including 10 Spartacists, and 10 the Bremen lefts. The majority socialists also exploited the desire for unity, which affected large layers, especially of the politically inexperienced mass. The first All-German Congress, which opened here on Monday, wrote Morgan Phillips Price, in respect of the balance of parties, resembles the first All-Russian Soviet Congress in June 1917. This domination of the majority socialists proved decisive. After a heated debate, the Congress came out strongly in support of the calling of a National Assembly and demanded that its opening should be brought forward to January 19, 1919. This was a blow to the revolutionaries, whose slogans were having an increasing echo in the working class. It now looked as if the revolution was slipping through their fingers. The proposal to establish a Soviet republic was outlined by Heinrich Laufenberg, the chairman of the Hamburg Workers' and Soldiers' Council, and supported by Ernst Dalmig, from the revolutionary shop stewards. In his speech, Laufenberg uncompromisingly argued that the old system of government collapsed on November 9. It must be replaced by the system of workers' and soldiers' councils. This is where power must lie, the power that we have conquered for ourselves. He went on. If we proceed from this assumption, Germany can be reconstructed on the basis of the governmental power created by the revolution, the workers' and soldiers' councils. We call it a socialist republic, but as yet that is merely a decorative title. We no longer have a monarchy, but we don't yet have a republic. The socialist state formation still needs to be created. What we have done so far is only the first step. He then warned, And the first few days of the revolution the bourgeoisie was too terrified to do anything. Now it is emerging from all corners. But other delegates, including the soldier delegates, strongly argued for the rapid convening of a National Assembly to consolidate, in their eyes, the important gains of the revolution. Even Ebert, on behalf of the government, was allowed to speak and throw his weight in favor of the National Assembly. The Congress was deeply under the influence of the SPD, which had paradoxically inherited the leadership of the revolution, a revolution which Ebert and Scheidman opposed. The growing support for the Spartacists was reflected in the mass demonstration of Berlin workers outside on the streets, but not in the delegates inside the Congress. With few delegates supporting the Spartacists, the only hope they had of influencing the Congress was with pressure exerted from outside. The demonstration was called explicitly in support of a Soviet republic and was attended by an impressive 240,000, which was notably larger than the one called by the SPD, whose supporters dominated the Congress. This confirmed the comments of Paul Froelich, the Spartacist, who said that, compared to inside, the social reality outside the Congress doors was very different. It reflected the fact that the capital was politically more advanced than the provinces, while the provinces provided a counterweight to the feelings of Red Berlin, where the USPD had influence. It also reflected the weight of the more conservative soldier representatives, compared to those from the factories. This was one of the reasons why the Spartacists had a limited following in the workers' and soldiers' councils, which was mainly confined to Brunswick and Stuttgart, and they had no one on the executive of the councils in Berlin. Nationally, such bodies were dominated by the majority socialists, who were the equivalent broadly of the Mensheviks and social revolutionaries in Russia. While the Congress heard Ebert, as head of the government, call for the power of the councils to be transferred to a National Assembly, the proposal submitted by the Stuttgart Council to allow Liebknecht and Luxemburg to attend with speaking rights was rejected by a considerable majority. Again, this reflected the more conservative layers in attendance. While this was a setback, it did not prevent the mass Spartacist demonstration outside sending a delegation to present its views to the Congress. Their representatives strongly demanded all power to the workers' and soldiers' councils, and the replacement of the Council of People's Representatives, including Ebert, with an elected executive committee of the councils as the highest legislative and governmental body. The Congress, however, took a more conservative line. After a heated debate, it voted to support a parliamentary democracy rather than a Soviet republic. In fact, out of those present, only 98 delegates were in favor of the call for a Soviet republic. The Congress went on to endorse by an overwhelming majority the proposal to turn its powers over to the new government until the election of a National Assembly, which should be brought forward from February 16 to January 19, 1919. The General Congress of the Workers' and Soldiers' Councils of Germany, holding all power in the country, transfers the legislative and executive authority to the Council of People's Delegates until an elected National Assembly will establish a new division of power. The General Congress of the Workers' and Soldiers' Councils of Germany shall also appoint a Central Council of the Workers' and Soldiers' Councils whose task it will be to monitor the German and the Prussian cabinets. This Central Council will take on the role of Parliament. It has the right to monitor the People's Delegates of Germany and, until the new political structure will be finalized, the People's Delegates of Prussia. To monitor the ministries, the Council of People's Delegates will appoint assistants to the state secretaries. 2 assistants will be sent to each ministry, one from the SPD and one from the USPD. Before appointing the ministers and their assistants, the Central Council has to be consulted. This proposal was passed by a massive 344 votes to 91. It was to effectively bring the early first stage of the revolution to a close. With the dissolution of the Executive Council, a new Central Council was elected in its place, which became a puppet of the government. Accordingly, the independents chose to boycott it, which effectively eliminated all opposition. This caused the revolutionary shop steward, Ernst Dommig, to remark that the Workers' and Soldiers' Councils had voted their own death sentence. Paul Froelich concurred. With this, the workers' and soldiers' councils had committed political suicide and appointed the bourgeoisie their heir. Freilich, however, was very much on the ultra-left of the movement. In fact, the Spartacists, left-wing independents and others went so far as to organize protests and meetings against the decisions of the Congress. The cry went up, "We have been cheated!" once more into the streets. The weakness of the revolutionary wing, however, meant that, with these decisions, the die had now been cast. The Congress of Workers' and Soldiers' Councils had refused to establish a Soviet republic. While opposing the decisions, this should have been a signal to the Spartacists to modify their tactics towards the National Assembly, which was definitely going to take place. Rather than continue to denounce it, they should have agreed to participate in it and argued for the acceptance of a revolutionary program from within. But they refused to go down this road. Tactical mistake. There is a great difference between recognizing the need for Soviet power and the ability to deliver it. The revolution would not be carried through to a conclusion by simply denouncing those in favor of a national assembly. All this did was to alienate those who regarded the assembly as a stepping stone to a democratic republic. The Spartacists regarded the National Assembly as a betrayal of the revolution, which could only succeed through the transfer of power to the workers' councils. But the masses did not fully understand this, especially the more politically backward layers. All they wanted was an end to autocratic rule and the introduction of democracy. The frustrations of the Spartacists, who could see the victory slipping away, were pushing them to make a tactical mistake. As long as large sections, especially of the soldiers, looked to a national assembly, it was incorrect for them to reject on principle any idea of a struggle around it. The illusions of the masses in a national assembly could not simply be dismissed or denounced. Such illusions could only be dispelled on the basis of events, and in the first instance, it was necessary for the revolutionaries to go through the experience with them. Instead, the leaders of the SPD and the USPD were denounced as disguised agents of the bourgeoisie for supporting an assembly, a policy that failed to connect with the masses, especially the ordinary social democratic workers. Rosa Luxemburg called the National Assembly a cowardly detour and an empty shell, which it undoubtedly was. But the masses regarded it differently. The more conservative or traditional sections saw it as an embodiment of their wishes. The National Assembly was certainly a detour in the context of the proletarian revolution, but there existed no straight line to victory, especially in the absence of a mass revolutionary party. Later, Luxemburg came out in favor of participating in this empty shell, on a revolutionary basis. While the arguments for a Soviet or Rate Republic had been vital in the early stages of the German Revolution, when the masses were directly open to revolutionary ideas, as soon as it became clear that the National Assembly was going to become a reality, the Spartacists should have made a tactical change. Rather than opposing the National Assembly outright, they could have combined their approach, arguing for a Soviet republic, but stating at the same time that if the assembly elections were to take place, they would participate and put forward a revolutionary alternative. "We have done away with the reactionary monarchy, and we have established political liberty," is what they should have said, explaining, however, that the only way they could safeguard their victory was if they were to break the power of the enemies of democracy, who were the enemies of progress. They should have argued for a revolutionary government that would expropriate the landed estates, banks, and basic industries, under workers' control. The state would need to be purged and renewed with reliable representatives of the people. Such a program should have been carried through by the workers' and soldiers' councils, but as these were not willing to do so, then it should have been posed as a demand on the workers' parties in a revolutionary National Assembly. The main task was to explain the need to urgently implement the revolutionary program. Only in this way could the problems of the working class be solved. Unfortunately, the majority of Spartacists took an ultra-left approach, as did the Bremen left, who even walked out en bloc from the Dresden Workers' and Soldiers' Council as they could not be associated with the counter-revolutionary elements of the SPD. This was a huge mistake, which served no purpose, only to further isolate their forces. It was a clear case of infantile leftism, which Lenin criticized so forcefully. Although members of the revolutionary left were courageous class fighters, they lacked a clear understanding of strategy and tactics. It is true that Rosa Luxemburg attempted to curb their excesses, but even she found this very difficult. They were being swept along by the revolutionary movement and were intoxicated by events. Unfortunately, they had not gone through the rich school of Bolshevism, which had prepared the Bolsheviks to skillfully win a majority and lead the working class to power. Socialization. Later on, the National Congress of Workers' and Soldiers' Councils debated the issue of nationalization or the socialization of the economy, which was one of the key demands of the November Revolution. Of course, the government, while not directly opposing the measure, tried to steer it into safe channels with the proposal to set up a commission to study the question. For the government, the longer it could be delayed the better. Rudolf Hilferding, who supported the proposal, tried to discourage the idea of immediate nationalization. The economy's productive capacity is practically in ruins, and the working class has been weakened by undernourishment and crippled by the war. All these circumstances render the task of socialization uncommonly difficult. This does not mean that the undertaking is impossible, but it does mean that we need longer to complete it. Our first task is to set the economy in motion again. Hilferding continued, "We cannot take over the whole of industry at one stroke. I am convinced that the idea of simple confiscation would be incorrect." He instead argued for a wealth tax that would yield copious amounts, and it would achieve as much as we might attain, unevenly and incompletely, by confiscation. Hilferding's gradualist approach was opposed later in the debate by his fellow USPD comrade and government minister, Emil Barth, who called for socialization not in months but in a few short days. Despite his forceful intervention, Hilferding's cautious line was endorsed by the Congress majority, again a reflection of the composition and mood of the delegates. Of course, all future promises of socialization were very quickly forgotten about, and were never to see the light of day. The decision again showed how out of step with the mood within the wider working class the majority of the Congress was. They were lagging behind the real mood, especially in the factories. In fact, the deeper down you went into society, the more radical the mood was. However, there was one question that the delegates took a very radical, if not revolutionary, stand on. This was the character of the army. This certainly reflected the influence of the soldier masses attending the Congress, who were far more revolutionary on issues that directly affected them. While the majority of the Congress were influenced by the SPD, their politics were far from conservative, especially over this question. The mass demonstration which converged on the Congress demanded, among other things, the democratic transformation of the army. This time it struck home and the Congress debate shifted dramatically to the left. In the end, the Congress supported almost unanimously the 7 Hamburg Points, a Bill of Rights for democratizing the military. The soldiers and workers were as one in agreeing a resolution demanding 1. The abolition of the standing army and the establishment of a people's militia, 2. That all badges of rank be removed, 3. That all soldiers be allowed to elect their officers with immediate right of recall, and furthermore, 4. Soldiers' councils would be responsible for the maintenance of discipline throughout the armed forces. Moreover, higher ranks should not to be recognized outside the service. The implementation of these points, especially the one calling for a people's army, would have constituted a revolution in the armed forces, and immediately destroyed the power of the reactionary officer caste. The SPD ministers, led by Ebert, desperate to reassure General Groener that the resolution was meaningless, was instead faced with an officers' revolt. The officer caste could not tolerate such interference in the armed forces. As expected, the Social Democrats capitulated to the generals and refused to carry out this decision of the Congress. Instead, they set out to establish even closer links with the German High Command. To further this relationship, they flagrantly defied the demands and decisions of the Congress, which was at the time the highest political authority in Germany. Democracy only suited them when it was in their interests to do so. But Wilhelm Dittmann warned Ebert. If the Central Committee of the Workers' and Soldiers' Councils agrees to General Groner's proposals to ditch the Hamburg points, it will sign its own death warrant, and so will the government. Yet Ebert was not moved by such threats. He showed nothing but contempt towards the councils and the revolution, which he compared to a lunatic asylum. Things cannot go on like this. We are making ourselves ridiculous in the face of history and the whole world. The conduct of the Reich's affairs is exclusively a matter for the government. Workers' and soldiers' councils all over the country must stop interfering and poking around in government matters. We can take no responsibility for pranks that belong in the madhouse. Left-wing communism. The ultra-left tendencies within the revolutionary left were not confined to Germany. Lenin had to deal many times with such tendencies within the young communist parties internationally. This was the reason he wrote his book, Left-Wing Communism, an Infantile Disorder, precisely to deal with this question in the light of the experiences and history of Bolshevism. In order to educate the new fresh layers gravitating towards communism, Lenin explained, tactics must be based on a sober and strictly objective appraisal of all the class forces. He continued, it is very easy to show one's revolutionary temper merely by hurling abuse at parliamentary opportunism. Most seriously, it was necessary to take into consideration the existing consciousness and outlook of the working class. You must not sink to the level of the masses, to the level of the backward strata of the class. That is incontestable. But at the same time, you must soberly follow the actual state of the class consciousness and preparedness of the entire class, not only of its communist vanguard, and of all the working people, not only of their advanced elements. In dealing directly with the German left communists' attitudes towards the National Assembly, he explained, we must not regard what is obsolete to us as something that is obsolete to the class, to the masses. How can one say that parliamentarianism is politically obsolete, when millions and legions of proletarians are not only in favor of parliamentarianism in general, but are downright, according to the German left's, counter-revolutionary? It is obvious that parliamentarianism is not yet politically obsolete. It is obvious that the lefts in Germany have mistaken their desire, their political ideological attitude, for objective reality. That is the most dangerous mistake for revolutionaries to make. Lenin felt it essential to keep a finger on the pulse of the working class so as to achieve the best results from the party's propaganda. The illusions of the masses could not be overcome by simply repeating abstract ideas. It was necessary to put forward a correct program that would connect with the workers. Of course, this did not concern the sectarian, who would be content to shout from the sidelines. The communists, in contrast, would seek to engage with the working class, taking their aspirations and illusions into account. This did not mean fostering such illusions, but to use them as a starting point, so as to challenge them. As the Communist Manifesto explained, the communists do not set up any sectarian principles of their own by which to shape or mold the proletarian movement. They distinguish themselves by bringing out the common interests of the proletariat as a whole. They are the most advanced sections which have a clear line of march. They are not separate, but an integral part of the movement. The attempt to boycott the National Assembly when the masses were overwhelmingly in favor of participation was clearly wrong. It was an attempt to cover over their impotence with radical-sounding gestures. There was a long history of this boycott tactic within the Bolshevik Party from which to learn. In general, the only time to boycott a parliament is when you are strong enough to replace it, otherwise it is pointless. The Bolsheviks had made a mistake, for example, in supporting a boycott of the Duma in 1907, when the revolution had clearly ebbed. Lenin fought against this boycott, arguing it was more correct under the circumstances to utilize every legal opportunity to advance the revolutionary cause. But he was in a minority of one, and even voted with the Mensheviks to secure its rejection. Barring a revolutionary wave against the government, which was absent, there could be no successful outcome of a boycott. Under the circumstances, the Bolsheviks needed to use every opportunity, however small, which also meant participating in a reactionary Duma. Later, the Bolsheviks came over to Lenin's position and the boycott question was forgotten. This lesson had clear relevance for Germany. A boycott of the National Assembly under the conditions in Germany in December 1918 and January 1919 could only guarantee the isolation of the revolutionaries from the masses who looked to the Assembly. This was particularly so when universal suffrage was being introduced for elections at national and local level. In the end, despite the boycott campaign, a massive 83% of the population participated in the vote of January 1919, a far bigger percentage turnout than at any time in the previous history of Germany. Similarly, the Spartacists also demanded, "Down with the Ebert government," a slogan that in the circumstances was incorrect, and was likely to lead to adventurism. They were still a small minority, and it would have been far better to have placed demands on the socialist government. This was the method of the Bolsheviks, who demanded initially not the immediate overthrow of the provisional government, but to kick out the 10 capitalist ministers and for a majority Soviet government to peacefully carry through the revolution. Lenin had warned against the misuse of such a slogan in Russia on April 22, May 5, 1917. The slogan "Down with the provisional government" is an incorrect one at the present moment because, in the absence of a solid, i.e., a class-conscious and organized, majority of the people on the side of the revolutionary proletariat, such a slogan is either an empty phrase, or, objectively, amounts to attempts of an adventurous character. He went on to explain that the tasks of the Bolsheviks were 1. To explain the proletarian line, 2. To criticize the petty bourgeois policy, 3. To carry on propaganda and agitation, 4. To organize, and once again organize. The provisional government must be overthrown, but not now, and not in the usual way. We agree with Comrade Kamenev. But we must explain. It is this word that Comrade Kamenev has been harping on. Nevertheless, this is the only thing we can do. This was only 6 months before the Bolshevik Revolution, and it would have been very sound advice for the young German communists, who needed to adopt not a shrill tone, but a sober attitude to the mass movement. Lenin fought against any traits of putschism or blankism within the Bolshevik Party, which would only have served to isolate and endanger the party. The party's main task was to win a majority to their side by patient explanation, and not by ultra-left talk which could seriously miseducate the cadres and disorientate the party. Again, on April 24, May 4, 1917, Lenin wrote, "What can be more absurd and ridiculous than this fairy tale about civil warmongering on our part, when we have declared in the clearest, most formal and unequivocal manner that all our work should be focused on patiently explaining the proletarian policy as opposed to petty bourgeois defensist craze with its faith in the capitalists." Once again, in summing up the whole experience of Bolshevism and left-wing communism, Lenin reiterated the flexible tactics that the Bolsheviks needed to pursue in order to guarantee success. At the beginning of the period mentioned, we did not call for the overthrow of the government, but explained that it was impossible to overthrow it without first changing the composition and the temper of the Soviets. We did not proclaim a boycott of the bourgeois parliament, the Constituent Assembly, but said, and following the April 1917 conference of our party began to state officially in the name of the party, that a bourgeois republic with a Constituent Assembly would be better than a bourgeois republic without a Constituent Assembly, but that a workers' and peasants' republic, a Soviet republic, would be better than any bourgeois democratic, parliamentary republic. Without such thorough, circumspect and long preparations, we could not have achieved victory in October 1917, or have consolidated that victory. Unfortunately, it was the failure of Luxemburg and Liebknecht to train the Spartacist cadres sufficiently in such strategy and tactics that allowed the ultra-left elements to hold a disproportionate sway over the Spartacist League. However, we should be careful in apportioning too much blame to Liebknecht and Luxemburg, as for much of the war they were either in prison or in protective custody. Nevertheless, these weaknesses would lead to serious consequences. On November 11, 1918, the Spartacists had formally changed their name from the Internationale Group to the Spartacists League, and they opened up negotiations with the Revolutionary Shop Stewards and the USPD for joint work. Although they had a much wider influence than their membership, they were still a small group. The task was still how to win over a majority, and this required skillful tactics and a certain flexibility, which they lacked at the time. Counter-revolution raises its head. After the first flush of the November Revolution, the German High Command, in connivance with Ebert, made plans to occupy Berlin with a number of hand-picked divisions of loyal troops to establish a reliable and firm government. Berlin was considered as being in the grip of anarchy by the right-wing ministers that needed to be pacified. General Groener later explained, "A scheme was hatched where 10 divisions were to march into Berlin to take power from the workers' and soldiers' councils. Ebert was in agreement with this. We worked out a program for cleaning up Berlin and the disarming of the Spartacists. An attempted military coup took place on December 6, 1918, when reactionary troops marched on the Chancellery, proclaiming Ebert as president. At the same time, another group stormed the House of Deputies and arrested the members of the Greater Berlin Executive Council of Workers' and Soldiers' Councils, the majority of whom were left independents." Hermann Miller wrote, "This coup was planned in support of the Ebert-Hasse government to counter the campaign of the Spartacist group. The leading spirit, a certain Spiro, who was neither socialist nor communist, had called on Ebert some days previously with other members of his regiment, and had said that he would demonstrate with the soldiers in favor of the government. Spiro did his best to obtain Ebert's consent, but the latter considered such a manifestation unnecessary and explained to his visitors the desirability in such cases of workers taking their part with the soldiers. In spite of the Chancellor's recommendations, however, Spiro got his own way, a proof that reaction was still abroad. While Ebert refused the presidency under these circumstances, the coup was already in motion. Groups of government soldiers had raided the Spartacist newspaper Rot Fahne, arrested Liebknecht, and attacked a Spartacist-led demonstration, killing 16 workers. Spontaneously, this provoked a massive backlash. A gigantic crowd of angry sailors and workers marched on the troops, freed the executive members, and foiled the coup attempt. Rot Fahne proclaimed, "Workers, soldiers, comrades! The revolution is in danger. Preserve your handiwork of November 9th. The criminals are Wells and Company, Scheidman, Ebert and Company. Throw the guilty men out of the government. We must foil the conspiracy of Wells, Ebert and Scheidman. The revolution must be saved. Down with the coward organizers of mutinies. Forward to the task. To the fight." However, the editorial of the SPD newspaper Vorwärts of December 8, 1918 played down the events, and even blamed the Spartacists for staging a provocation. The supporters of Spartacus know, however, that an attempted coup would have no prospect of success, and that even in the wholly improbable event of its succeeding, a Liebknecht-Luxemburg government wouldn't even last 3 days because it would have the whole nation against it. The paper then went on to put the blame elsewhere. The declaration of the Reich government, which was affixed to the columns yesterday, gives in brief the results of the investigation made of Friday's events. It emerges from this that a couple of petty officials of the Foreign Office with high-sounding aristocratic names set in motion this impertinent pseudo-coup. They are the ones who led the soldiers astray. One hardly knows what to be more amazed at, these gentlemen's lack of scruples or their incomprehensible stupidity. The harm they have done is immense. The Social Democratic government is taking pains to work in cooperation with the officials of the old regime, and an obvious prerequisite for this is naturally those officials' obedience to superior authority. This mealy-mouthed response to a coup showed how far the Social Democrats leaned upon the elements of the old regime. Seizing the opportunity, the Spartacists organized mass demonstrations and even strikes against the attempted putsch, much to the dismay of the socialist government. The feeling of anger amongst the Berlin workers was palpable, and was reflected by the 150,000-strong armed demonstration called on December 8. The Spartacists issued an urgent appeal. "Workers, soldiers, comrades! Attention! The revolution stands in great danger. Be on your guard. Our most vital interests are at stake. Everything for the revolution and socialism. Everything, even life. Defeat the attack. Down with the conspirators. Long live socialism. The future, the final victory will be ours. Groner's troops, the shock troops of the counter-revolution, began to arrive in the capital, greeted by Ebert. It was hoped he would restore order. But within a short space of time, things began to unravel. The ordinary soldiers began to fraternize with the radicalized Berlin workers, sharing their common problems. This had the necessary effect. The soldiers so much desired to go home that one could do nothing with these 10 divisions, stated Groner. IHE program of purging Berlin of the Bolshevik elements and of ordering arms to be handed in could not be carried out. The troops had become totally unreliable, which destroyed any plans to impose a dictatorship and forced the generals to retreat and wait for better times. The threat of civil war from the general staff was not without foundation. However, given the balance of forces and the effects of the revolution, there was a certain amount of caution. If it came down to an open clash, it was not certain who would win. The initiative was still in the hands of the revolutionary masses, and the forces of counter-revolution were still very much on the defensive. Groner's move proved premature. As Hermann Miller, a staunch defender of Ebert, asked, "Where were the forces of counter-revolution?" He went on, "The bourgeoisie stood to lose everything in a civil war. The monarchists did not even dream of counter-revolution. They were glad that the revolution had spared their lives. While the military had no alternative but to bide its time, this did not prevent them from testing the ground. But it had become clear that they were in too much of a hurry to reassert their control. The army was in the process of demobilization, as war-weary soldiers returned home in their droves to take part in, or be affected by the revolution. Thus, the government had to increasingly lean on the Freikorps to assert their control. As we have seen, the latter were ultra-reactionary gangs of white Guardist elements whose officers were drawn from the pro-monarchist military, the sons of the aristocracy, who had formed the student corps at the universities. These paramilitary gangs, which had their first taste of blood fighting alongside the whites against the Bolsheviks, were now engaged in terrorist acts against strikers and local trade union leaders who had leftist sympathies. From 1918 onwards, they formed the backbone of the armed forces used by the Weimar Republic to carry through the counter-revolution. By 1923, they formed the nucleus of the Black Reichswehr, the illegal paramilitary formations, which later became the basis of the fascist gangs of Adolf Hitler. People's Naval Division. Berlin was the center of extreme turbulence and instability. There were continual strikes and demonstrations. As far as the Ebert government was concerned, instead of the center of government, Berlin was very much in the grip of anarchy. Therefore, there were continuous appeals from on high for law and order. Following on from the December 6 failed coup, the military leaders, in league with the Chancellor, once more decided to assert themselves. The pretext for this intervention came on the 23rd and the 24th of December, when open clashes occurred between regular army troops and rebel sailors of the People's Naval Division. The division consisted of sailors mainly from the Kiel Navy port who had come to Berlin to defend the capital against the forces of counter-revolution. At this time, they were stationed at the Imperial Palace, in the center of Berlin. The government clearly saw them as a threat to their authority. They feared their presence and therefore hatched a plan to dislodge them from the palace, which only served to provoke them. Large groups of Marines defiantly paraded outside the headquarters of the military command, but they came under fire. One Marine was killed and 3 seriously wounded. In response, the angry sailors broke into the command headquarters, seized the chief of command, Otto Wels, and demanded he sign a document stating the division would not be transferred. But Wels refused and was held hostage by the Marines. According to the minutes of the cabinet meeting of December 26, Scheidman banged the table saying, "In short, we must decide where we stand on the question of deserters, a completely unscrupulous gang." The government was lining up for another confrontation. On the pretext of releasing Wels, Ebert ordered government troops under General Lequist to intervene using force. But, after an ultimatum was delivered to the Marines to hand over Wells, an artillery bombardment started, which destroyed parts of the building. In the exchanges, dozens of combatants lost their lives. This bloodshed caused outrage, and large crowds encircled Lequist soldiers and fraternized with them. Late arrivals began to side with the mutineers. Under such pressure, the troops became increasingly unreliable and groups of soldiers began to lay down their weapons. Many refused to obey their officers, and the assault on the naval division came to a chaotic end. In the end, despite the casualties, the rebellious sailors were victorious and Wells was released. 4 days later, he resigned his post. On Christmas Day, Spartacists and Marines occupied the Vorwärts building, claiming it had published an article attacking the Marines. On December 26, an issue of the Vorwärts printed in red ink appeared for the first time in Berlin. The general staff were furious at this ignominious retreat, and Lequist was relieved of his command. They were hell-bent on revenge for the humiliation they had suffered. This was not the first time that the army was deployed in this way, and it would not be the last. But the Berlin workers were particularly embittered by the use of regular troops against revolutionary sailors. The outrage over this attack had serious political repercussions. On December 29, 1918, the USPD ministers resigned from the government in protest at this bloodbath. This represented a deep governmental crisis, in which half the ministers had handed in their resignations. But the government did not fall, as there was no political alternative. In the end, Ebert rushed to replace the independent ministers with majority socialists, which included Gustav Noske, the bloodhound of the counter-revolution, who was put in charge of military and naval affairs. The right-wing Social Democrats now took full responsibility for pursuing the course of counter-revolution. They had clearly demonstrated their willingness, as and when necessary, to spill workers' blood with the aid of the military. Noske was about to play a particularly pernicious role. He was appointed the new Minister of Defense, from where he built up an intimate relationship with the German High Command. In this capacity, he was put in charge of the notorious Freikorps, and was soon to become the most hated man in Germany. "I won't shirk from the responsibility," he exclaimed. Noske turned to Ebert. "Don't worry. Now you will see that the wheel is going to turn." The new right-wing Social Democratic government gave increased confidence to the counter-revolution. Towards the end of December 1918, an alliance of monarchists and counter-revolutionary elements of various descriptions, together with the SPD leaders, conducted a vicious witch hunt against the Spartacist League, the representatives of German Bolshevism. An organization called the Anti-Bolshevik League, financed with government money, plastered walls with posters in towns and villages, slandering the Spartacist leaders. The majority socialists, especially in the newspaper Vorwärts, took an active role in this witch hunt, and strenuous efforts were made to mobilize the forces of counter-revolution. The burial of the victims of the assault on the People's Naval Division took place on December 29. At one procession organized by the SPD, the so-called Vigilant Committee distributed leaflets blaming the Spartacists for the deaths and inciting the murder of Karl Liebknecht and his comrades. The Christmas provocations of the Spartacists will lead the people into the abyss. The brutal violence of this band of criminals can be met only by counter-violence. Do you want peace? Then see to it, every man of you, that the violence of Spartacists is ended. Do you want liberty? Then do away with the armed loafers who follow Liebknecht. Witch hunt begins. A murderous atmosphere was being deliberately fostered against Liebknecht and Luxemburg, regarded as the leaders of the revolutionary movement. It was the equivalent of the July days in Russia, where the Bolsheviks were driven underground and Lenin was forced into hiding. Huge sums of money were poured into the campaign against the Spartacists, which openly advocated the assassination of its leaders. Giant posters appeared like this one. Workers. Citizens. The downfall of the fatherland is imminent. Save it. It is not being threatened from without, but from within, by the Spartacist group. Strike its leader dead. Kill Liebknecht. You will then have peace, work and bread. Signed, Soldiers from the Front. Many politically backward and reactionary layers were driven into a frenzy by such propaganda, especially those disgruntled and embittered soldiers returning from the front who had never heard of Liebknecht or the Spartacists. They were consciously worked up into a state of hysteria about the Spartacists, who were falsely accused of starting a bloody rebellion aimed at plunging the country into chaos. The counter-revolution was displaying its teeth as it prepared to strike. Communist Party founded. The situation in Germany became extremely polarized. The Spartacist League, using the authority of Liebknecht and Luxemburg, sought to spread its revolutionary message to the masses. Despite addressing mass rallies and demonstrations on a daily basis, their support was still relatively limited. The masses were still very much under the influence of the majority Social Democrats and the left independents, although there was a growing shift to the left, especially among the more advanced layers. The whirlwind of events plunged the Spartacist League into exhausting daily interventions. Eventually, the printers at the Sewell refused to set up Rote Fahne, so from November 18th it was printed at Klein's Journal. The new paper bore the words, "Editors, Karl Liebknecht and Rosa Luxemburg." The first of the new issue boldly proclaimed in an article by Luxemburg the abolition of capitalist rule and the creation of a socialist order of society. This and nothing else is the historical theme of the German Revolution. It is a tremendous task and it cannot be performed overnight with a few decrees from above, but only by the conscious action of the toiling masses in town and country, and the highest degree of intellectual maturity and idealism on the part of those masses pursuing their aim through all vicissitudes until final victory. In late December 1918, under the influence of the October Revolution in Russia, pressure mounted within the Spartacist League to transform itself from a loose-knit federal organization into a centralized communist party on the lines of the Bolsheviks. Initially, they were going to wait for the normal conference of the USPD before advancing the idea of a new party, but this plan was discarded under pressure from Radek, who wanted the process sped up. Given his links with the Bolsheviks, he had a great deal of authority. Ever since the November 9th revolution, heated political debate had taken place in the USPD, especially involving the Spartacists. On December 14th, at a Berlin conference of the USPD, a massive argument broke out over the question of the National Assembly. So heated was the discussion that Hasse, the chairman, appealed to the Spartacists to leave the party. This was hardly a comradely gesture. Although the left wing was defeated over their opposition to the National Assembly, it led to a very polarized situation, leading to sharp exchanges. The League seized on this to demand that the USPD leaders organize an emergency national congress to discuss the critical situation in the country. This was in the form of an ultimatum, and they demanded a reply within 24 hours. As expected, the USPD leadership feared a congress. If they were defeated, they could lose support to the left wing, namely the Spartacists. They therefore rejected the call. In response, the Spartacists went ahead and organized their own conference, which opened on December 29th. This was attended by 127 delegates, including delegates from the Free Socialist Youth, the Bremen Left, and the Hamburg Left Radicals. It was here that they took the decision to set up the Communist Party of Germany, Spartacist League, Kommunistische Partei Deutschlands (KPD). Rosa Luxemburg was initially against the idea of launching a new party, fearing they would be politically isolated. Leo Jagisches, another experienced leader, was also firmly against the proposal. They could see the masses flooding in their millions into the trade unions. They could also see the advanced layers of workers moving into the USPD, which they saw as a revolutionary party. There were still very favorable opportunities for fruitful work in these organizations, especially the independents, and yet they were deciding to abandon this party. However, the setting up of a new German Communist Party was championed by Karl Radek, whose arguments, backed with the authority of the October Revolution, carried the day. Luxemburg's hesitation cannot be dismissed out of hand. This had nothing to do with a sentimental attachment to the old party. The potential for fruitful faction work in the USPD was self-evident. The rank-and-file Spartacists were still quite confused politically, as well as being very ultra-left, and would benefit from testing out their ideas with the rank-and-file of the independents. There was still much work to be done in educating these layers. But these layers were very impatient and keen to leave the reformist USPD and form a revolutionary communist party. Luxemburg had a point about the danger of political isolation, as the subsequent events were to prove. It was not a principled question whether the Spartacists were an open, independent party or not. Lenin's call for a split in the Second International from 1914 onwards was in order to pull the masses away from the reformist leaders, but it had nothing to do with salving the conscience of revolutionaries. It was a political question. The Spartacists were, after all, a very small group of at most a few thousand. For them to launch an independent party was not going to change the political balance of forces in Germany or offer an easy solution to the impasse of the revolution. In Britain, for example, the Communists were also a small group. Although they organized the Communist Party of Great Britain in August 1920, Lenin immediately called on them to apply for affiliation to the Labour Party, so as to get closer to its radicalized rank and file. This showed Lenin's complete organizational and tactical flexibility. The real Lenin was always firm on principles, but flexible on tactics and organization. At the beginning of the revolution, the Spartacists had decided to remain inside the USPD for as long as possible. But it was the pressures and frustrations arising from the revolution that created the mood of impatience. Rosa Luxemburg was attempting to combat this impatience, but it proved a losing battle. It could be justifiably argued that if the Spartacists had remained within the USPD and organized a more coherent faction earlier, the mass split within the USPD in October 1920 would have come far sooner, and so would the creation of a mass communist party in Germany. While operating as the Spartacists left opposition within the USPD, this could have given them a certain protective cover. Striking out on their own as a small group made them much more vulnerable and exposed to the blows of the state and the counter-revolution. The Spartacist League was still rudimentary, and consisted chiefly of innumerable small and almost autonomous groups scattered all over the country, explained Paul Frelich. Although their influence was a lot larger, they were not in a position to lead a revolution. There was a lot of groundwork still to be done to build up their forces. Furthermore, the building of a revolutionary organization in the middle of a revolution is extremely difficult. While the masses are open to revolutionary ideas, the pull of the traditional mass organizations is enormous. Cadres, the backbone of a revolutionary party, cannot be created overnight. It can take years to create a cadre. This was precisely the strength of Russian Bolshevism, which created the organization and cadres before the 1917 revolution. Lenin was indispensable for the revolution's success, but without the party he would not have been able to shape events. Clearly, since her release from prison, Luxemburg's prime consideration was to assemble, as quickly as possible, the cadres of a proletarian vanguard. This task, which took the Bolsheviks nearly 2 decades to accomplish, needed to be completed in a matter of months or a few years at most. Thus, the small group of Spartacists were thrown into the maelstrom of events, desperately hoping to affect the course of the revolution with insufficient forces. A revolution acts to rapidly transform the consciousness of the masses. But experience shows that there needed to be a conscious revolutionary leadership to lead the masses to power. Such a leadership cannot be simply improvised, but has to be built with the material at hand, and that was the uphill task confronting Rosa Luxemburg. This was on top of the multitude of other tasks on her shoulders. Rebellious youth. The Spartacist League had attracted many rebellious young people to its banner, hostile to reformism, but politically raw with very little knowledge of Marxism. Rosa Levine-Meyer wrote, "Like many other ardent communists, I knew very little of its program and felt no compulsion to study its procedures. It is surprising how little one wants to know when one hardly knows nothing. Freilich also summed up the difficulty quite well. The Spartacist League was a loose organization of a few thousand members only. Its core was the old left wing of social democracy, a Marxist elite schooled in Rosa Luxemburg's tactical ideas. The majority of the socialist youth joined forces with the League, which then recruited additional supporters amongst the many young people who had been driven to the left wing of the working class movement by their opposition to war. During the war years, all these elements had run risks and incurred dangers quite new to the working class movement in Western Europe. They were all enthusiastic adherents of the revolution, though many of them still had very romantic ideas about it. Freilich himself held romantic ideas at this time. The leadership around Luxemburg tried to temper this romanticism and impatience, which included ultra-left moods in the direction of putschism, by stressing the need to win a political majority within the working class as a prelude to the conquest of power. The program, drafted by Rosa Luxemburg, strongly emphasized this central idea. The proletarian revolution can only win through to full clarity and maturity by stages, step by step, by taking the road to Golgotha, through its own bitter experience, through defeats and victories. The victory of the Spartacist League stands not at the beginning but at the end of the revolution. It is identical with the victory of the great mass of the millions of the socialist proletariat. The Spartacist League will never take over the government in any other way than through the clear, unambiguous will of the great majority of the proletarian masses in Germany, never otherwise than by virtue of the proletarians' conscious assent to its ideas, goals, and methods of struggle. Many of the young members, however, were not so convinced by such an approach. Few were politically educated and were largely driven by their own instincts. As with other newly formed communist parties, the German party was saturated with ultra-left tendencies, opposing participation in parliament, or in the trade unions, and even some favoring a loose federal organization instead of a party based on democratic centralism. It was very much a mixed bag of rather raw material which needed to be educated and knocked into shape. Newborn. Once the decision to form a separate communist party was taken, both Luxemburg and Liebknecht were fully committed to it. The founding Congress of the German Communist Party opened in Berlin on December 30, 1918. There were 83 delegates from the Spartacist League and 29 from the International Communists of Germany, IKD. This was the new name taken by the Bremen Left and other independent groupings. They had remained outside of the USPD and their ideas were influenced by anarcho-syndicalism. Ernst Mayr wrote, "As a result of the tumultuous events of those days, the founding Congress was as good as completely unprepared. Most delegates were organizers of small local groups. A firm and united ideology was entirely absent. Most of the delegates were young, with 3/4 under the age of 35 and only one, Jagisches, was over 50 years old. Half were industrial workers. Apart from voting to establish the party and then choosing its name, the Congress went on to debate the most contentious point, namely their attitude to the National Assembly. Firstly, Paul Levi moved the proposal to participate in the Assembly elections, but was interrupted many times throughout his contribution. Then Otto Rischel intervened to oppose participation. In moving the boycott resolution, he said, "We have had enough of compromises and opportunism." He continued, "We will establish the new government here in Berlin. We still have 14 days left, before the elections." Rosa Luxemburg intervened energetically to support Levi. She welcomed the enthusiasm on display at the Congress, but with certain reservations. "I am happy and yet I am dismayed. I am convinced that you want a sort of radicalism that is a little too quick and easy. In particular, this is shown by the interjections." She said that there were no real differences as to their aims, but only how to achieve them. The task, she said, was to blow up that bastion from within. But the majority of the delegates were not convinced. Despite the caution of the party's program against adventurism, delegates were swayed by emotional speeches laced with verbal ultra-leftism. Why participate in a reactionary assembly which should be overthrown, they reasoned? Despite Rosa Luxemburg's intervention, They voted overwhelmingly to boycott the National Assembly elections due in January by 62 votes to 23. Following the vote, she stated, "Comrades, you take your radicalism rather too easily." Leo Jargisches was so shocked, he thought the setting up of the Communist Party was premature. But Rosa simply shrugged her shoulders, declaring that a newborn baby always squalled at first. In a letter to Clara Zetkin, Rosa Luxemburg described the vote as somewhat childish, half-baked, narrow-minded radicalism, but she hoped this would soon subside. In this viewpoint she was supported by Lenin, who later wrote that, contrary to the opinion of such outstanding political leaders as Rosa Luxemburg and Karl Liebknecht, the German lefts, as we know, considered parliamentarism politically obsolete even in January 1919. We know that the lefts were mistaken. Two further ultra-left motions were debated at the Congress, which tried to declare membership of the trade unions incompatible with membership of the Communist Party. According to them, communists were not to join the trade unions, but to join the workers' councils instead, and continue in the most determined manner the work of fighting against the trade unions. Freilich declared in his intervention that the slogan should be, "Get out of the unions!" Rieger, from Berlin, stated that belonging to the reformist trade unions was incompatible with communist membership. The Congress seemed to be shifting more and more towards an extreme ultra-left position the longer it went on. This majority feeling to abstain from the unions was expressed at a time when millions of radicalized workers were streaming into the unions. Before the November Revolution there had been 1.5 million trade union members. By the end of December 1918, there were 2.2 million. By the end of 1919, 7.3 million. The trade unions were being filled out and transformed by the masses. By 1920, the Free Trade Unions, ADGB, reached a peak of over 8 million members. In addition, there were other unions, such as the Christian Union Federation, CGB, that gathered over 1 million members by 1920. The task of communists was not to boycott these radicalized millions who were entering the unions, but precisely to join and participate in their struggles. To boycott the unions would simply mean boycotting the masses. But many in the newly formed German Communist Party, intoxicated by the revolution, failed to recognize this fact. They failed to understand that if the party wanted to win the masses, it would need to do serious work in the unions. It was with the greatest of difficulty that the party leadership managed to prevent these ultra-left resolutions being put to the vote by placing them in the hands of a trade union commission. It demonstrated glaringly the youth and inexperience of the party, observed Radek, who, along with Bukharin, Rakovsky, Joff, and Ignatov, attended the Congress as a fraternal delegation from the Bolshevik Party. The correct orientation to the trade unions was not carried out until the Congress in October 1919, nearly a year later, where the KPD finally agreed to carry out revolutionary work in the SPD-led reformist unions. Following in the footsteps of the Russian Party, they decided to adopt Communist Party as their name. They discarded the old label of Social Democrat, which had now become associated with the reformists and betrayers of socialism. This represented a move back to the early years of the Marxist movement, when Marx and Engels changed the name of the League of the Just to the Communist League in 1847. Faced with the youthful exuberance laced with ultraleftism of the German Communist Party, Luxemburg and Liebknecht had no alternative but to bide their time. They hoped that events would show the leadership had been correct and the majority of the ranks of the party would learn from their own experience. Unfortunately, while this was the first phase of the revolution, time was nevertheless not on their side. Despite all these weaknesses, the founding of the Communist Party of Germany, under Luxemburg and Liebknecht, was a very important turning point internationally. Outside of Russia, the German Party, despite its size, was still the strongest and most authoritative of all the communist groups abroad. Its founding Congress proved an important step in the decision of the Bolsheviks to bring forward the founding of the Third International in March 1919. Within 2 weeks of the KPD Congress, the newly formed party was to experience a baptism of fire in the events known as the Spartacist Week and the tragic murder of their historical leaders, Liebknecht and Luxemburg. Chapter 3, Counter-Revolution raises its head. The revolution, which is not achieved at a single stroke but is the long and stubborn fight of a class suppressed for millennia and therefore not fully conscious from the outset of its task and its strengths, is subject to ups and downs, ebbs and flows. Paul Levi, October 1919. It is unquestionable that in the era of the First Congress, 1919, many of us reckoned, some more, others less, that the spontaneous onset of the workers and in part of the peasant masses would overthrow the bourgeoisie in the near future. Leon Trotsky, The First 5 Years, Volume 2. In all revolutions, the internal dynamics are very similar. In particular, where events are drawn out, especially after the initial flush of victory, the masses can feel the gains of the revolution slipping through their fingers. The November Revolution in Germany was only half completed, which left power still in the hands of the bourgeoisie. Even the French Jacobins had warned that those who half make a revolution dig their own graves. The advanced sections of the proletariat, realizing the revolution was in danger of unraveling, attempted to retake the initiative. Such was the situation in late December 1918 and early January 1919 in Berlin, where the forces of revolution and counter-revolution battled it out for supremacy. As Pierre Bru explained, the breakup of the coalition government and the dispersion of the myth of unity, together with the suicide of the councils at their own Congress, left the Berlin workers with nothing but their weapons and a sharp feeling of imminent danger for which they could see no political remedy. In December 1918 in Berlin, as in Petrograd in July 1917, the radicalized masses saw in armed struggle the simplifying shortcut which would cut the Gordian knot of the political arguments in which they no longer wanted to be involved. But in Berlin, there was no Bolshevik party to open up a perspective of political struggle, nor to lead them into a necessary retreat after the setbacks of the first armed demonstrations and the consequences thereof, which could easily have been foreseen. As Bru explained, there are clear parallels which can be drawn between the Russian and German revolutions, especially in regards to the July days. During the Russian Revolution, in June and early July 1917, advanced layers of workers, particularly in Petrograd, moved in the direction of overthrowing the provisional government. At this time, workers in revolutionary Petrograd organized armed mass demonstrations against Kerensky in response to the attempt by the provisional government to provocatively move out the machine gun regiment to the front. Lenin nevertheless saw the dangers of a premature move to seize power. We must be especially attentive and careful, so as not to be drawn into a provocation. One wrong move on our part can wreck everything. The Bolsheviks, however, did not stand aside from the revolutionary workers of Petrograd but, on the contrary, intervened at the head of the demonstrations in order to ensure their peaceful and organized character. That did not prevent reaction moving against the Bolshevik party in early July, but at least it was able to maintain intact the advance guard of the Russian proletariat. The repression against the Bolsheviks, which forced Lenin into hiding, and the arrest of a number of Bolshevik leaders, became known as the July Days. However, the Bolshevik party's actions won it enormous prestige amongst the working class, and prepared the ground for winning the majority of workers and peasants to the side of the party, and preparing the ground for the success of the October Revolution. Again, similar processes can be seen in the Spanish Revolution during May 1937 in Barcelona. There the Republican government, under the pressure of the Stalinists, who acted as a counter-revolutionary force, attempted to seize back the Barcelona Telegraph Exchange from the anarchists. This provocation resulted in a prolonged armed clash with the Republican government, and ended with the bloody suppression of the revolt, the banning of the workers' organization, the PUM, and the murder of its leaders. This time, because there was no strong Bolshevik party, the defeat in May was a crushing blow to the advanced sections of the Spanish working class. It was to lay the basis for the defeat of the Spanish Revolution and the final victory of Franco in 1939. The Spartacist uprising. Every day after November 9 gave the German workers a vivid feeling as though of something slipping from their hands, being withdrawn, sliding through their fingers. The desire to keep what they had won, to fortify themselves, to put up resistance, was growing from day to day, and this defensive tendency lay at the bottom of the January fights of 1919. In Berlin in early January, there existed a state of acute crisis. The 3 USPD ministers had not long resigned from the government. Fears and rumors of a military coup had begun to circulate. The campaign by the extreme right against the Spartacists was in full swing, and an anxious and frustrated mood began to develop amongst the advanced workers. After its formation, the German Communist Party began to conduct a campaign against the Social Democratic government, and for the workers to seize power and complete the socialist revolution. The military top brass, in league with the right-wing Social Democratic ministers, was preparing a bloody reckoning with the Spartacists and the ranks of the left independents in order to strike a decisive blow against the revolution as a whole and prepare the way for a military solution. This plan was later revealed in 1925 by General Groener at the so-called Dolchstoss trial in Munich. He described under oath the conspiracy hatched between the General Staff and Ebert and Noske. On December 29, Ebert summoned Noske to lead the troops against the Spartacists. On that same day the volunteer corps assembled, and everything was now ready for the opening of hostilities. Again, another general, General George Merker, in his memoirs recorded. In the very first days of January, a meeting attended by Noske, who had just returned from Kiel, took place at General Staff headquarters in Berlin with the Free Corps leaders concerning the details of the march into Berlin. Gustav Noske, who on January 6 had assumed the title of People's Commissar of Defense, answered the call to deal with the Berlin workers with the words, "One of us has to be the bloodhound. I won't shirk the responsibility." Noske was to relish this newfound role as the minister for the counter-revolution. At the end of December, a price of 10,000 German marks had been put on the head of Karl Radek, the Bolshevik representative in Germany, by the Anti-Bolshevik League, which had been founded by exiled Russian aristocrats. This counter-revolutionary organization had its own intelligence service, which, according to its founder, constituted an active anti-communist counter-espionage organization. Dismissal of Eichhorn. At the same time, a campaign of denigration was carried out against Emil Eichhorn, the left-wing police president of Berlin and a member of the left independents. This was used to lay the basis for his removal. Eichhorn was regarded as a threat because he had organized a new left police force of 2,000 workers and soldiers committed to the revolution, and of course posed an obstacle to the central authorities. The potential danger was accentuated especially after the left independents had withdrawn from the government. The action against Eichhorn was to be used as the provocation to push the Spartacists, the ranks of the left independents, and the Berlin workers into an armed rebellion. This would be the justification for the military to step in and crush the movement. This was, nonetheless, a very risky strategy, given the recent fiasco over the naval division. On January 4, 1919, after a series of false charges, Eichhorn was called upon by the Ministry of the Interior to resign his post. The right-wing Social Democrat, Eugen Ernst, was to be appointed in his place. This was a man who a few years later supported the Kapp Putsch, an indication of his true political loyalties. Eichhorn, who had mass support, refused to move. As far as he was concerned, he had been installed by the revolution and would only leave at the behest of the revolution, not the orders of the Minister of the Interior. At the time of this provocation, the Berlin Executive Committee of the USPD, already in discussions with the revolutionary shop stewards, immediately adopted a resolution supporting Eichhorn. They shortly met with the leaders of the newly founded KPD to discuss joint action over this blatant attack on the revolution. With the refusal of the SPD government to back down, the Berlin Executive Committee, together with the revolutionary shop stewards and the KPD, called for a mass protest demonstration on January 5. This resulted in hundreds of thousands of workers marching to the police headquarters. A revolutionary committee was established representing the organizations in Berlin, left independents, the KPD and the revolutionary shop stewards. They were informed that the capital's garrison was supporting their stand and that they could rely on military assistance from Spandau and Frankfurt. The committee therefore decided, with this apparent support, to resist the dismissal and use the opportunity to overthrow the Ebert-Scheidman government. Liebknecht, carried away by the movement, supported the idea. At the same time, groups of armed workers had occupied the editorial offices of the hated Vorwärts, the SPD newspaper. Apparently, agents provocateurs were also at work, urging on the workers. But the workers needed little encouragement, and were eager for action. After a period, the armed protesters were persuaded to end their occupation, but this did not last long. Following the stalemate, a further occupation was carried out which faced little resistance. Other important bourgeois news printing offices in the newspaper district were also occupied. These actions were never planned or directed by the Spartacist League, although many of its members were involved. The next day 500,000 workers took to the streets, many armed, as many large factories went on strike. It was one of the biggest demonstrations of the revolution. This situation had clear parallels with the June demonstrations in Russia in 1917 and signaled the beginning of the so-called Spartacist Revolution. The next 24 hours would decide everything. Emil Eichhorn, as Roddick recalls, had armed the Berlin workers, the independents, and the Spartacists. There were such tremendous masses participating in the demonstration that it appeared possible to seize power in Berlin. Only unarmed crowds of social democratic workers guarded the government in the Wilhelmstrasse. There were no soldiers round the governmental buildings. Another eyewitness, Arthur Rosenberg, recalled, "There is a general feeling in Berlin that the second revolution had begun. We supposed that the three revolutionary organizations would now jointly set up a red government and carry the revolution through to the bitter end." Further demonstrations were called by the Revolutionary Committee, which then went into permanent session, but without clear plans or objectives. The masses were ready, but the leadership began to dither. Finally, a decision was taken by the committee, headed by George Ledebour, Karl Liebknecht, and Paul Scholz, to overthrow the Ebert government and replace it with a new workers' government. They even prepared a typewritten declaration to that effect to be made public as soon as the overturn was accomplished. The Ebert-Scheidman government has made itself intolerable. The undersigned Revolutionary Committee representing revolutionary workers and soldiers, Independent Social Democratic Party and Communist Party, announces that it has been deposed. The undersigned Revolutionary Committee provisionally assumes the functions of government. Comrades! Workers! Close ranks round the decisions of the Revolutionary Committee. Signed, Liebknecht, Ledebour, Scholz. Given the turn of events, the communiqué was never published. Nevertheless, a copy found its way into the hands of the SPD, which published it on January 14, as part of the witch hunt against the Spartacists, and proof of the conspiracy. The workers not only occupied the offices of Vorwärts and the press quarter, but also the Reich printing office, the railway headquarters, food warehouses, and other such buildings. Even the Reichstag was occupied for a brief period. Gustav Noske later wrote, "Great masses of workers answered the call to struggle. Their favorite slogan, 'Down, down, down, with the government,' resounded once more. I had to cross the procession at the Brandenburg Gate, in the Tiergarten, and again in front of General Staff headquarters. Many marchers were armed. Several trucks with machine guns stood at the Siegessäule. Repeatedly, I politely asked to be allowed to pass, as I had an urgent errand. Obligingly, they allowed me to cross through. If the crowds had had determined, conscious leaders, instead of windbags, by noon that day Berlin would have been in their hands." This really summed up the situation. The government was hanging by a thread. Fearing the end, the petrified members of the government had abandoned their office buildings for the safety of a private home. Morgan Phillips Price, a British reporter with Bolshevik sympathies, also witnessed the events and wrote in his diary. January 7th. Great demonstrations both sides again. Workers occupy some railway stations. Government brings in troops. Fraternization. some firing and casualties. Groups and street discussions, questions such as wages, hours, capitalist system. Masses appear to be realizing economic issues of revolution. Went to Vorwärts office. January 8th. Went to Vorwärts office. Chaos. Impression that no organization exists. Wrote article. Demonstration, firing and fraternizing continue. Most of the troops declared themselves neutral. Independence mediating. January 9th. General feeling of depression everywhere. Shooting begins at midday around Anhalter station and newspaper quarter. Government trying to hold railway station till fresh troops arrive. Hopes of left and red guards depend on fraternization. Government is organizing white guards from officers and sons of bourgeoisie. Kurfürstentum is full of military, calling for volunteers in street. Counter-revolutionary front is slowly uniting. Traitors to the proletariat. The official position of the KPD at this time, while supporting the movement, was against a premature attempt to overthrow the social democratic government. This was clearly correct given the balance of forces nationally. A leaflet issued by the KPD at the time explained that I.F. Berlin workers were today to disperse the National Assembly and throw the Ebertskydman people into prison, while the workers of the Ruhr and Upper Silesia and the rural workers of Germany east of the Elbe remained inactive. The capitalists would be able tomorrow to subdue Berlin through hunger. The general content of the KPD's newspaper Rote Fahne, however, was full of attacks on the government, and urged the workers to take ever more militant action. The line between a mass armed demonstration, occupations and an insurrection became increasingly blurred. A joint appeal issued on January 9th began by denouncing Ebert and Skydman, both stained with the blood of their brothers, as traitors to the proletariat, these miserable underlings of capitalist intrigue, these embodiments of the counter-revolution. It continued, they belong in prison or on the scaffold. But instead they intend to establish their domination on the very corpses of their victims, and create a violent regime resting on bayonets, machine guns and cannons. It concluded by urging the workers, we must fight to the last. Onwards to the decisive struggle. Show the scoundrels your strength. Take up arms. Use your weapons against your deadly enemies, the Eberts and Skydmans. Be armed, be ready, take action, take action, take action. Out onto the streets for the final battle, for victory. This was signed in the name of the revolutionary shop stewards and the representatives of the big factories of Greater Berlin, the central leadership of the independent social democratic organizations of Berlin and surrounding districts, and, finally, the Zentrale * of the Communist Party, Spartacus League. The very fiery language, which called for the use of arms against the government, left little to the imagination, and appealed to the masses to go to the end. Alarmed by this turn of events, Radek wrote to the Central Committee of the party urging them to stage an organized and orderly retreat. The Berlin movement has landed in a blind alley. I was therefore compelled as early as Monday, January 6th, to bring to the attention of various Central Committee comrades my opinion that it was necessary to break off the fight. The only restraining force that can prevent this misfortune is you, the Communist Party. You have enough insight to know that the fight is hopeless. Of course, I am aware of how difficult it is now, after so many sacrifices, to stand up before the masses and sound the retreat. I know that this will lead to a decline in morale. But such depression is nothing compared to what the masses will say to themselves after the bloodletting. They will say that blind leaders incited them to hopeless battle, or that leaders saw the abyss but that out of revolutionary egotism they could not make up their minds to call halt. All considerations of revolutionary egotism must take a secondary position to the real relationship of forces. But Radek's advice was rejected. The left independents and the revolution Oblit who were close to Eichhorn were pressing for more militant action. The two KPD representatives on the committee, Karl Liebknecht and Wilhelm Pieck, without the party's mandate, backed the resolution supporting the overthrow of the Ebert government. For them, decisions had to be made under fire. They had no time to consult, and appeared to have been carried away by the situation. They had either misjudged things, or felt they had no other choice, but in so doing they had fallen for the government's provocation without any necessary preparation. Liebknecht was in the midst of the action, and in constant danger. He was a direct part of the struggle, and this suited his character. He was an instinctive workers' leader, a man of action. The revolution was not simply an event, but something that affected him deeply and personally. He did not consider himself a theoretician and perhaps lacked a deeper understanding of the tactics and strategy that were needed to carry through a successful revolution. The situation caught him unprepared. He lacked the political insight and perspicacity to enable him to understand the overall situation, weigh it up, and act accordingly. The movement paid a great price for this serious lack of judgment. Deliberations. The Revolutionary Committee had endless discussions, but failed to give any coherent direction to the mass movement, which eventually began to dissipate. The masses, after all, could not be kept in a permanent state of readiness. What they needed at this time was firm leadership and direction. The continual vacillation had catastrophic consequences in confusing and disorientating the Berlin workers. As Marx had warned, insurrection is an art, and not to be played with. But the Revolutionary Committee was oblivious to such advice, and things were carried out without any regard for the consequences. To make matters worse, the Central Committee of the Councils and the Berlin Executive Committee actually came out in support of Eichhorn's dismissal. The Marstal sailors also protested that they were involved in decisions against their will, which added further to the confusion. The mass movement began to fracture, and the initiative was slipping away. Rote Fahm later described the demonstration as the greatest workers' mass action in history. The workers and soldiers were ready to do anything, to sacrifice anything for the revolution, even their lives. It was an army of 200,000 men, such as no Ludendorff had ever beheld, continued the paper. But it then went on to describe what happened. And then an outrage took place. From 9 a.m. the masses stood in the cold and light drizzle. And somewhere the leaders sat and deliberated. The drizzle intensified, and still the masses stood there. But the leaders were deliberating. Midday arrived, and to the cold was now added hunger. And the leaders deliberated. The masses were feverish with excitement. They wanted a deed, even merely a word to appease their anxiety. But no one knew what to do. For the leaders were deliberating. The drizzle picked up again, and it was twilight. Sadly, the masses went home. They had intended a great deed, but had accomplished nothing. For the leaders had been deliberating. Deliberating, deliberating, and deliberating. Rosa Luxemburg also attacked the Revolutionary Committee for failing to provide leadership. "We see and hear nothing," she said. "The workers' representatives may well be thoroughly and extensively discussing, but now is the time to act." The National USPD leaders, who had nothing to do with the action in Berlin, decided to go behind the backs of the Revolutionary Committee and negotiate a truce directly with the government. When informed of these negotiations, the Berlin Independents on the Revolutionary Committee supported the initiative of their national leadership. Liebknecht and Pieck strongly opposed the idea. How could anyone negotiate with a government that they had 24 hours earlier planned to overthrow? The proposal to negotiate was taken to the shop stewards' meeting, which also voted in favor. When negotiations began at midnight 6 to 7 January, the government demanded that all the newspaper buildings had to be vacated before any further talks could take place. The talks soon broke down. To complicate matters even further, once those workers occupying the buildings found out about the negotiations, they were furious and demanded their leaders be removed. The confused situation propelled the occupying forces into open physical clashes with the military authorities. For the Ebert government, the negotiations were simply a ploy to string things along until the military were ready to move. Dogs of war. While the workers' leaders talked aimlessly, the forces of counter-revolution, under the direction of Noske, were preparing for a bloody confrontation with the Berlin workers. The Free Corps had been gathering outside the capital. Now was the moment, in the words of Shakespeare, for them to unleash the dogs of war. It was the start of a terror campaign, similar to those unleashed in Finland against the revolutionaries. The government's task, as they saw it, was to pacify the city before the National Assembly elections, which were scheduled for January 19, just over a week away. On January 10, the Free Corps entered Berlin and an attack was opened up by the Potsdam Regiment, led by Major von Steffany. Steffany was later to become one of the leaders of the notorious Stahlhelm organization, but for now was fighting under the black, red and gold Republican flag. But the revolutionary workers remained defiant, saying, "Rather than surrender, we will let ourselves be buried in the ruins of the building." On January 11, Noske moved in with a further contingent of Free Corps troops led by the monarchist generals von Redder, von Wissel, and von Heilsen. The government was determined to take back the Vorwärts building by military force, no matter the bloodshed. The building was mercilessly shelled from the early hours of the morning. Heavy artillery and mortar attacks by government troops resulted in enormous damage and scores of injuries. In the end, the situation became hopeless for the occupying rebels, and the 350 or so who remained in the building had no alternative but to surrender. After 2 hours of constant bombardment, the white flag was hoisted, but they were shown no mercy. Rosa Luxemburg wrote, "The massacred mediators, who had been trying to negotiate the surrender of the Vorwärts building, were clubbed beyond recognition by the rifle butts of the government's rampaging troops so that their bodies cannot be identified. Prisoners were put up against the wall and slaughtered so violently that bits of skull and brain tissue splattered everywhere. As far as the counter-revolution was concerned, there were to be no negotiations. By January 12 the siege was over. Within a matter of days, officially, 156 people had been killed and hundreds wounded, but this was a gross underestimate. The monarchists in charge avenged themselves on the communists. Of the 300 or so prisoners captured in the Vorwärts building, groups were marched to the nearby dragoon barracks and maltreated. An undisclosed number were shot in the courtyard. This was the meaning of the Free Corps pacification. Noske quipped, "It is quite true that many of them are monarchists, but when you want to reconstruct you must fall back on the men whose profession it is to deal with the situation." Noske and the generals had hatched a plan to reconquer Berlin by force and teach the workers a lesson they would never forget. To quote Paul Frelich, "The White Terror had begun." It was clear that the so-called Spartacist rebellion was not a conscious strategy pursued by the Spartacists. The events were certainly started by government provocation, intended as a pretext to crush the movement. But this was not the only element involved. There was anger in the Berlin working class, and in January it reached boiling point. There was also a feeling of frustration that the revolution was being lost. Although the uprising did not have the approval of the Spartacist leadership, they were not prepared to abandon those risking their lives on the front line. Once the defense of the Vorwärts building was underway, the Spartacists felt they were obliged to give it unconditional support. In fact, the occupation of the Vorwärts building was headed by Eugen Levine of the KPD. Therefore, the defense of the uprising became a point of principle for the party. Despite Radek's appeal, things had now gone too far to pull back. Leon Trotsky explained, "Spartacist week began, not in the manner of a strategy calculated by the party, but in the manner of a pressure from the indignant lower ranks. It developed around a question of third-rate importance, that of retaining the office of Chief of Police, although it was in its tendencies the beginning of a new revolution. Both organizations participating in the leadership, the Spartacus League and the Left Independents, were taken unawares. They went further than they intended and at the same time did not go through to the end. The Spartacus men were still too weak for independent leadership. The Left Independents balked at those methods which could alone have brought them to the goal, vacillated, and played with the insurrection, combining it with diplomatic negotiations. How could you? When Liebknecht returned to the offices of Rotfahn with news of what had happened, Luxemburg was very critical of him for taking matters too far and endorsing the insurrection. "But Karl, how could you? What about our program?" she protested. Radek too was opposed to the action, using the example of the Bolsheviks in July 1917. "Nothing can stop him who is weaker from retreating before a stronger force," he said. He was also supported in this by Paul Levi. But it was too late. The damage had been done. The Berlin action, although heroic, was the action of a small group of hundreds, without active support, or more importantly, without clear revolutionary leadership. The majority of the organized working class of Berlin remained passive. There was certainly sympathy for the struggle, especially in the face of the brutal repression by the authorities, but that was not the same as willing active support. In a final article, Luxemburg attempted to draw a balance sheet of the Spartacist week, the title of which, "Order Prevails in Berlin," summed up the situation. What was this recent Spartacus week in Berlin? What has it brought? What does it teach us? While we are still in the midst of battle, while the counter-revolution is still howling about their victory, revolutionary proletarians must take stock of what happened and measure the events and their results against the great yardstick of history. Was the ultimate victory of the revolutionary proletariat to be expected in this conflict? Could we have expected the overthrow of Ebert Scheidman and the establishment of a socialist dictatorship? Certainly not, if we carefully consider all the variables that weigh upon the question. The weak link in the revolutionary cause is the political immaturity of the masses of soldiers, who still allowed their officers to misuse them, against the people, for counter-revolutionary ends. This alone shows that no lasting revolutionary victory was possible at this juncture. On the other hand, the immaturity of the military is itself a symptom of the general immaturity of the German Revolution. Does that mean that the past week's struggle was an error? The answer is yes if we were talking about a premeditated raid or putsch. But what triggered this week of combat? As in all previous cases, such as December 6th and December 24th, it was a brutal provocation by the government. Faced with the brazen provocation by Ebert Scheidman, the revolutionary workers were forced to take up arms. Indeed, the honor of the revolution depended upon repelling the attack immediately, with full force in order to prevent the counter-revolution from being encouraged to press forward, and lest the revolutionary ranks of the proletariat and the moral credit of the German Revolution in the International be shaken. She concluded. The leadership failed. But a new leadership can and must be created by the masses and from the masses. The masses are the crucial factor. They are the rock on which the ultimate victory of the revolution will be built. The masses were up to the challenge, and out of this defeat they have forged a link in the chain of historic defeats, which is the pride and strength of international socialism. That is why future victories will spring from this defeat. Order prevails in Berlin. You foolish lackeys! Your order is built on sand. Tomorrow the revolution will rise up again, clashing its weapons, and to your horror it will proclaim with trumpets blazing. I was, I am, I shall be. Despite Rosa Luxemburg's optimism, brutal order did very much prevail. The social democratic leaders were prepared to stoop to new depths to crush the revolution, and democracy was made secure over the backs of revolutionary workers. The counter-revolution quickly took revenge on behalf of the capitalists, who had been terrified by the revolution. The Spartacists were to pay dearly for their support of militant action. In a short space of time, two leading KPD members, Leo Jogisches and Hugo Eberlein, were arrested. The government minister Philipp Scheidman, in echoing the demands of the reaction, had put an unofficial price of 100,000 German marks on the heads of Liebknecht and Luxemburg, on top of the previous offer of the Association for Combating Bolshevism of 10,000 marks for anyone aiding in the arrest of Liebknecht. As in the July days in Russia, the slanders poured down over the heads of the Spartacists like the waters of Niagara, to quote Trotsky, unbridled and shameless. The SPD paper Vorwärts joined in the hue and cry against the Spartacist leaders. On January 13 this socialist newspaper, to incite murder, published a poem which ended with a verse. Many hundred corpses in a row. Proletarians. Karl, Radek, Rosa and company. Not one of them is there, not one of them is there, proletarians. Another played on anti-Semitic feelings using Germanist equivalents of the original Jewish names of Trotsky, Bronstein, and Radek, Sobel's son. I saw the masses marauding. Behind Karl, blind war god. Dancing to the Pied Piper's flute, who slyly promised them the world. They bowed before blooded idols, grovelled before all that humanity scorns, before Russia's Asiatics and Mongols, before Bronstein, Luxembourg, and Sobel's son. Go back, you raging hordes! You cry for freedom, only to kill it. Phillips Price again briefly records the situation as it unfolded on a daily basis, January 14th. Talked with Domig, who says workers very depressed. Whole tactics of Spartacus he considers disastrous. Mass of soldiery not ready for next step of revolution. January 15th. Reign of white terror. Arrests everywhere. Meanwhile railway strike for higher wages. That is when the victors will find their victory is Pyrrhic. Luxembourg, Liebknecht murdered. Then came the tragic news, January 16th. Stunned by appalling news of foul murder of Liebknecht and Luxembourg. Too staggered to conceive the fact, except to feel instinctively that this fiendish crime will do more than anything else to unite all ranks of revolution against this accursed hydra of Prussian militarism which allies cannot kill because they are themselves brother hydra. Saw Miller Sr., Richard, who saw Liebknecht's body and can affirm that shots were fired from a short distance. The final article written by Karl Liebknecht was published on January 15th, the very day that he and Rosa Luxembourg were tracked down and murdered by the Freikorps. The main content of the article was to lay bare the hysterical campaign against the Spartacists. It began: all-out war on the Spartacist League. Down with the Spartacists, they howl through the streets. Catch them! Whip them! Stab them! Shoot them! Run them through! Run them down! Tear them to shreds! He then warned. Yes. The revolutionary workers of Berlin were beaten. And every drop of their blood is a seed of discord for today's victors, like dragon's teeth, because from them will grow those who will avenge the fallen. From every shredded fiber, new warriors will arise to carry on the lefty cause, a cause as eternal and everlasting as the firmament. The vanquished of today shall be the victors of tomorrow, for they will learn from defeat. Whether or not we are alive when it arrives, our program will live, and it will reign in a world of redeemed humanity. Despite everything. In the previous days the atmosphere had become extremely dangerous following the Spartacist uprising. The slanders multiplied by the hour. It clearly wasn't safe, and Luxembourg spent a few nights at various hostels, only calling at her flat to pick up clothes and letters. Each night, the Spartacist leaders were housed secretly by different comrades and sympathizers. Now the government was hunting them, and they were on the run. More seriously, as we have seen, they had a price on their heads. Following the uprising, the KPD headquarters were occupied and ransacked by the military, and this led to the arrest of Jagisches and Eberlein. Despite Luxembourg and Liebknecht being kept in a safe house in Berlin, the Freikorps tightened their grip on the city. The searches were stepped up and Liebknecht's wife and son were taken into custody. It was like a tightening noose. Eventually, their whereabouts were discovered and troops broke into the apartment and arrested them on January 15th at nearly 9 in the evening. When they were seized, both Liebknecht and Luxembourg were taken to the Eden Hotel, headquarters of the Cavalry Guards Division, for investigation, before supposedly being transferred to the Moabit prison. But the transfer was a deception, as the officers had already agreed on their assassination. See to it that these swine do not reach the prison alive. Captain Lieutenant Heinz von Pflughartung was reported to have said. In the headquarters, the revolutionaries were mistreated, faced hysterical denunciations and a torrent of abuse. From then on, their fate was sealed. They would not be allowed to escape the iron grip of their captives alive. Liebknecht was the first to be taken out of the back door of the building, escorted by Captain Pflug-Hartung and other soldiers. As he stepped onto the pavement, Otto Runge, a sentinel, beat him over the head with a rifle butt. Liebknecht placed his hands over the wound from which blood was pouring freely. He was then bundled into a waiting car. He was driven a short distance to the Tiergarten, before he was forced out and shot, allegedly trying to escape. At 23:20 that night, an unknown man deposited his lifeless body at the Kurfürstendamm infirmary. Rosa Luxemburg suffered a similar fate. She was led out of the hotel after being beaten. As she left the building, a soldier used the butt of his rifle to beat her semi-conscious to the ground. She was likewise bundled into a car, struck with the handle of a revolver, and then a bullet was put through her head. On the orders of Lieutenant Kurt Vogel, her blood-stained body was thrown into the ice-covered waters of the Landwehr Canal from the Lichtenberg Bridge, where her remains were not recovered until May 31st. The counter-revolution had carried out its bloody revenge of beheading the revolution. The bourgeois paper Tagliche Rundschau simply stated that the day of judgment on Luxemburg and Liebknecht is over. Germany has peace, it can breathe again. A travesty of a court-martial trial was held on May 9, 1919 for the killers of Luxemburg and Liebknecht. The two principal defendants, Captain Lieutenant von Pflug-Hartung and Lieutenant Kurt Vogel, arrived in court. Laughing, their chests decorated with medals. They gave the impression of going to a wedding rather than a murder trial, stated a witness. The court was packed full. During the trial, Pflug-Hartung, the bare-faced liar, admitted shooting Liebknecht for trying to escape. He was then acquitted, with great applause at the verdict. Meanwhile, Vogel admitted driving Luxemburg's body to the canal, but claimed another officer had been the one to shoot her. The jury could not make up its mind whether Luxemburg had already died from the earlier blows to the head. He was therefore sentenced to 2 years and 4 months in prison. He didn't serve his sentence, however, as Vogel was allowed to escape from prison and cross the border to Holland, where he laid low until everything had blown over. He then returned to Germany a free man. Another defendant, Private Runge, who had bludgeoned the captives, escaped a murder verdict and was sentenced to 2 years' imprisonment. In the end, only the private soldier went to prison, but he only served several months for his crime before being released. The General Staff Officer of the Cavalry Guard, a man named Captain Waldemar Pabst, who arrested Luxemburg and Liebknecht, gave an interview to Der Spiegel in 1962. He claimed he interrogated Luxemburg and Liebknecht, as well as Wilhelm Pieck, at the Eden Hotel. He also claimed that Pieck betrayed his comrades and as a result was released, but this cannot be confirmed. He ordered that the prisoners be delivered to the governor at Mobit prison. The Spiegel interview then records, in his view, what happened next. Pabst, at the entrance of the Eden Hotel there was a guard, Soldier Runge. That man hit Rosa Luxemburg over the head with the butt of his gun when she left the hotel. This was not included in my program. Someone who is now dead bribed the soldier to kill Liebknecht and Luxemburg. Question: did you not order yourself that these two should be murdered? Pabst: you mean the actual order? I refuse to say anything about this. Question: did you give any order that those two should be, let us say, killed? Pabst: I tell you I refuse to say anything about this. You know exactly what the situation was. The whole of Germany knew. Question: the whole of Germany knew that they had been murdered. Pabst: the essential thing is this: was it necessary or was it not? Question: you thought it was necessary and your order went further than hand them over to Mobit? Pabst: that was the order I gave in the presence of my orderly office. What I discussed with the gentlemen who had volunteered for the transport, and they were all volunteers, is a matter between them and myself. Question: you did not discuss anything with the soldier Runge? Pabst: really, gentlemen, You don't think that I would have given such a stupid order as to bash Luxemburg's head outside the Hotel Coram Publico? One was not that stupid. The Transport Command reported that Liebknecht had been shot while trying to escape, and that Luxemburg had been shot by an unknown man who had jumped on the running board of the car after she had been hit by a soldier and was unconscious. The leader of the Transport Command had then thrown her into the canal. Question: What did your superiors say about your orders? Pabst, that it was right the way I had done it. There were proceedings before a tribunal according to the wishes of Hernosky. Question: The soldier got 2 years imprisonment, but the officer who shot Rosa Luxemburg and then threw her body in the canal got a suspended sentence which he never served. Who helped him? Pabst. An order by Hernosky. The German proletariat had lost 2 of its most outstanding leaders at the hands of the counter-revolution, and with the full compliance of the social democratic ministers. The revolutionary movement would neither forget nor forgive this treachery. Today, we hear the subterranean rumbling of the volcano. Tomorrow will come the explosion that will bury them all in glowing ash and rivers of lava, concluded Liebknecht in his last article on January 15. It was a fitting epitaph. 3 days later, on January 18, 1919, Trotsky addressed the Petrograd Soviet as word arrived confirming the murders of Luxemburg and Liebknecht. He paid them the highest tribute. For us, Liebknecht was not just a German leader. For us, Luxemburg was not just a Polish socialist who stood at the head of the German workers. No, they are both kindred of the world proletariat, and we are all tied to them with an indissoluble spiritual link. Till their last breath they belong not to a nation but to the International. Friedrichsfeld. On January 25, 1919, 32 individuals killed in the January fighting were buried alongside Karl Liebknecht in the Friedrichsfeld Central Cemetery in Berlin. A mass of Berlin workers followed his hearse, walking shoulder to shoulder. At Liebknecht's side was placed an empty coffin. This was reserved for Rosa Luxemburg's body, which was finally laid to rest on June 13, almost 5 months later. On March 10, Leo Jagisches, who took over the leadership of the KPD, was arrested and shot in cold blood. He was also laid to rest at Friedrichsfeld. Out of spite, the cemetery was razed to the ground by the Nazis, but was later restored by the East German regime, and remains a place of vigil to this day. It is a tragedy that Luxemburg and Liebknecht did not go into hiding away from Berlin. Liebknecht had already experienced an attempt on his life on December 7, after being seized, but was later released. Death threats had also been made against Luxemburg. Lenin and the Bolsheviks were faced with a similar deadly situation in July 1917. Fortunately, the party decided that Lenin would go into hiding, given the warrant for his arrest and the threats on his life. He left Petrograd and went to Finland. This was not desertion but a responsible act of self-preservation of the Bolshevik leader that was taken by the party. If Lenin had not gone into hiding, he would have certainly suffered the same fate as Luxemburg and Liebknecht. This would have had fatal consequences for the Russian Revolution. Likewise, if Luxemburg and Liebknecht had lived, it would probably have guaranteed the success of the German Revolution and changed the course of history. Marxism does not deny the role of the individual in history. The examples of the Russian and German revolutions show in positive and negative ways the key role of individuals under critical historical conditions, where the subjective factor becomes decisive. Without Lenin, there would have been no October Revolution. This is not a sentimental question. Leadership and political authority reached their highest importance in a revolutionary period. Lenin in April 1917 had to rearm the party and orientate it towards a second revolution. There was much resistance from the old guard. Only Lenin, with his decades of political authority, was able to overcome this. This authority was again used to sweep aside resistance within the Bolshevik leadership. This assessment applies especially to Luxemburg, who had great authority. Her loss was a terrible blow. The others who followed her in the leadership of Communist Party were of a lesser stature and ability. Paul Levi was certainly very intelligent, but he was still young and very much full of himself. The others, like Brandler and Dahlheimer, were also lacking politically and later became scapegoats, incapable of resisting the pressures of xenophobia for Stalin, which led to even more terrible defeats. The deaths of Rosa Luxemburg and Karl Liebknecht marked an end to the first phase of the German Revolution. It was an important turning point, where the initiative now swung over to the forces of reaction. Luxemburg's error. There are those who have drawn completely erroneous conclusions from the so-called Spartacist uprising. Undoubtedly, had the existence of a mass revolutionary party on the lines of the Bolsheviks been in existence in 1918-19, this could have transformed entirely the situation in Berlin and the rest of the country. But this was not the case. The question therefore arises of why such a party was built in time in Russia, but not in Germany. Chris Harman in his book, The Lost Revolution, takes Rosa Luxemburg to task. Her tactical error is not to be explained by anything that happened in December or January, but by a much earlier error, when in 1912 and 1916 she underrated the importance of building an independent revolutionary socialist party. The contrast with Lenin's repeated insistence on the political and organizational independence of revolutionaries from centrists could not have been sharper, and helped prepare the ground for the tragic quandary faced by Rosa Luxemburg and the German Revolution in 1919. But this is a false and simplistic way of looking at the situation, and repudiates the whole experience of Bolshevism. It is certainly true that Rosa Luxemburg failed to build a strong organization. There is no doubt about this. This was not due to the fact that she had not broken earlier with social democracy to form an independent group, but arose from her failure to create a well-organized and politically homogeneous faction within the SPD at a much earlier date. This was her real failing. The Internationale Group was not established until early 1916, and even then, it was a very loose federation of small groupings. In that sense, unlike Lenin, she underestimated the importance of organization and the building of a strong opposition faction within the SPD and then the USPD. If Rosa Luxemburg and Karl Liebknecht had organized such a faction from, say 1905, things could have been completely different. As explained, she shied away from such an organization until very late in the day. As Paul Levi explained, it can be advantageous for radical or communist groups in opposition to stay within the large parties, so long as it remains possible for them to present themselves openly, and to carry on their agitation and propaganda work unhampered. In other words, the German revolutionaries should have followed the example of Lenin and the Bolsheviks. But that did not happen, and there lies the weakness. Chris Harman fails to recognize that Bolshevism evolved not as a separate party, but acted between 1903 and 1912 as a faction within the framework of the Russian Social Democratic Labor Party. Lenin's Bolsheviks formed the revolutionary wing of social democracy and carried out a theoretical and political struggle with the Mensheviks within the same organization. It was not until 1912 that the Bolshevik faction constituted itself as an independent party. As explained, on the international arena Lenin still considered himself a supporter of Karl Kautsky, right up to 1914. Up until then, Lenin regarded the German SPD under the Bebel-Kautsky leadership as the model for every party of the Second International. The Bolshevik criticism of the Mensheviks was seen in the same light as Kautsky's attacks on the revisionists around Bernstein. The creation of the Bolshevik faction after 1903 served to fuse together a group of cadres around Lenin. Despite its weaknesses, it laid the basis for the independent party to emerge in 1912 and, under the leadership of Lenin and Trotsky, providing the means by which to politically win over the majority of the working class in 1917. When mass communist parties were formed in Germany, France, Czechoslovakia and Italy, between 1920 to 21, they did not emerge from small groupings or sects, isolated from the mass organizations, but emerged from enormous splits within the old social democracy, the traditional parties of the working class. The reason why the British Communist Party remained a small grouping was because of its failure to win over a significant layer of workers in the Labour Party. Even after its formation as an independent party in 1920, Lenin forcefully argued that the new Communist Party should affiliate to the British Labour Party. This, too, was the position adopted, after a thorough debate, at the Second Congress of the Communist International. This experience stands in complete contradiction to Harman's misinterpretation of Lenin. The approach of Lenin and Trotsky was an attempt to create a mass British Communist Party by winning over Labour's rank and file on the basis of events. This would be best served by the British Communists entering the Labour Party. Lenin's approach was to combat the ideas of reformism and revisionism, but never to isolate the forces of Marxism from the ranks of the working class. Harman fails to grasp the essence of what Lenin was raising, for he cannot understand the need for a prolonged period of organized work within the old organizations of the working class. National Assembly election. Following the bloodletting in Berlin during the Spartacist week, new elections for the National Assembly took place on January 19. This was only 4 days after the tragic assassination of Liebknecht and Luxemburg. However, the KPD wrongly boycotted the elections, against Luxemburg's advice, and completely isolated themselves from the struggle on the electoral front. The SPD, in contrast, polled 11.5 million votes, whereas the left independents got just under 2.5 million votes. Thus, the two main workers' parties, which at least formally stood for Marxism and Socialism, polled around 45% of all the votes cast. The right-wing bourgeois parties only managed to scrape together a mere 15% of the vote. Again, this reflected the favorable class balance of forces that existed at the time. Such was the turmoil that brought the Weimar Republic into being. The first act of the SPD, the largest party, was to approach the left independents to explore the possibilities of them entering a new coalition government. They were again looking for a left cover. But when the independents refused, approaches were made to the bourgeois parties, the Democratic Party and the Center Party, which agreed not only to participate, but even accepted the program of socialization of those industries ripe for socialization, at least in words. The fact that these capitalist parties were forced to embrace nationalization and socialism in words reflected the intense heat still emanating from the November Revolution. The National Assembly met on February 4th, when Ebert was elected president, while Scheidman was appointed chancellor on February 11th. Freikorps intervened. January 1919 had been the month of retribution. Noske, as Minister of War, had obtained the consent of the Assembly to allow him to reorganize the army. Using these new powers, he immediately scrapped the 7 Hamburg points to democratize the armed forces, abolished the power of the councils, and fully restored the authority of the officer caste. This was in preparation for the army to destroy the revolution and finally do away with the elements of dual power represented by the workers' councils. According to the cabinet minutes of January 21, 1919, Noske said, "For Berlin we require 10,000 men. Merker's corps will protect Weimar, and it will re-establish order in Halle and Braunschweig in passing. We will restore order in Bremen in the course of this week, and then only Cuxhaven will be left, because we are prevented from attacking via Altonia. We might restore order there via Schleswig, and if necessary the resistance in Hamburg will be put down by force." Over the next few months, one punitive bloody assault after another was carried out by the Freikorps and other loyal army divisions, beginning, as planned, in Bremen in early February 1919, where government troops marched in and removed the Workers' and Soldiers' Council. Such counter-revolutionary actions followed in Bremerhaven and Cuxhaven. From there, Freikorps troops were dispatched to central Germany, moving from town to town destroying the councils and restoring law and order. The workers did not give up their gains without a fierce struggle in which thousands of courageous workers lost their lives in prolonged street battles. The legacy of bitterness continued in these areas for years to come. Julius Braunthal was asked to go to Berlin to convey to Noske the horror with which the Austrian forces watched the organization of the Freikorps. The first impression which I received from Berlin was of a big city in the midst of a civil war. Here and there was still barbed wire in the streets. Big posters on the walls called Noski a counter-revolutionary bloodhound, while other posters cursed the Bolsheviks as the scourge of the earth. There were many nationalist posters, calling on the German youth to join the Free Corps. The streets in which the offices of the daily newspapers were housed displayed the scars of recent street battles. "Don about the Anschluss," Noski said to me when I had my interview. "Why? Don't talk about the Anschluss," Noski said when I had my interview. "I'm not interested in Austria. I've enough to do to restore order in Germany." During the conversation in his office in the Bendlerstrasse, I received a little lesson in how he did it. While we were talking, the telephone rang, and Noski, after having listened for a while, shouted into the mouthpiece, "Why bother with the fear of strikes? Forget about them and go to it. You are responsible to me that order is restored at once." A little later this adjutant came in and whispered something to him, and Noski, in his booming voice, commanded him to send some more troops to Merseburg. "There you have your workers' councils," he said angrily to me. "They're making trouble everywhere. They're ruining Germany." When I interposed that we, too, had trouble, but that we were anxious to avoid bloodshed, he became furious and struck the desk with his fist. "We try to persuade the workers, and mostly we succeed," I said. "But they set the whole of Germany ablaze," he shouted. I felt that the continuation of the conversation was a waste of time. When I pointed to the dismay his Free Corps had caused among the Austrian socialists, he indicated that we should mind our own business. When I predicted that his Free Corps would break the neck of the Republic, he retorted, "Leave it to me, the leaders of the Free Corps are better Germans than the revolutionaries." The Free Corps became the spearhead of the counter-revolutionary offensive, organized and financed by business. Ignoring the Reich government, capitalists paid and armed these gangs of veterans, outcasts and adventurers as a weapon against the working class, and where possible, military support for the white forces of counter-revolution. In June 1919, for example, they dispatched a 50,000-strong Balticum Corps to fight in Lithuania against the Soviets. In Latvia, they burned, raped, and pillaged. They burned houses, destroyed bridges and telephone poles. They threw bodies into wells, followed by hand grenades. According to Ernst von Salomon, "We killed what fell into our hands. We saw red, we had nothing in the heart of human emotions. What were earlier houses were rubble, ash, and smoldering beams, like festering sores in the bare field. We had lit a bonfire, there was burning more than dead material, there also was burning our hopes, our desires, the laws and values of the civilized world. We retreated, bragging, intoxicated, loaded with booty." In 1923, their volunteer corps were used to resist the French occupation of the Ruhr and deflect the struggle on nationalist lines. These paramilitary outfits were grouped together in four main formations. Firstly, there was the Landesjägerkorps led by General Marker, who had taken part in the suppression of the Spartacist uprising in Berlin and then moved his forces to Middle Germany. Then there was the Marine Brigade Erhard, which had broken up the People's Marine Division in Berlin and carried out the murders of Luxemburg and Liebknecht. Next was the Guard Cavalry Skaitzen Division. And lastly, the Orgesch, formed in the summer of 1919 under the command of Colonel Escherich. At this time, another organization was formed called the Stahlhelm, Bund der Frontsoldaten, the German word for steel helmet, League of Front Soldiers, which was created to carry out the serious military training of the forces of the counter-revolution. It became part of the Black Reichswehr and operated as the armed wing of the National Party, DNVP. The Free Corps were made up from the most degenerate mercenary elements, many of whom had cut their teeth fighting the Bolsheviks in the Baltic states. These hired thugs, like the Black Hundreds in Russia, had helped to brutally put down the proletarian revolution in Finland. Many of these soldiers from General Ridiger von der Goltz's Tron division still wore the swastika emblems of the Baltic Free Corps on their steel helmets. Noski was to rely on them to restore law and order throughout Germany. According to Rudolf Mann, an officer in the notorious Erhard Brigade, the majority socialist Noski was the man who helped us. It was his service in putting the right men in the right military posts, gave them complete authority and abundant money for their work. Without this, the revolution would have overwhelmed Germany. We were never sworn in and were spared that notorious oath to the Constitution, although it was asked of us by the government. Schiessbefehl. The Free Corps became notorious for their brutality and barbaric actions against the working population. Such actions led to a further radicalization on the left. Such was the feeling in Berlin that the idea of a general strike was raised to help defend the workers of Central Germany from these mercenaries. At the end of February 1919, 1,500 delegates gathered at the General Assembly of the Berlin Workers' Councils to discuss solidarity action. The political composition of these councils had changed since November 1918 as the Social Democratic delegates were replaced increasingly by left independents and communists. Therefore, the policy agreed at the reconvened assembly included such radical demands as the organization of a workers' militia, the dissolution of the Free Corps, and the freeing of all political prisoners. To carry out these demands, 90% of those present at the assembly favored the calling of a general strike. Within the space of 24 hours, a massive strike had gripped the whole of Berlin. During the general strike in Berlin, barricades were erected and fighting broke out. The response of the government was very swift, granting Noske, as commander-in-chief, dictatorial powers over the whole of Berlin. He immediately banned all meetings and demonstrations and dispatched troops to the capital. On March 4, he gave orders for 30,000 Free Corps troops to enter the city. This action provoked hand-to-hand fighting, which involved workers and sailors. On March 9, the Workers' and Soldiers' Council decided to call an end to the strike based on several conditions, but this failed to placate Noske and the Free Corps. On the contrary, he announced his Schiessbefehl, an instruction that stated, "The brutality and bestiality of the Spartacists who fight against us compel me to give the following order. Any person who is caught with arms in his hands in the struggle against the government will be shot on the spot." In one engagement alone, over 1,200 people were shot down in cold blood, including a group of 29 sailors. By the time the fighting had ended, some 3,000 workers had been killed and at least 10,000 wounded. On March 10, Jagesches, the chairman of the Communist Party, was murdered in a police station, again, supposedly, while trying to escape. The young KPD had in effect lost its leadership, including Franz Mehring, who died broken-hearted after Rosa Luxemburg's murder. The repression was described by the eyewitness Philips Price in his book Germany in Transition. Noske called the Berlin press representatives on March 8 and told them that the government troops were fighting Spartacus. He gave them a long list of names of 60 policemen, said to have been murdered in the most bestial manner in the Lichtenberg suburbs by Red Guards. The effect was instantaneous. Within 24 hours, the few Spartacist leaders who had survived the January week, and among whom was the able friend of Rosa Luxemburg, Leo Jagesches, were arrested and brutally murdered by agents of the secret police. The necessary atmosphere in which this murder could be shrouded has been created. Under the cover of this hue and cry against Spartacus, the non-Spartacist Republican Guards were disarmed and carried off, and in large numbers mown down before machine guns against the walls of the Berlin prisons. Count Harry Kessler noted that the last 2 days have seen more bloodshed in Berlin than any since the start of the revolution. All the abominations of a merciless civil war are being perpetrated on both sides. The hatred and bitterness being sown now will bear harvest. The innocent will expiate these horrors. It is the beginning of Bolshevism. But it was a one-sided civil war, with the reaction baying for blood. "They must all be killed," General Litwis told an American reporter. "I am glad they are still fighting, for it gives us a chance to kill more of them." Amid the destruction, a new young leadership was to emerge within the Communist Party around Paul Levi, with Ernst Mayr, Wilhelm Pieck and Hugo Eberlein, who was still in Moscow. Of the older generation, only Clara Zetkin remained. Given the reactionary situation, the party spent the majority of the year working in underground conditions. It was during these events that Kammerherr Allard von Oldenburg-Janischow, a rich landowner and close friend of von Hindenburg, commented ironically in the newspapers. Well, and who is now protecting the government and the fatherland against the Spartacists? The very same people whom the Vorwärts is accustomed to denounce as Junkers and the friends of the Junkers. Following from the first shock of the revolution, the big industrialists and landowners were preparing to recover what they had lost in an all-out offensive against the proletariat. They had been forced to grant reforms during the revolution, including granting the 8-hour day, recognition of union agreements, unemployment insurance, elected works committees, etc., but the tide was now turning. They now used force to take back what they had given. Stinnes, the iron and steel magnates of the Ruhr, declared openly, "Big business and all those who rule over industry will someday recover their influence and power. They will be called back by a disillusioned people, half dead with hunger, who will need bread and not phrases." As former government minister Dernberg, who was close to the industrialists, declared openly, "Every 8-hour day is a nail in Germany's coffin." The view of the German capitalists was summed up by Krupp, an armament magnate. He told his workers, "We want only loyal workers who are grateful from the bottom of their hearts for the bread which we let them earn." Works councils. The Social Democrats were always keen to play the role of guardians of capitalism. They wanted a return to the normality that existed before the war. Part and parcel of this was an attempt to do away with the workers' and soldiers' councils. Instead, they put forward the idea of works councils which were enshrined in Article 165 of the Weimar Constitution. The Social Democrats, in cahoots with the trade union leaders, were desperate to promote these works councils or shop committees, which would be far easier to control. They would also provide a valuable link in the machinery of class collaboration, based on the common interests between employers and workers. The proposed legislation would give the workers some illusory control, but in reality, it was an attempt to bind them to the capitalist system. In turn, these works councils were to be overseen by a National Economic Council and officially incorporated into the Constitution. But things didn't go as planned. There was an enormous struggle over the Works Council bill that was being presented to the Reichstag. While it made certain cosmetic concessions to the workers, it had been emasculated by a series of pro-business amendments, so much so that the independents said it was simply anchored to the existing private capitalist system without any regard to the interests of the community in general. The capitalists, who were now in no mood to concede, were vehemently opposed to giving up any of their rights to manage, however limited. The workers also regarded the idea works councils with suspicion and even hostility. They were completely different to the workers' councils thrown up by the November Revolution. Reflecting this growing opposition, the left independents, the communists, and the Central Committee of the Berlin Workers' Council vigorously opposed their introduction, and organized mass demonstrations and strikes in protest outside the Reichstag building. Price, who was present, described the aftermath of the scenes of commotion on January 13, 1920. The pavements round the Reichstag buildings last night were covered with blood, following on a struggle between the soldiers and the crowd. In order to press their views on the Reichstag, the workers of Berlin and district, metal, transport, water, gas, railway and shop industries, in fact the greater part of the working class population of the city, struck work yesterday morning for one day. Great processions began towards midday to move from all parts of Berlin towards the center of the city. By 2 o'clock the scene round the Reichstag resembled those of the Revolution in 1918. Certain delegates of the workers' councils tried to get access to the Reichstag to hand the president a memorandum and resolutions passed at meetings held outside. A force of Noski's White Guards posted round the building, however, allowed no one inside. After some jostling, a number of the workers' delegates succeeded in pushing through into the building but were ejected by reinforcements of troops sent in 3 automobiles. These troops then began to drive back the crowd from the Reichstag. It was difficult to see what followed, but I witnessed a number of serious collisions between workers and troops between the Bismarck Monument and the Reichstag steps. A number of the Noski troops were disarmed by the crowds, but I did not see any of them assaulted or injured at this stage. About 3 o'clock the troops suddenly opened fire from the steps of the Reichstag, and a terrible pandemonium followed. A large number of demonstrators fell, and isolated detachments of troops were set on by the crowd and seriously handled. The tumult lasted some time, but the troops ultimately succeeded in driving the demonstrators away. The sitting of the Reichstag was suspended. The violence of the troops had left 42 unarmed demonstrators dead. As the Works Council Act was pushed through the Reichstag, Prussia was placed under martial rule, and powers were handed over to the military. Noske then declared that all public meetings would be dispersed by force and independent socialist and communist newspapers were suppressed. Although the Works Council's legislation was passed, these bodies survived in a limited form and with limited influence, mainly dealing with secondary matters, such as individual working conditions. Much of the industrial democracy machinery was discarded by the employers, who did not care for state intervention and interference in their affairs. Meanwhile, the Social Democrats were only interested in maintaining stability and avoiding precipitated experiments that might destroy the last chance of saving the people from starvation. But stability rather than experiments were to deliver very little for the working class. The government hoped that with order restored and the new Weimar Constitution established, things would simply fall into place. The Constitution gave strong presidential powers to Ebert, including the appointment of the Chancellor as well as his ministers. This was to ensure stability. But for the next 16 months, the coalition government stumbled from one expedient to another. The minority position of the Social Democrats within the cabinet provided them with some excuse for their lack of action. "Our hands are tied by the need to cooperate with the bourgeois parties," they would say. However, their defense of the status quo and their failure to tackle the problems facing the working class was leading to increased despondency. Bavarian Soviet Republic. By early 1919, the workers' movement in Berlin was under Noske's iron heel, while the rest of Germany was still in a state of continual upheaval. Mass strikes were affecting the industrial heartland of the Ruhr. Bremen and Hamburg were beyond the government's writ. There were revolts in Oldenburg and East Friesia, workers' and soldiers' councils in Rhine-Hesse, Oberhessen, the Palatinate, Hessen-Nassau and Württemberg decided to break away and form a Hessian Soviet Republic. However, it was in Munich where the most serious events were unfolding, described by Noske as a carnival of madness. Ever since the beginning of the German Revolution, Munich, the capital of Bavaria, had been at the epicenter of revolutionary upheavals. Bavaria had been the first state in the German Confederation to overthrow its monarchy. On November 7, 1918, Kurt Eisner, a member of the USPD and recently released from jail, became the first head of the Bavarian Republic in Munich. While it provided a dangerous precedent for others to follow, it was nevertheless an extremely unstable regime. In the ensuing Landtag state elections, Kurt Eisner and the USPD were humiliated, having gained only 3 seats. However, despite this defeat, he refused to stand down and for the following month maintained his position by maneuvering between his own party, the SPD, and the Workers' and Soldiers' Councils. On February 21, 1919, he was assassinated by a fanatical right-wing officer, Count Arcovalli. The news of the assassination shook Bavaria and provoked enormous turmoil throughout the region. The Bavarian Diet broke up in complete confusion. In Nuremberg and Munich, general strikes broke out, and armed workers patrolled the streets. Once again, they were facing a revolutionary situation in the province. After a brief interlude, the Social Democrats managed to fill the vacuum and created a government under Johannes Hoffmann on March 17. But this government became rapidly unpopular and was forced to flee Munich, where it sought assistance from Noske, the defense minister, and the Free Corps. Munich was plunged into a state of semi-anarchy. With economic conditions deteriorating rapidly, the number of unemployed rose to 45,000. However, as soon as the news reached Munich of the establishment of a Soviet Republic in Hungary, Ernst Toller, a playwright and leader of the USPD, proposed the establishment of a government of workers' and soldiers' councils. With the political vacuum, such a government came to power without any resistance. Initially, the Bavarian Soviet Republic was ruled by USPD members such as Ernst Toller, and anarchists like the writer Gustav Landauer. However, it had a very eccentric character. Artists and poets, rather than those with a political understanding, were the driving force. The first act of the new foreign minister, Dr. Franz Lipp, was to declare war on Württemberg and Switzerland because of a refusal to loan 60 steam locomotives to Bavaria. Perhaps not surprisingly, he had suffered from mental illness and had been admitted several times to psychiatric hospitals. To make matters worse, the government alienated the peasantry, which constituted the bulk of the population. Given its bizarre character, the KPD refused to enter such a government. However, on the April 13th an unsuccessful right-wing coup attempt was made to reinstall Hoffmann, which was repelled by armed resistance led by the Communists. Following this, Toller's regime unceremoniously collapsed, and once again, left another power vacuum. Such was the radicalization, mass meetings throughout the city passed resolutions demanding that the government be handed over to the Communists. Even the Munich garrison declared itself in favor of a Soviet republic. At first the KPD leaders were extremely reluctant to accept, but the pressure from the workers became overwhelming. As a result, a new government was reconstituted, and although involving Toller, it was now dominated by the Communists, led by Eugen Levin. By this time, Hoffmann had gathered 8,000 troops ready to march on Munich. The danger of counter-revolution pushed the masses sharply to the left. It confirmed the prophetic words of Marx: "Revolution sometimes needs the whip of counter-revolution to push it forward." As with the Paris Commune of 1871, exceptional conditions had placed power in the hands of the working class. The Communists were faced with limited choices. The question was either retreat, which seemed impossible, or take the initiative. Therefore, a new Bavarian Soviet Republic was declared on 13 to 14 April. It was based on newly elected workers' councils in the factories, whose immediate task was to organize resistance against the imminent threat from Hoffmann's troops. On the April 16th at Dachau, Soviet forces managed to beat back a Freikorps advance. But on April 20th, the counter-revolution marched on Augsburg and took the city. The Communist government made a number of serious mistakes. This included the calling of a 10-day general strike when the working class had already seized power, and the key question was defense. Levin put a brave face on things, but was pessimistic about the eventual outcome of the struggle. The Soviet Republic was isolated in one part of Germany and surrounded by the forces of reaction under the direction of the central government. Unless the revolution could be spread, its fate was sealed. The mood in the capital became very volatile. Fear began to grip sections of the population. "They have not yet come face to face with the counter-revolution, but they feel threatened and come to us for help," explained Levin. He then went on to sketch out the likely outcome. "We cannot avert the catastrophe, but a revolutionary leadership is responsible for the state in which the workers emerge from it. An honorable death, an experienced joy of the future is all we can salvage from the present situation," he concluded. "We shall have to pay the bloody price either way, for there can be no peaceful solution. But we must not die in vain." Levin understood that this could only come by spreading the revolution to other major cities of Bavaria and beyond. But there seemed little prospect of that. Lenin had received greetings from the Bavarian Soviet Republic and replied with a message of solidarity. He was desperate for information. His letter was dated April 27th, only a matter of days before the Bavarian Republic was overthrown. It is short and worth quoting in full. "We thank you for your message of greetings, and on our part wholeheartedly greet the Soviet Republic of Bavaria. We asked you insistently to give us more frequent, definite information on the following. What measures have you taken to fight the bourgeois executioners, the Scheidemans and company? Have councils of workers and servants been formed in the different sections of the city? Have the workers been armed? Have the bourgeoisie been disarmed? Has use been made of the stocks of clothing and other items for immediate and extensive aid to the workers? and especially to the farm laborers and small peasants. Have the capitalist factories and wealth in Munich and the capitalist farms in its environs been confiscated? Have mortgage and rent payments by small peasants been cancelled? Have the wages of farm laborers and unskilled workers been doubled or trebled? Have all paper stocks and all printing presses been confiscated so as to enable popular leaflets and newspapers to be printed for the masses? Has the 6-hour working day with 2 or 3-hour instruction in state administration been introduced? Have the bourgeoisie in Munich been made to give up surplus housing so that workers may be immediately moved into comfortable flats? Have you taken over all the banks? Have you taken hostages from the ranks of the bourgeoisie? Have you introduced higher rations for the workers than for the bourgeoisie? Have all the workers been mobilized for defense and for ideological propaganda in the neighboring villages? Lenin continued. The most urgent and most extensive implementation of these and similar measures, coupled with the initiative of workers, farm laborers and, acting apart from them, small peasants' councils, should strengthen your position. An emergency tax must be levied on the bourgeoisie, and an actual improvement effected in the condition of the workers, farm laborers and small peasants at once and at all costs. With sincere greetings and wishes of success. Lenin. The workers of Munich gritted their teeth for the struggle and took inspiration from the newly formed Soviet Republic in Hungary. There was little choice but to defend their Soviet Republic with everything at their disposal. They knew full well that if they simply surrendered they would all be hanged or shot. Therefore, they felt that it was better to go down fighting, and leave a communist tradition behind them, than to capitulate without a struggle. The main task now was to arm the proletariat, and organize a serious defense. There were certain parallels here between the struggle in Munich and the Dublin uprising of Easter 1916, where James Connolly led the insurrectionists, who would inevitably be defeated, but at least they would leave behind a tradition. As Hoffmann's butchers closed in on Munich, however, divisions opened up within the revolutionary camp. The more faint-hearted types looked once again to Ernst Toller to help save them. Shamefully, Toller opened up a barrage of fierce criticism against Levin, mixed in with lies and slanders. Toller favored negotiations with Hoffmann, but Hoffmann demanded unconditional surrender. Toller had been placed in charge of the defense of the western part of Munich, but deliberately undermined the defense efforts by raising the restrictions on the bourgeois press, allowing them to spread their poison, denationalizing requisitioned vehicles and releasing counter-revolutionary prisoners. The news of these treacherous deeds soon reached Hoffmann through his various spies, which added to his lust for revenge. The atmosphere within the besieged city quickly deteriorated, but Levin refused to give up or leave. Hoffmann's troops encircled the city and placed it under siege, denying it food and fuel. The Munich insane asylum must be put in order, demanded Noske, even at the cost of bloodshed. Ebert also urged a speedy intervention. The leadership of the SPD played a treacherous role by vouching that the troops of Hoffmann's socialist government are not enemies of the workers, not white guards. They come to safeguard public order and security. Scandalously, the Social Democrats appealed to the workers not to resist but to help the soldiers to carry out their arduous task, to obey the orders of surrendering arms. As suffering mounted and discontent and panic spread, the counter-revolutionary troops were reinforced by 20,000 more soldiers sent by Noske to Bavaria. With other Freikorps forces, their numbers had swollen to 35,000. On May Day 1919, they finally entered the city and Munich was declared liberated. The battle was relatively brief but bloody. The final communist declaration stated, "Don't make the hangman's task easy. Sell your lives dearly." Some estimates stated that 2,000 workers were killed during the street battles and mopping up operations by the Freikorps. Gustav Landauer, one of the leaders, was shot with a pistol and then kicked to death. There was still some resistance in the south of Munich until May 3rd. Martial law was imposed, and people could be shot on the spot, a policy that had the full support of the SPD leaders. A price of 10,000 marks was put on the head of communist leader Eugen Levin. His hideout was eventually found, and he was arrested and put on trial. He used the court as a platform to make a revolutionary appeal. Defiant to the last, Levine made a final speech against the counter-revolution and ended with the words, "We communists are all but dead men on leave. Of this I am fully aware. I do not know whether you will extend my leave or whether I shall have to join Karl Liebknecht and Rosa Luxemburg. In any case, I await your verdict with composure and inner serenity. For I know that, whatever your verdict, events cannot be stopped. And yet I know, sooner or later, other judges will sit in this hall, and then those will be punished for high treason, those who have transgressed against the dictatorship of the proletariat. Pronounce your verdict if you deem it proper. I have only striven to foil your attempt to stain my political activity, the name of the Soviet Republic with which I feel myself so closely bound up, and the good name of the workers of Munich. They, and I together with them, we have all of us tried to the best of our knowledge and conscience to do our duty towards the international, the communist world revolution." Levine was shot for high treason in defending the Soviet Republic on June 5, another revolutionary martyr in the cause of communism. As a mark of defiance, a protest general strike took place in Berlin. To completely subdue the city, scores of revolutionary workers were shot by impromptu Freikorps court-martials, while others were simply brutally murdered. The working class was now completely disarmed and defenseless. Few leaders escaped the White Terror. The ruthless ruling class, not for the first or last time, showed no mercy. Following the defeats in Berlin and the crushing of the Bavarian Soviet Republic, another stage of the German Revolution came to an end. The first initial assault of the working class in the direction of taking power had failed. The young Communist Party leaders were being forced to learn how to struggle under the harsh blows of reaction. As Trotsky explained, "It is quite self-evident that such a road calls for enormous exertions and demands countless sacrifices. But there is no choice. It is the one and only road along which the class uprising of the German proletariat can unfold till final victory." The drive of the counter-revolution throughout 1919 in Germany coincided with an intensification of the civil war in Soviet Russia. The Russian White Armies, backed by 21 foreign armies of imperialist intervention, were making gains at this time against Bolshevik government forces. In the words of Trotsky, the revolution was caught between hammer and anvil. Such was the imminent threat, there was even talk of abandoning Petrograd and shifting the government to Moscow, but that idea was rejected at the insistence of the head of the Red Army, Trotsky. In this war to the death between Red and White forces, Germany provided an important recruiting ground for the counter-revolutionary offensive against the Bolshevik government, involving German, Russian, and British backers. On August 19, 1919, Price wrote of the situation in the following terms: "The evidence that Germany is becoming a recruiting ground for the armies of the Holy Alliance against Soviet Russia increases every day. On the one hand, 500,000 Russian workmen and peasants who are prisoners of war are held back from returning to their homes, and according to reliable information I have received, in West Prussia, they are being used by the Junkers to work on their estates at 2 marks a day as strikebreakers because the German peasants demand better conditions. On the other hand, the Allied governments have no objection to Russians, and even Germans, entering military detachments that are being formed here as reinforcements for Kolchak, Denikin, and Yudenik." Last night the Freiheit, the USPD newspaper, published information about this public scandal. At the Russischer Hof Hotel in Berlin there is a recruiting office for the Russian counter-revolutionary armies. The recruits receive 50 marks per head, uniforms and all outfit. At Jena another recruiting office is opening where recruits receive 300 marks and are promised all they can get from the Jewish population when they get to Russia. Last Saturday, 110 German recruits were sent in this way to the Baltic provinces and more are following. In Latvia the 6th German Reserve Corps are reported to have joined Yudenik. In Hamburg, according to the Freiheit, recruits have been supplied with outfits from German war stores. The alliance between Russian monarchists, Prussian Junkers and British brass hats is becoming daily more impudent and shameless. Meanwhile, the counter-revolution continued its rampage throughout Germany. In Berlin, the central bureau of the workers' councils was occupied by Noski's White Guards, who seized money and papers, sealed the building, and ejected the executive committee members onto the street. In November, on the anniversary of the German Revolution, Noski arrested the strike leaders of the Berlin metal workers and declared the workers' councils abolished. He was determined to eradicate the last vestiges of the revolution. The capitalists and militarists were once again to be masters of Germany. Throughout Germany, a state of open civil war between the forces of revolution and counter-revolution existed, and the central government was determined to impose order on a radicalized and battle-hardened working class, whatever the cost. These events had served to radicalize the advanced sections of the German working class. The right-wing social democratic leaders were becoming discredited in their eyes. As a consequence, there was an explosive growth in the membership of the USPD, which more than doubled from 300,000 to 750,000. At its second party conference in November 1919, they adopted a new radical party program, agreed unanimously, stating that the Independent Socialist Party stands for the Soviet system and aims at the building up of councils as organs for realizing the dictatorship of the proletariat. Parliamentary action was permissible, it explained, as long as it was with a view to destroying the capitalist system. The adoption of this program took them very close politically to the Bolsheviks and the German Communists. This radicalization also led them to take the decision to leave the Second International and declare their support for the Third International. A year later, Lenin surveyed the situation. History, incidentally, has now confirmed on a vast and worldwide scale the opinion we have always advocated, namely, that German revolutionary social democracy came closest to being the party the revolutionary proletariat needs in order to achieve victory. Today, in 1920, after all the ignominious failures and crises of the war period and the early post-war years, it can be plainly seen that, of all the Western parties, the German revolutionary social democrats produced the finest leaders, and recovered and gained new strength more rapidly than the others did. This may be seen in the instances both of the Spartacists and the left, proletarian wing of the Independent Social Democratic Party of Germany, which is waging an incessant struggle against the opportunism and spinelessness of the Kautskys, Hilferdings, Ledebours, and Crispians. In the same year, 1920, within a few months of Lenin's statement, the USPD finally took the historic decision to join the Third International, accept its 21 conditions, and create the largest communist party in the world, outside of Soviet Russia. It seemed that the basis was now being laid for a successful future socialist revolution in Germany. Chapter 4: The Kapp Putsch. March 1920. The Party of Order knew neither how to rule nor how to serve, either how to live nor how to die, either how to suffer the Republic nor how to overthrow it. Karl Marx, the 18th Brumaire of Louis Bonaparte. When we started the International Revolution, we did so not because we were convinced that we could forestall its development, but because a number of circumstances compelled us to start it. We thought, either the International Revolution comes to our assistance, and in that case our victory will be fully assured, or we shall do our modest revolutionary work in the conviction that even in the event of defeat we shall have served the cause of the revolution and that our experience will benefit other revolutions. Lenin. The first post-war revolutionary wave almost put an end to capitalism. The masses had come onto the scene of history and had taken power into their hands at different moments. The old order was facing collapse. But the working class found itself betrayed by its own reformist leaders, who rushed to rescue the capitalist system. Moreover, the inexperienced, young communist parties had hardly time to form, and were overtaken by events. They proved too weak to take advantage of the situation and made many mistakes. Within a few years the powerful mass ferment had begun to ebb. Once the immediate threat of revolution had subsided, the capitalists plotted to get back control. The revolution had forced them to make enormous concessions to save their system. Part of the plan to get back to normal was the removal of the Noski-Skide-Minibert government. The reformists had fulfilled their role willingly as a colossal brake on the revolution, but for the German ruling class it was time they stepped aside, as they were no longer needed. "Democracy with us represents nothing," stated the industrialist Fritz Thyssen. At best, it was an inconvenient cloak to fool the masses. But revolution had shown things had gone too far. This was a similar picture to Russia in August 1917, when there was an attempt to get rid of the democratic Kerensky government by General Kornilov. As in Russia, the capitalists and landlords looked to the installation of a strong militarist government that could eradicate any vestiges of the revolution and restore law and order. General Ludendorff expressed the collective contempt of the generals for the reformists, who they tolerated only so long as they played a useful role in holding back the revolution. It would be the greatest stupidity for the revolutionaries to allow us all to remain alive. Why, if ever I come to power again, there will be no pardon. Then, with an easy conscience, I would have Ebert, Scheidman and company hanged and watch them dangle. Thus spoke the authentic voice of the German military caste. Behind this mailed fist stood the bourgeoisie, which did not rest on ceremony. The threat from the military establishment had been present since the November Revolution. The air was thick with intrigues, plots, and conspiracies aimed at overthrowing the Social Democratic-led government. The General Staff had been chafing at the bit to settle scores with the working class and put an end to the feeble Weimar Republic. Military coups had been attempted on 2 occasions in December 1918, but had been foiled by the diligence of revolutionary soldiers. 4 others had been organized between September 1919 and March 1920. Eventually, they believed they would succeed. Then the Social Democrats and their communist friends would dangle at the end of a noose. In early 1920, the right-wing Social Democrat, Gustav Noske, acting as commander-in-chief, ordered the disbandment of one of the most feared of the Freikorps units, the Erhard Brigade. But General Littwitz, the commanding general in Berlin, refused to obey the order. Instead, he demanded the dissolution of the National Assembly and the establishment of a dictatorship. When Noske and Ebert refused the general's request, Littwitz instructed the Freikorps to enter Berlin, overthrow the government, National Assembly and the Constitution, and institute military rule. On 13 March, 12,000 Freikorps troops from the Erhard Brigade and the Baltikum Brigade under General Littwitz's command marched on the capital. They were the crack troops of the counter-revolution. Their stated aim was the arrest of the ministers and to proclaim Wolfgang Kapp, a right-wing nationalist politician and founder of the Old Fatherland Party, as the new chancellor of a military government, who would act as their stooge. Noske, who had proved his undying loyalty to the military establishment, called upon Reichswehr officers to put down the rebellion of their fellow officers. This they refused point blank. The Berlin government was now faced with an open revolt by the entire military command. This posed a clear threat to the government's own survival. The head of the regular army, General Hans von Seeckt, simply washed his hands of the mutiny, saying, "Troops do not fire on troops," and announced he was going on indefinite leave. It was quite obvious that the military high command would not lift a finger to defend the Republic, which they viewed with complete disdain, and were in favor of the coup. Terrified, the first act of the Social Democratic government ministers was to flee from Berlin, firstly to Dresden, where a Freikorps general threatened to put the entire cabinet under arrest, and then to Stuttgart. In face of the military coup, instead of arming the workers, they fled like rats leaving a sinking ship. The conservative trade union leaders, also fearing for their lives, were forced to take difficult decisions. They too could also abandon Berlin and leave the workers to the tender mercy of the Freikorps. Or they could put up some kind of token resistance before acquiescing. Neither option looked very appealing and, in the end, they chose a token resistance. On March 13th, they issued an appeal for every worker to oppose the putsch and rally to the defense of the Republic. "We are therefore calling on all workers to go on strike everywhere immediately. All factories must be brought to a standstill," stated the appeal. Wells, one of the very few Social Democratic leaders left behind, took the initiative to attach the names of the departed government ministers to a proclamation, which backed the call for a general strike. Karl Legion, the patriarch of the revisionists, who had previously opposed general strikes as general nonsense, now felt he had no alternative but to reluctantly call on such nonsense. This was the first time for such expressions of bravery on their part, but it would be the last. To their absolute astonishment, the strike call was energetically taken up by the militant workers of Berlin, many under the influence of the left-wing independent socialists. The workers responded to the call as one united body. The response was so solid that it completely paralyzed Berlin. By noon on the first day, everything had ground to a halt. From midday on, no trams ran and all factories closed down, and what is more, the strike order was obeyed, observed Phillips Price at first hand. Nothing moved. There was no supply of water, gas, or electricity. The sailors of Wilhelmshaven immediately mutinied and arrested their admiral, together with 400 officers. Other regiments, in a display of solidarity, followed suit. When Chancellor Kapp threatened to shoot workers who had set up picket lines, he was firmly put in his place and told to be quiet for fear of provoking a civil war, which they were not likely to win. In the end, the strike was so effective that a humiliated Wolfgang Kapp, the Chancellor-in-waiting, could not find a printer to print a poster proclaiming his new government. What's more, with the telegraph clerks on strike, even if he wanted to, there was nobody to issue any decrees. The military coup, despite its initial show of strength and bravado, had collapsed within the space of 4 short days. It reflected accurately the real balance of class forces at that time, where the working class had colossal reserves of energy. 2 counter-revolutionary wings. Unfortunately, the young KPD had not shaken off its ultra-leftism. Its initial response to the general strike call was to issue a statement on March 14, saying that the workers should remain neutral in this struggle between 2 counter-revolutionary wings. The party statement declared, "This bankrupt group, the trade union and social democratic leaders, calls on the workers to mount a general strike for the salvation of the Republic. The revolutionary proletariat knows that it will have to enter a life-and-death struggle against the military dictatorship. But it will not lift a finger for the government of murderers of Liebknecht and Luxemburg, a government which has collapsed in ignominy and infamy. It will not lift a finger for the democratic republic, which was only a paltry mask for the dictatorship of the bourgeoisie. What was needed, it said, is to take up the struggle for the proletarian dictatorship." In Leipzig, the Communists refused to sign the document calling for a general strike drafted by the other organizations. This ultra-left infantile stance only served to isolate the party. The idea that there was no difference between monarchist reaction and the Republic was clearly absurd, especially for the workers who had been prepared to lay down their lives for the Republic. The Communist International's representative, in Germany, M.J. Braun, tried to cover up this childish position by explaining that the KPD only reflected the momentary mood of the Berlin workers. In reality, it was a major blunder. Fortunately, in the space of 24 hours, and in the face of a highly successful general strike, the party was forced to carry out a 180-degree about-turn. The following day, on March 15th, the Zentrale of the KPD issued a declaration, this time in favor of the general strike, but making it clear that such action could not be construed as support for the government. But the mass of German workers did not see it like that. It took unified action to defeat the military coup, defend the Republic, and defend their democratic rights. For ordinary workers, it was not simply the fate of the government that was at stake, but more importantly, the gains of the revolution, including the Republic. Given this unanimous response, the Communists had little alternative but to participate in the struggle and lend support to the strike called by the reformist trade union leaders. The Kapp Putsch served to electrify the whole country. From Berlin, the strike spread throughout the Ruhr, central Germany, and Bavaria. Such was the reaction to the coup that in nearly every city and town, the military were driven out by mass demonstrations of workers and even the middle class. The sheer scale of the resistance to General Litwitz's adventure was something the country had never witnessed before. On March 17, the coup had completely collapsed, and the Erhardt Brigade was forced to march out of Berlin, briefly pausing twice to fire on some unarmed bystanders, more a display of its own impotence. The coup had provoked a revolutionary response. If the workers' leaders had wanted, they could have taken power peacefully. There was no force that could have stopped them. In the hotbed of the ruse, armed strikers began to join forces in a Red Army that put the Reichswehr to flight. The fighting force of this Red Army was estimated as 80,000 strong, fully equipped with modern weapons and artillery left over from the war. On March 18, the whole of the Westphalian sector of the Ruhr had been liberated from the military, and within the next 4 days Essen also fell. The Red Army became, for a period, real masters of the Ruhr, the center of gravity of the workers' struggle. Workers took action all over Germany. In Chemnitz, the post office, railway station, and town hall were occupied by armed workers. The Executive Council of Chemnitz was established on March 15 and was made up of 10 KPD members, 9 SPD, 1 USPD, and 1 Democrat, and extended its authority over a radius of 50 kilometers. It was a typical scene of workers' power throughout the country. The success of the general strike was a testimony to the power of the German working class. After the coup d'état was defeated, the first demand was for the immediate removal of the notorious collaborators in the government. These were Noske, as well as 2 other ministers, Wolfgang Heine and Eugene Schiffer. Events had meant that Noske's shameful role was now at an end and his political career was in effect over. Noske subsequently became governor of the province of Hanover from 1920 onwards. From there, he ended up supporting the reactionary von Hindenburg in the elections for Reich President in 1925 and 1932. He was discharged from his post on October 1, 1933 by the Nazi government. He then moved to Frankfurt, but in 1944 was arrested by the Gestapo under suspicion of involvement in the July 20 plot against Hitler, and imprisoned in the Ravensbrück concentration camp. He was finally freed by advancing Allied troops from a Gestapo prison in Berlin. He died in Hanover on November 30, 1946 from natural causes while preparing for a lecture tour of the United States. Noske has gone down in history as a treacherous man who will never be forgiven for his dirty role in betraying the German working class, including the murder of Liebknecht and Luxemburg. In Berlin, as elsewhere, the general strike remained in force. Before the strike committee was prepared to call the strike off, they demanded a meeting with government representatives. At this meeting, they issued a series of demands, the most important being, 1. The creation of a new government in which the trade unions were to have a decisive influence, 2. Severe punishment for the instigators and participants of the rebellion, 3. A thorough purge of the armed forces, 4. A thorough purge of the civil service, 5. The socialization of all industries ripe for socialization. The government, in a state of paralysis, had no alternative but to accept these demands, and the strike was called off on March 23, 1920. The trade unions, under pressure from the workers, had demanded a genuine workers' government composed of all workers' parties. However, nothing came of this demand as the left independents refused to cooperate or join a government with the majority socialists. This again allowed the SPD to form another coalition with bourgeois parties, but with Hermann Miller, the Social Democrat, replacing Gustav Bauer of the Centre Party as Chancellor. Learning the lessons. The movement of the masses against the Kapp Putsch has clear historical parallels. It was strikingly similar to the heroic uprising of the Spanish proletariat against the revolt of General Franco in July 1936. As in Spain, with a genuine revolutionary leadership, the German workers could have taken power very easily. Power was in effect in the streets. All they needed to do was to pick it up. Unfortunately, the lack of the subjective factor, the Revolutionary Party, proved once again decisive in saving capitalism. Lenin compared the Kapp Putsch to the Kornilov uprising of August 1917 in Russia. In a similar way, the forces of counter-revolution attempted to overthrow the Kerensky government and restore the old regime of the Tsarist monarchy. However, unlike the German communists, the Bolshevik Party did not hesitate and immediately threw itself into the front line in a united front in defense of the revolution. In such a front, the Bolsheviks adopted the motto, "March separately, but strike together." They did not hold back from the struggle, despite their fundamental political differences with Kerensky, but offered a united front to the Mensheviks and social revolutionaries to defeat the reaction. In so doing, they showed in practice the superiority of their tactics, determination, and propaganda in defeating the attempted coup. It was clearly a mistake of historical proportions on the part of the German KPD to advocate neutrality in such a life-and-death struggle of this kind. If the coup had succeeded, then the precursor of fascism would have come to power much sooner. It would have been a deadly regime, like the Horthy regime in Hungary. In face of this, a neutral position was the height of sectarianism and guaranteed the KPD's political isolation. Fortunately, as we have seen, this lunacy was very quickly abandoned. In the end, the defeated Wolfgang Kapp fled abroad to Sweden. He then returned to Germany, was arrested but died before his trial had started. He was given a posthumous amnesty by President Hindenburg in 1925 for services rendered to the ruling class. The Herculean efforts by the working class over 4 days guaranteed the collapse of the coup, but power still eluded them. Equally, the defeat of the putsch did not mean the end of the Freikorps. These armed mercenaries continued to pose a constant threat to the government and the working class. The intentions of this Black Reichswehr were encapsulated in a song composed at the time. Why should we cry when a putsch goes wrong? There's another one coming before very long. So say goodbye, but remember, men. In a couple of weeks we will try it again. The first to challenge the false line of the KPD was Paul Levi, who was serving time in prison during the events of the Kapp putsch, and was angry at the abstentionist line taken by the party. As a result, he wrote a sharp criticism to the Zentrale from his prison cell on March 16. I have just read the leaflets. My judgment, the KPD is under threat of moral and political bankruptcy. It means you are attacking the greatest ever action undertaken by the German proletariat from the rear. I always thought we were clear and united about the following point: if an action does come about, even for the stupidest of goals, we support the action and endeavor to push it on beyond its foolish objective. We do not cry at the outset. We will not lift a finger if the goal does not suit us. These must be the party's demands: 1. Arming of the proletariat, that is to say, the distribution of weapons to the politically organized workers, so as to secure the Republic. 2. Unconditional capitulation of Kapp and Litwitz. This is of the greatest importance, for sordid attempts at haggling with them are already being made. 3. The leaders of the putsch must be immediately arrested and condemned by an emergency proletarian court. Nothing more. What the Zentrale writes in its leaflet of March 16 is unusable. Paul Levi's criticisms were certainly damning. Levi had joined the Spartacus League in 1916 and assumed the leadership of the Young Communist Party after the death of Liebknecht and Luxemburg. The party had initially attracted a whole number of confused and romantic elements who rejected participation in the trade unions and parliament, and who regarded armed rebellion as the only revolutionary way forward. Levi believed the party needed to be purged of such individuals so as to overcome these ultra-left tendencies, just as Lenin had expelled the liquidators from the party in 1912. The split. At the Second Congress of the German Party in October 1919, Levi managed to push through a declaration of communist principles and tactics and other important resolutions, which reaffirmed the need for parliamentary and trade union participation as well as the importance of building a centralized party. He laid down an ultimatum to the ultra-left elements within the party: either accept these communist principles and tactics or leave. Members of the KPD who do not share these views on the nature, the organization and the activity of the party must resign from it, stated the declaration, which was adopted by 31 votes to 18 at the Second Congress in October 1919. Levi was to later find support for his actions in Lenin's 1920 work Left-Wing Communism, an infantile disorder, which argued against the German ultra-lefts by name. Levi provoked a breach which led to a large split in the party, including within the leadership. The ultra-lefts, who were forced out of the KPD, took nearly half the membership with them, some 50,000, who went on to set up the Communist Workers' Party of Germany, KPD, in April 1920. Lenin, however, was not happy with Levi's methods. He thought that those with ultra-left tendencies, especially those displaying a healthy reaction to reformism, could be gradually won over and integrated into the Communist Party. He therefore preferred conciliation, not expulsion. If the split was inevitable, efforts should be made not to deepen it, but to approach the Executive Committee of the Third International for mediation and to make the lefts formulate their differences in theses and in a pamphlet. He believed it much better to allow the ultra-lefts to put their position in writing so that it could be answered properly, and hopefully win them over in the process. That was the reason he wrote Left-Wing Communism, not as a stick to beat them with, but to convince them. He implored the German leadership to re-establish unity with the lefts. But Levi refused to budge. The split was damaging as the largest districts, with the exception of Chemnitz, supported the lefts. In Essen, for example, only a mere 43 members out of 2,000 supported the theses of the Zentrale. Hamburg, Bremen, Berlin and Dresden were strongholds of the ultra-left. In order to assert their authority, the Zentrale acted swiftly to expel and block all those areas that rejected the leadership's political line. From February 1920 onwards, the party districts of North, Northeast, West Saxony and Berlin-Brandenburg, comprising thousands of workers, were expelled. Under pressure from Zinoviev, the KPD was recognized as a sympathizing section of the Comintern. Lenin also supported their participation as a sympathizing group. Both parties coexisted, and there were attempts by the Comintern leadership to bring the KPD back into the fold. However, given the acrimonious split, it would require a certain amount of time and preparation before such a fusion could take place. While the Comintern was politically very critical of the positions of the KPD, they were welcome to participate in the Second Congress of the Communist International in the summer of 1920, to which they sent 2 delegates, Otto Riehl and August Merges. The idea behind their participation was that genuine differences could be resolved, as far as possible, through discussion and debate, as long as there was good faith on both sides. The difference over participating in Parliament, for example, was not a question of principle, but of approach, which did not justify 2 organizations. Such a view was stressed by the International. There was no basis for splitting on this secondary question, explained the ECCI circular. However, this conciliatory attitude did not bring the sides closer. In fact, the differences grew wider as the ultraleftism of the lefts became increasingly ingrained and even organic. The existence of 2 separate parties affiliated to the International, whatever their exact status, was also confusing for German workers. Sooner or later there would be a fusion of the 2 parties or a parting of the ways. A long coexistence was untenable. As it turned out, there was a rapid parting of the ways. The fate of the KPD was sealed when its delegates to the Second Congress refused to accept the 21 conditions, describing them as opportunist and centralist. In a typically ultra-left fashion, they walked out of the Congress. The fortunate side of this departure was that it diffused a potential row with the official German section, which was violently opposed to the participation of the lefts. Within a few years, the KPD had split and later disappeared, their members scattered to the 4 winds. The official party, once again, became the sole authoritative voice of communism in Germany. Lenin later realized that making the KPD a sympathizing section of the Comintern had been a mistake. This was brought home when, in early January 1921, the leadership of the KPD sent an open letter to the national trade unions, the SPD and the remains of the USPD, in an attempt to forge unity in action over immediate questions. But this was derided by the German lefts, as well as Zinoviev and Bukharin. Bukharin had been a consistent ultra-left in the first years of the Russian Revolution. Zinoviev was also open to these leftist moods. Lenin was always attempting to curb these excesses. On this occasion, he was forced to intervene and force the Comintern leaders to withdraw their objections and support the open letter initiative. Lenin regarded this as a fundamental touchstone, a principled question, and the basis for the United Front policy adopted at the following World Congress. On June 10, 1921, Lenin wrote a letter to Zinoviev regarding the open letter where he stated, "Hence, the tactic of the open letter should definitely be applied everywhere. This should be said straight out, clearly and exactly, because wavering in regard to the open letter is extremely harmful, extremely shameful, and extremely widespread. We may as well admit this. All those who have failed to grasp the necessity of the open letter tactic should be expelled from the Communist International within a month after its third Congress. I clearly see my mistake in voting for the admission of the KPD. It will have to be rectified as quickly and fully as possible." Political polarization. Meanwhile, events were unfolding elsewhere in Germany. Bavaria had been convulsed by political upheaval ever since the November Revolution. At this time, General von Noll, ungrateful for past services, forced out Johannes Hoffmann, the SPD Bavarian premier, and established a more right-wing government led by the maverick Gustav von Kahr. Despite the provocation, the central government sat on its hands. In the Ruhr, the workers of the Red Army, who had succeeded in stopping the Freikorps and the Reichswehr forces in their tracks, refused to lay down their arms until the state forces had completely withdrawn. A deal, called the Bielefeld Treaty, was brokered, which promised not only withdrawal but a democratization of the army and the creation of local militias. In return, the Red Army would stand down its forces. But the deal broke down as the more radical elements within the Red Army regrouped and refused to disarm. This time, in complete contrast, the government in Berlin, headed by Hermann Miller, used the breakdown to dispatch troops, precisely those who had supported the Kapp Putsch, to the Ruhr to put down the rebellious units. The government forces carried out their task with relish and much brutality, which led to the slaughter of over 1,000 workers. Most of these were killed in battle, but others were rounded up, placed against the wall, and shot. "The whole thing was so outrageous that I could hardly believe what I now saw," wrote Phillips Price. "The majority Social Democratic leaders, using the people who had just overthrown them, to suppress the people who wanted to help them. The state judiciary also colluded with the forces of reaction." More than 18 months after the Kapp episode, 412 of those arrested for treason had been amnestied and walked away scot-free. Only one person had been sentenced to 5 years' imprisonment by the courts for their involvement. This showed how the state apparatus, the judiciary, courts and their appendages, were completely fused with the military hierarchy. However, the ramifications of the Kapp Putsch resulted in a shift in the political landscape. Given the growing disillusionment with the coalition government, and its capitulation to the military, the government parties suffered a crushing defeat at the general election on June 6, 1920. The vote for the right-wing Social Democrats fell sharply from 11.5 million in January 1919 to 5.6 million in June 1920. This reflected a growing disillusionment with the coalition government and the right-wing socialists. It was also a reaction to the Kapp Putsch. The situation was summed up by Rudolf Sewell, a former SPD minister for the economy, when he said, "Despite the revolution, the people have been disappointed in their expectations. We have extended formal political democracy further, to be sure. But we have still done nothing more than continued the program already initiated by the Imperial German government of Prince Max of Baden. Workers transferred their allegiances to the more radical parties of the left, particularly the USPD. The left independents became the second largest party in the Reichstag with 81 deputies. In the Landtags of Saxony, Thuringia and Brunswick it became the largest party. Nationally, The USPD had managed to more than double its Reichstag vote from 2.3 million in 1919 to 4.9 million in 1920. The USPD membership had also grown spectacularly to 800,000, the biggest party in Germany. It published some 55 daily newspapers and was a mass organization in the true sense of the word. The Democratic Party lost proportionately even more, as did the Center Party. A new coalition minority government was formed of center-right parties, from which the Social Democrats were now excluded. It was the first time since the November Revolution that representatives of the SPD were out of government. The Communist Party, which took part in the elections for the first time, gained a little less than 500,000 votes. The combined vote for the workers' parties had fallen from 13.4 million to 11 million. But this disguised a significant swing to the left in the working-class vote, as well as a sharp swing to the right in the bourgeois camp. The two rightist parties, the German People's Party and the German National Party, one based on big business and the other on landed interests, had a combined vote of 7.3 million, as against 4.5 million in 1919. This sharp polarization in society reflected the deep political crisis affecting Germany. The defeated coup d'état added to this instability, as one governmental crisis followed another. This set the scene for the following decade and reflected a growing disillusionment with the results of the Weimar Republic and its inability to solve any of the burning questions facing the masses. Building the Comintern. In this period, the founding Congress of the International, or Comintern, was held in Moscow over 4 days in March 1919. It was attended by 51 delegates, from 35 organizations representing 22 countries. Many were exile groups living in Russia, as well as others from the national minorities within the former Tsarist Empire, including Ukraine, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, and Belorussia. The arrival of a relatively modest number of delegates from abroad, only 9, was no mean achievement given the extreme difficulties of travel as well as the Allied blockade, which meant that many were not able to make the journey, while some communist groups were still in the process of formation. It is true that Rosa Luxemburg had her doubts about the founding of a new international at this time. She felt it was premature and preferred to wait until more mass parties had been won over. In fact, Hugo Eberlein, the sole German delegate, was sent with a mandate to oppose its founding, preferring instead to call the international gathering a preliminary conference. The comrades of the KPD were certainly committed to building a new international, but for them, it was a question of timing. The other delegates were clearly in favor of going ahead. After lengthy discussions with Lenin and other leaders, Eberlein was persuaded to abstain in the vote and allowed the formation of the Third International to take place, with no votes against. With all other full delegates voting in favor, the new international was launched. Accepting the decision of the Congress, the German party duly agreed to affiliate to the Third International and pledged itself to building the International. This founding Congress was extremely important in drawing a sharp line between the revolutionary internationalists and the social chauvinists of the Second International. In complete contrast to the old International, the Congress highlighted the importance of the proletarian revolution and the principles of Soviet power. Its principal resolutions and theses, the key ones being drafted by Lenin and Trotsky, were discussed in the Congress, and placed the International on firm theoretical foundations. The success of the Russian Revolution and the unfolding revolutions in Europe were having an electrifying effect on the working class, including within the parties of social democracy. Mass left-wing oppositions crystallized within these parties, which fought to break their parties away from the old Second International and join the new Third International. As a result, negotiations over affiliation involved a whole series of mass workers' organizations: the Independent Labour Party in Britain, the French Socialist Party, the USPD of Germany, the Italian Socialist Party, the Norwegian Labour Party, to name a few. By 1920, a year after the founding Congress, the possibility of creating a mass communist international was finally taking shape. However, there were dangers. In particular, the greatest danger was allowing reformist and centrist figures into the new international. many of the centrist leaders of the old organizations felt the ground shifting under their feet and tried to reinvent themselves politically. Their verbal radicalism was an attempt to keep a firm grip on their leftward moving rank and file. Affiliation to the new Third International could serve to give these leaders a communist coloring and would help burnish their tarnished political credentials. The Communist International is, to a certain extent, becoming the vogue, noted Lenin, who was concerned about letting these centrist leaders in. Old leaders, like the Germans Wilhelm Dittmann and Arthur Crispian, took a semi-pacifist and opportunist line during the war. The French leaders, Cassin and Fossard, were also extremely patriotic. The Czech Smeril had been an agent of the Habsburg monarchy, and finally, Ramsay MacDonald, head of the Independent Labour Party, was reformist through and through. They were all now sniffing at the door of the Third International. To prevent such an influx of unwanted charlatans, while welcoming the rank-and-file workers, the Second Congress of the Communist International formulated 19 conditions, under Lenin's guidance, for affiliation to the new international. These conditions included the recognition of Soviet power, the dictatorship of the proletariat, the need to fight against social chauvinism, and the subordination of parliamentary struggle to the revolutionary struggle of the working class. One explicitly stated, "It is the duty of parties wishing to belong to the Communist International to recognize the need for a complete and absolute break with reformism and centrist policy, and to conduct propaganda among the party membership for that break." Another called for, "Communist parties in countries where communists can conduct their work legally must carry out periodic membership purges, re-registrations, with the aim of systematically ridding the party of petty bourgeois elements that inevitably percolate into them." While these conditions were tough, an assortment of old centrist leaders were still seeking entry into the International, and were prepared to swallow the 19 conditions. As a result, 2 extra conditions were added to ensure they were excluded. The final condition, the most stringent of all, was proposed by the Italian delegate, Amedeo Bordiga. While Lenin was prepared to be flexible, he drew the line at creating a new version of the Second International, or even a new centrist halfway house. In the words of Zinoviev, this meant they put a lock on the doors of the Communist International, and regarded it necessary to put a reliable guard on the gate. The extra 2 conditions stipulated that those parties that now wish to enter the Communist International but have not yet radically altered their previous tactics must, before they join the Communist International, see to it that no less than 2/3 of the Central Committee and of all their most important central institutions consist of comrades who even before the Second Congress of the Communist International spoke out unambiguously in public in favor of the entry of the party into the Communist International. Finally, the last clause stipulated, those party members who fundamentally reject the conditions and theses laid down by the Communist International are to be expelled from the party. These 21 conditions would therefore lock the door and exclude such notorious opportunists as Kautsky, Hilferding, Turati, Modigliani, MacDonald, Longwet, and Hilkett, who were specifically named in the resolution. "We need an international to act as an international general staff of workers in all countries," read the ECCI statement. "We cannot transform the Communist International into a mere letterbox." The reference to letterbox was the characterization given to the Second International, which received many written reports from national sections, but did nothing with them. Another condition made it clear that there was the obligation to wage a stubborn struggle against the Amsterdam International of Yellow Trade Union Organizations. This was the Reformist International Federation of Trade Unions, IFTU, formed in 1913, which was linked to the Second International and had given its full backing to the imperialist war. In fact, it collapsed when 2 of its largest components, the British TUC and the German ADGB, backed their own government on the outbreak of the war. It was the stronghold of the right wing. The IFTU, as expected, was in conflict with the communist-controlled trade unions, and carried out expulsions of communist members. In July 1921, the Red International of Labor Unions, RILU, also known as the Profintern, was formed with the aim of coordinating communist activities within the trade unions and as a counterweight to the Reformist Federation. The Red International, from its origins, opposed the ultra-left idea that groups or individuals should secede from the IFDU unions. A resolution at its first Congress resolved. This tactic of the withdrawal of revolutionary elements from the unions plays into the hands of the counter-revolutionary trade union bureaucracy, and therefore should be sharply and categorically rejected. Following on the expulsions of communists, the RILA declared, "This offensive tactic of the partisans of Amsterdam must be fought with firm and decisive resistance in the local branches, with the slogan 'Down with the splitters, long live the unity of the trade union movement.' In no case should we favor the aspirations of Amsterdam by willingly abandoning the trade unions. That would be too easy for the supporters of Amsterdam, and too damaging for the left wing of the labor movement." It nevertheless also sought to get militant trade unions to disaffiliate from the IFTU and join the ranks of the RILU, with the perspective of replacing the Reformist Trade Union International altogether. But this was easier said than done. The Halle Conference. The KPD had grown from around 3,000 to 4,000 members nationally in January 1919 to 78,000 immediately following the Kapp Putsch, despite the split with the ultralefts. It was, nevertheless, small in comparison to the two other mass parties, the SPD and USPD, each of which had hundreds of thousands of members. Under the impact of events, the ranks of the USPD were moving to the left, from reformism towards revolutionary Marxism. A new generation of leaders had emerged within the left independents and, at its Leipzig conference in March 1919, the party voted in favor of the dictatorship of the proletariat and a Soviet republic. More importantly, it decided to send a delegation to the Second Congress of the Communist International in Moscow, which was being held in the summer of 1920. Finally, in December, the left independents voted by 227 to 54 to break with the Second International and begin serious negotiations with the Comintern with a view to affiliation. Given the mass membership of the USPD, this was an important turning point. As a result, Radek urged the KPD to take a bold orientation towards the independents and actively try to win them over. If it was possible to win the bulk of the USPD, it would transform the German Communist Party into a truly mass party of the German working class. The affiliation question was debated at the USPD Congress in Halle in October 1920, following their participation in the Second Congress of the International. The president of the Comintern, Zinoviev, was present at Halle and addressed the delegates in German for 4 hours, urging them to accept the 21 conditions and affiliate to the Communist International. It was left to Hilferding, the centrist heavyweight, to oppose Zinoviev. Martov also spoke against affiliation, but seemed to have little effect. After considerable debate, a vote was finally taken, with 237 votes in favor of affiliation and 156 votes against. After the vote, Hilferding led a right split away from the USPD, which kept the name and lasted a couple of years as an independent grouping before dissolving back into the SPD. More importantly, immediate negotiations with the KPD opened up following the decision, with a view to the founding of a new United Communist Party of Germany, VKPD. The new party was established in December, and had a combined membership of nearly 500,000 workers. This meant that German communism had become transformed into a mass party overnight. From the outset, it owned 33 daily newspapers and could claim a quarter of the vote of the old SPD. In fact, outside of Russia, the German party was now the biggest communist party in the world. Under the guidance of Lenin and Trotsky, the party began to prepare itself for the coming revolution in Germany. This started with a turn to United Front work under the guidance of Paul Levi and Ernst Dömig, the joint leaders of the new party. Again, in December 1920, the 140,000-strong French Socialist Party also voted to accept the 21 conditions and affiliate to the Third International. The whole of the old Socialist Party apparatus, its headquarters, its secretariat, and its daily paper, Limonite, with a circulation of 200,000, were transferred to the new Communist Party of France. In Czechoslovakia, a mass communist party was formed out of a split in the Socialist Party, which joined forces with a split in the Sudetenland, and numbered more than 200,000 members. The Italian Socialist Party had rallied to the Third International in March 1919, but its leaders refused to turn the party into a communist party, even in name. While Sarrati, the centrist, carried the decisive majority, a clumsily handled split took place, and the pro-Third International Bordiga faction walked out of the Socialist Party with around 60,000 members to form the new Italian Communist Party. As we can see, these mass communist parties did not emerge from small sectarian groups on the fringes of the movement, but arose from deep crises within the traditional mass organizations of the working class. These parties were going through political turmoil due to the colossal events, revolution and counter-revolution, of the period. It again demonstrated that the mass of workers learns from bitter experience. It was the turmoil and revolutionary upheaval of the post-war period that served to transform these organizations and laid the basis for mass communist parties. The founding Congress of the Third International took place amid great hopes of a rapid victory of the European Revolution. A year later, at the time of the Second Congress in 1920, it became obvious that more serious organizational and political preparation would be needed for the proletariat to gain victories in Western Europe. Along with the creation of mass communist parties went the urgent necessity of educating and imbuing them with a real communist understanding of strategy and tactics. As Trotsky warned, it would, however, be a mistake to expect of these young and just risen communist parties that they immediately mastered the art of revolutionary strategy. No! Last year's tactical experience testifies all too clearly to the contrary. He went on to explain that the art of tactics and strategy, the art of revolutionary struggle can be mastered only through experience, through criticism and self-criticism. The revolutionary struggle for power has its own laws, its own usages, its own tactics, its own strategy. Those who do not master this art will never taste victory. School of Communism. The Congresses of the Communist International acted as a class-conscious school of the world proletariat. Their task was to educate and arm the communist ranks with a rounded-out understanding and prepare the working class for the conquest of power. The International stood on a higher political level than its national sections, and was based upon a far richer experience than any individual national party. It therefore debated and decided on the main policies of the world communist movement. In the same way as the ruling classes had their military academies for the training of their general staff, so the working class needed its own schools and academies for the training of future leaders of the proletariat. The Bolsheviks understood that revolution was a serious business, which could not be improvised. Dedication and self-sacrifice, although essential, were not in themselves sufficient for victory. A revolutionary party needed to know how to struggle, maneuver, advance, as well as retreat, just like a professional army. It needed to know how to win over the working class and how to direct it to the conquest of power. In order to acquire this knowledge, it needed above all to assimilate the lessons of Bolshevism, the richest concentration of Marxism, which had proved itself in practice. In 1919 and 1920, a number of ultra-left tendencies had appeared within the ranks of the newly formed communist parties, not just in Germany. This reflected a certain revolutionary impatience, a kind of childlike simplicity, which, in turn, was a reaction against the opportunism of the old reformist leaderships. This ultra-leftism was an attempt to find a short-cut to success, which, however, did not exist. There was a tendency to exaggerate things and run ahead of the situation. There was the danger of mixing up the 5th month of pregnancy with the 9th, as Trotsky had pointed out. In effect, it was an attempt to deny reality and its difficulties. Verbal radicalism was a cover for the movement's weaknesses. As we have seen, one of Lenin's most important works, Left-Wing Communism, an Infantile Disorder, was devoted to this problem. Lenin understood the problem as a healthy reaction to the opportunism and parliamentary cretinism of the old reformist leaders. He compared this tendency to a childhood illness which was an inevitable part of growing up. Lenin's book, together with the discussions at the Second Congress of the Comintern, was aimed at educating this layer in genuine Bolshevism. Lenin wrote his book almost 100 years ago, and in it he explained, "It is beyond doubt, those who try to deduce the tactics of the revolutionary proletariat from principles such as the Communist Party must keep its doctrine pure and its independence of reformism inviolate. Its mission is to lead the way without stopping or turning, by the direct road to the communist revolution," will inevitably fall into error. Such principles are merely a repetition of the mistake made by the French Blanquist communards, who, in 1874, repudiated all compromises and all intermediate stages. The task of the newly formed communist parties was to absorb the method, tactics, and strategy of Bolshevism as quickly as possible. The main task was to win a majority of the working class to the side of the Communist Party. One of the key tactics to achieve this end was to turn towards the masses by using the United Front. This was a temporary agreement between mass organizations for practical ends. It was aimed at showing in practice the superiority of the communist methods of struggle over reformism. As the SPD had, at least nominally, more support in the working class, it was essential to turn towards them and offer them a program of unity in action. Such an approach arose from the need for the maximum unity in the struggle. No successes would be possible without temporary agreements among various sections of the working class. This policy was taken up and championed in Germany by Paul Levi, who was chairman of the party. In early January 1921, the leadership of the KPD-4 sent an open letter to the national trade unions, the SPD and the remains of the USPD, appealing to them to work together on immediate actions. This was a very important step forward. While proposing this basis for action, we do not conceal for one moment, either from ourselves or from the working masses, that the demands put forward by us cannot remove their misery and deprivation. Nor do we give up for one moment our endeavors to spread the idea of the struggle for the dictatorship, which is the only road to salvation. Nor shall we desist from summoning the working masses at every favorable moment to the struggle for the dictatorship, and leading them in that struggle. The VKPD is ready, along with the other parties which draw support from the proletariat, to carry out joint actions to achieve the measures indicated above. We will not hide the differences that divide us from the other parties. We declare instead that we do not want from them lip service to the proposed basis for action, but action itself. We do not ask the parties whether they regard these demands as justified. We assume this. We ask them rather, are you ready immediately to undertake an unyielding struggle for these demands, together with us? We expect this clear and unambiguous question to receive a similarly unambiguous answer. The situation itself requires a rapid answer. We therefore expect a reply by January 13, 1921. If the other parties and trade unions do not want to take up the struggle, the VKPD will regard itself as duty-bound to lead the fight alone, and is convinced that the working masses will follow it. From this day forward, the VKPD addresses itself to all the proletarian organizations in Germany, and the masses of workers gathered around them with the call to proclaim publicly their desire for joint defense against capitalism and reaction, and for the protection of their interests. This united front approach served to extend the reach of the Communist Party into the working class, especially those who were under the influence of the SPD. While the open letter was rejected by the hierarchies of other workers' parties and trade unions, it had an effect among the rank and file. At the same time, the ultra-left tendencies within the German party were on the retreat, although a layer still resented the approach of the open letter, and by and large the party seemed to be on the correct path. However, the open letter was sharply attacked by Zinoviev and Bukharin, who regarded the appeal as opportunist. I do not believe that one can call on the workers to form an alliance with other workers' parties. I do not think real masses were drawn into this move. It was more a literary fantasy than a mass movement, stated Zinoviev, while Bukharin described it as an opportunistic blabbering of Levi. Against the opposition of Radek, they actually persuaded the Presidium of the Executive Committee of the International, which ran its day-to-day affairs, to condemn the letter. When Lenin found out, he reacted angrily and hastily intervened to get the decision overturned, urging that the matter be referred to the Third Congress. After a tumultuous year, the Comintern was to officially endorse the tactic of the United Front and the turn towards the masses. New VKPD leadership. After the unification of the KPD and majority of the USPD to create the United Communist Party, a Zentrale was elected under the joint chairmanship of Ernst Dömig and Paul Levi. Levi had been a close friend of Luxemburg and had also met Lenin during the war, who was impressed by him. Levi had successfully pulled the KPD together throughout 1919, under grave difficulties, ridding the party of its ultra-left wing and steering it towards the masses. However, in February 1921, after a violent disagreement over the Comintern's decision to split the Italian Socialist Party, PSI, Levi resigned his position within the German leadership together with 4 supporters, including Clara Zetkin and the party's co-chairman Ernst Dömig. Levi had advocated a more patient approach towards the centrist majority of the PSI under Serrati rather than rushing to a split, but Riccossi, the ECCI representative, managed to sway the majority of the CC behind the tough line. Consequently, the leadership of the newly formed Italian Communist Party was in the hands of the ultra-left Bordiga. New leaders were brought into the Zentrale to replace those who had resigned with Levi. These were Eberlein, Meyer, Wegmann, Sievers and Frelick, who joined the likes of Heinrich Brandler and August Thalheimer. Roddick tells how Frelick, who was somewhat of a hothead, charged onto the scene declaring, "Today we shall break from the traditions of the party. Until now we have waited, and now we are taking the initiative and forcing the revolution." This change of personnel served to tilt the party towards taking more risky adventures. When Lenin heard about these resignations from the Zentrale, he was absolutely furious. "Tell me, how could you commit such a capital stupidity, yes, indeed, a capital stupidity, as to leave the Central Committee? Where was your understanding?" I was angry about it, terribly angry. To act so senselessly, without regard to the effects of such a step and without letting us know anything at all about the matter or asking our opinion. Why didn't you write to Zinoviev? Why not to me? You could at least have sent a telegram. He went on. That was simply stupid, quite stupid. But always look to the workers, to the masses, dear Clara. Think always of them and of the goal which we shall achieve, and such trivialities fade away into nothing. Which of us has been spared them? I have had to choke down my share of them, you can believe that. Do you think that the Bolshevik party which you so admire was ready and finished in one blow? Even friends have sometimes done most unwise things. But back to your sins. You must promise me never to take such unconsidered steps again, otherwise our friendship is at an end. It is clear that Lenin had a friendly relationship with Clara Zetkin and appreciated her views on the German party. He was, nevertheless, quite firm with her and pulled no punches whenever it was necessary. By August 1921, following Lenin's advice, Zetkin had been once again elected onto the Zentrale. Lenin continued to keep a close eye on developments within the German party, until a series of strokes severely restricted his political involvement. The Comintern was very keen to help the German communists, given their vital importance to the European Revolution. The apparatus of the International, which was headed by Zinoviev, was filled with émigrés of the Hungarian Revolution, Red exiles in Moscow, together with others with limited experience. They were to use their considerable authority as functionaries to push the International in a more leftist direction. They were, unfortunately, revolutionaries of limited vision, lacking the necessary experience to guide the International. Thus, Hungarian Communist leader Béla Kun, who, ever since the crushing of the Hungarian Soviet Republic in August 1919, had been in Moscow, was now dispatched to Berlin, with Zinoviev's blessing. This appointment of the Hungarian was to prove a grave error. As leader of the Hungarian Soviet Republic, Béla Kun had made very serious mistakes, including uniting their forces with the reformists. In fact, he had made one mistake after another, and as a result of his previous opportunism was now infected with ultra-left ideas after the defeat. His failure in Hungary had made him even more determined to prove his revolutionary credentials, whatever the cost. Nevertheless, it also suited Zinoviev, who wanted pliable people, yes-men, who he could rely on to obediently carry out his orders. He placed Bela Kun and his comrades Jezsef Pogani and Matyas Rakosi, as well as August Guralski, a veteran of the Jewish Bund in Ukraine, as the Comintern representatives in Germany. They were all open to ultra-left tendencies, which were encouraged by Zinoviev, Bukharin, and even at times by Radek, to attack the passive and defensive positions of the SPD organizations. Theory of the offensive. The new leaders of the United Communist Party, with the encouragement of the new Comintern representatives, looked increasingly for an excuse to wage a revolutionary struggle with the government. They were intoxicated with romantic notions. While Levi, Zetkin, and others were out of the Zentrale, this tendency heroic for action was greatly reinforced. The arrival of Bela Kun proved decisive. The Executive Bureau of the International in Moscow was dominated by these lefts, who were eager for the German party to take the initiative, regardless of the objective conditions, regardless of the effects of the previous setbacks. Kun, with the full backing of the Bureau, immediately began by exaggerating the possibilities in the situation, as well as the need to come to the assistance of the Soviet Republic. According to Levi, who wrote to Lenin, Kun had told him that Russia found itself in a very difficult situation and it was therefore absolutely necessary that the country be relieved by revolutionary movements in the West, and on that basis, the German Communist Party should immediately go into action to galvanize the workers. According to Levi, Kun told him, "Today, the VKPD has 500,000 members, and with that one could mobilize 1.5 million proletarians to bring down the government." He therefore favored immediately joining battle with the slogan, "Bring down the government." This ultra-left policy became the framework of the new so-called theory of the offensive, the whole essence of which was that the advance guard, the Revolutionary Party, could by its own actions electrify the passive proletariat into taking revolutionary action. By these actions they would help save Soviet Russia from the difficulties it faced. The German leadership, under pressure from Bela Kun, Zinoviev, and Bukharin, was eager to translate this theory into practice at the earliest opportunity. The situation in Germany was certainly becoming extremely tense following the occupation of Dusseldorf by French troops, when the German government failed to pay its reparations in full. The leaders of the United Communist Party were now desperately searching for any pretext to launch an offensive action. The ground was laid by the party's press wrote fan, which proclaimed the readiness of the workers to fight. It was not long before they found the pretext. The head of the provincial government in Saxony, Otto Herzing, a social democrat, decided to send security police into the area of central Germany to confront the miners, who were strongly under the influence of the communists, and put an end to wildcat strikes, looting, robbery, terrorists, and other expressions of lawlessness. This provocation took place 10 days before the Easter holidays, making any counter-protest action more difficult. The action centered around the Mansfeld copper mines, which was now occupied by the security police with instructions to pacify the area. The whole episode was of course a provocation. Phillips Price states, "It is as if Winston Churchill sent 5,000 Royal Irish Constabulary to occupy the Rhondda Valley on the excuse that the South Wales miners refused to accept a wage reduction. The result is the mining villages have risen to one man. Miners and their families resisted the police occupation arms in hand under the leadership of Max Hels, a militant legendary figure, who had more in common with the ideas of Robin Hood than Karl Marx, and had been expelled from the Communist Party after the Kapp Putsch. He was, despite his wild excesses, an honest revolutionary. The year before, he had waged guerrilla war single-handedly against the Berlin government throughout the Voigtland area of Saxony. The battles now led by Hels were chiefly local in character, which included robbing banks, stealing property from the rich, and fighting with the security forces. The Prussian government had therefore put 60,000 marks on Hell's head. Despite their adventurous character, these struggles attracted sympathy from the broader working class, who were vehemently opposed to the police actions of Herzing. Not unexpectedly, the armed resistance attracted the support of the ultra-left KPD, who hailed HLZ as a popular hero. Not to be outdone, the KPD also rushed to support him. The Communist Party immediately called for a general strike throughout central Germany, and a full mobilization in support of the miners. On March 18, its paper brazenly proclaimed that every worker must defy the law, and immediately armed themselves. "Those who are not with us are against us," they said. This put the party on a collision course. What followed was the famous März-Action, March Actium, writes Evelyn Anderson. Without doubt one of the most pathetic chapters in the history of the German labor movement. While there was certainly sympathy for the miners, the party leaders had completely misjudged the mood and how far the workers were prepared to go. Even the call for a general strike, planned the day before Good Friday, fell on deaf ears, not least because the factories were to be closed for a 4-day Easter break. The VKPD simply expected the working class to respond to calls for action from above, without any preparation from below. They were to discover that it was not possible to turn the working class on and off like a tap. Nonetheless, the party leaders plowed on regardless, so blinded were they with the theory of the offensive. Those who dared raise any doubts or put forward the need for defensive actions were ridiculed and condemned by the party leadership. Once the offensive had begun, the party became even more reckless and adventurous. For example, the VKPD leader, Hugo Eberlein, was sent to provoke an uprising in mid-Germany, and even went so far as to organize sham kidnappings of communists, which were then blamed on the government, dynamiting a munitions depot, blowing up a workers' cooperative in Halle, all of which was blamed on the police in order to fuel the anger of the workers. Friesland later admitted that the idea was making the revolution with the minority of the proletariat against the majority. And there is now a fatal idea which underlies the other, that we can also organize strikes against the majority of the proletariat. This attempt of a minority to force its will on the majority was always going to end in disaster. As Trotsky explained, if the majority of workers favor a strike, they can of course always compel the minority by forcibly shutting down the factories, and thus achieving the general strike in action. This has happened more than once, it will happen in the future, and only simpletons can raise objections to it. But when the crushing majority of the working class has no clear conception of the movement, or is unsympathetic to it, or does not believe it can succeed, but a minority rushes ahead and seeks to drive workers to strike by mechanical measures, then such an impatient minority can, in the person of the party, come into a hostile clash with the working class and break its own neck. This was definitely a real danger facing the young party. On March 24, groups of Communist Party workers were instructed by the leadership to occupy the huge nitrogen plant at Luna, with rifles and grenades, but were driven out after a bitter confrontation. The party then organized the occupation of the docks in Hamburg in support of a partial strike, but once again it was soon dispersed. In the ensuing battles, isolated members of the VKPD were left to fight it out in single combat with the police. In Berlin, the strike was practically non-existent. In other cases, unemployed workers clashed with workers on their way to work. Nothing could have been more designed to split and divide the working class. One participant described these fratricidal battles when broad masses turned against those in struggle, not only with words but by wielding iron bars in the factories to drive out those who called for a strike. Unmitigated disaster. While, fortunately, the foolhardiest plans of the German party came to nothing, the damage was nevertheless far-reaching. The government acted with brute force as military and police reinforcements flooded into the affected areas. Within 10 days, the most exposed workers were mercilessly crushed. The March action, launched by the lefts, turned into an unmitigated disaster, which resulted in hundreds of deaths and thousands being imprisoned for their involvement. Victimization of workers became rife as thousands were dismissed from their jobs. The ultra-left actions of many sincere communists only served to produce a serious division in the working class. The German party became totally isolated. In the end, over 200,000 members, half its membership, had dropped out or deserted the VKPD in disgust. This was a calamity of the first order, which, if continued, threatened to wreck the entire party. Max Hels, the leading light of the miners, was caught and tried on charges of murder, arson, highway robbery, and 50 other counts, and sentenced to life imprisonment. He was held in Breslau prison, but was eventually released and traveled to Moscow. There he was welcomed as a hero, awarded the Order of the Red Banner, and a factory in Leningrad was named after him. But when Hitler came to power in 1933, he asked for permission to leave Russia. The Stalinist authorities refused, and he became furious and tried to create a stink. W.G. Krivitsky, who knew Hels, wrote, a little later an insignificant notice appeared in the Pravda announcing that Hels had been found drowned in a stream outside Moscow. In the Outpost I was told that after the rise of Hitler, Hels had been seen coming out of the German embassy in Moscow. The fact is that Hels was killed by the OGPU because his glorious revolutionary past made him a potential leader of the revolutionary opposition to the Comintern. Embarrassingly, 8 months after the March debacle, the SPD newspaper Vorwärts on November 25 took delight in publishing an internal report of the March action plans of the Communist Party, which had fallen into their hands. The document had been apparently seized from Clara Zetkin by police while she was on her way to Moscow to attend the Third Congress of the Communist International. It was then passed on to the Social Democrats. The shocking report revealed an astonishing scale of adventurism. It read, March 20, 1921, a session of the District Directorate was held in Halle. The mood, it was reported, was so bad and so pessimistic that artificial measures would be needed to bring matters to a head. March 23, 1921, Eberlein arrived in Halle. He suggested that comrades Lemke and Boetsky get themselves arrested in order to entice the Halle workers out into the streets. Attempts should be made to whip up tension among the workers so as to pull them into the struggle. There were, he said, 2 wagons full of grenades in Halle railway station. They should be dynamited. On March 22, Eberlein proposed that the munitions depot in Siefen should be blown up, as well as the newly acquired building of the Producers' Cooperative Society. For technical reasons it was impossible to carry out either of these plans. The Cooperative Society was not blown up because of a shortage of detonators. Lemke and I were supposed to disappear so that the news could be put out that we had been wounded and arrested by a SIPO unit and taken to an unknown place. Eberlein repeated the order to blow up the Cooperative Society on 2 further occasions. The third time the District Directorate of the party energetically resisted this madness. If the building had gone up during daytime, 20 of our comrades would have been killed. The Social Democrats took great pleasure in exposing and ridiculing the activities of the Communists. It simply reinforced the stereotype image that the Communists were capable of underhand, violent, and unscrupulous deeds to obtain their objectives. Excise supports German lefts. The debacle in Germany provoked a serious crisis within the International, where supporters of the German lefts rallied to their cause, including some within the Comintern leadership. It had all the makings of a split. The German question had become the question of the whole Communist International, remarked Clara Zetkin. To begin with, the German party leadership was utterly blind to the consequences of the defeat and regarded the March action, not as a setback, but as a tremendous advance, thus standing reality on its head. A thesis was drafted by Thalheimer and presented to the Zentrale on 7 to 8 April 1921, which dressed up defeat as a victory. It stated, "The revolutionary offensive ended with a defeat for the VKPD, viewed from outside. The VKPD is temporarily isolated from broad sections of the working class. But in truth this result contains the fruitful germs of new, broader revolutionary actions. The fortifications have been breached, revolutionary propaganda can enter through the gaps, and in the final analysis the action must strengthen the confidence of the workers in the VKPD and with it the revolutionary impetus of the working class. Whereas in 1918 and 1919 the revolutionary vanguard conducted a defensive struggle, it is now on the offensive. That is a tremendous advance. The March action is the first step the VKPD has taken in leading the German working class towards the revolutionary offensive. The thesis concluded. The ZA, Central Commission, sees the March campaign of the party as an action corresponding to this tactical situation, an action which was necessary, if the party wanted to become a party of revolutionary action rather than a party of revolutionary phrase-making. The ZA therefore approves the political and tactical position of the Zentrale, and condemns with the utmost severity the passive and active opposition of certain comrades during the action. It invites the Zentrale to place the organization on a footing of the greatest possible fighting strength and to implement all the organizational measures for this. They saw the action as a success, and those who opposed had to be ruthlessly condemned. The thesis was adopted by 26 votes to 14, with the opposition being led by Clara Zetkin. Even more serious was the fact that the action was immediately supported by the Executive Committee of the Comintern. Zinoviev sent a telegram on behalf of the ECCI on April 6. The Communist International says to you, you acted rightly. The working class can never win victory by a single blow. You have turned a new page in the history of the German working class. Prepare for new struggles. Lenin had not been involved in this decision as his attention was taken up with the introduction of the NEP and the rebellion at Kronstadt. It was all therefore in the hands of Zinoviev and the group around him, who had been consistently pushing the offensive line. As soon as Lenin found out what was happening, he intervened to restore a sense of reality. He tried to steer a course that would prevent a split, while at the same time reining in the ultralefts. He had to use all his political authority and tactical skill to bring the situation under control. Levi and Zetkin wrote to Lenin at the end of March, where they raised their criticisms of the German leadership. Lenin's reply, dated April 16, 1921, was very revealing. In his letter he admitted that he had no knowledge of the events surrounding the March action, although he was willing to believe this silly tactics likely came from Bela Kun. However, Lenin's instincts were clear and so were his criticisms of the lefts. Thank you very much for your letters, dear friends. Unfortunately, I have been so busy and so overworked in the last few weeks that I have had practically no opportunity to read the German press. The only thing I have seen is the open letter, which I think is perfectly correct tactics. I have condemned the contrary opinion of our lefts who were opposed to the letter. As for the recent strike movement and the action in Germany, I have read absolutely nothing about it. I readily believe that the representative of the Executive Committee of the Communist International defended the silly tactics, which were too much to the left, to take immediate action to help the Russians. This representative is very often too left. I think that in such cases you should not give in but should protest, and immediately bring up this question officially at the plenary meeting of the Executive Bureau. Lenin was clearly resting on Levi and Zetkin to carry out a struggle, not least in the leadership of the International. But this plan was cut across when Levi created a row in the German party by publishing a sharp critique of the March action. Radek got a hint of the impending struggle and on April 1st wrote to the German leaders, Levi will doubtless raise the accusation of putschism, and the whole uproar will be revealed for what it is, the start of the clear crystallization of the right-wing faction. Clearly, Radek had no time for the rightist Paul Levi, but he was correct about the uproar. Levi had taken the drastic step of publishing his fierce criticism of the March debacle in a pamphlet called Unser Weg, Wider den Putschismus, Our Path, Against Putschism. His language was particularly sharp, even merciless, which did not sit well with the party's rank and file, who had, after all, gone through this tough battle. He described the events as the biggest Bakuninist putsch in history, which only angered the German leadership. He attacked Bela Kun without actually naming him. The initiative for this action did not come from the German party. We do not know who bears the responsibility for it. It has already happened often enough that emissaries from the Executive Committee of the CI have exceeded their powers. That is, we have observed after the event that the emissaries had not been granted full powers to deal with this or that affair. So there has been a certain pressure exerted on the Zentrale to launch itself into action, now, immediately and at all costs. The tone, however, only served to alienate those it was supposed to influence. The language was not of a comrade in arms, but an outsider. Moreover, he took the fateful step of producing his criticisms, not as an internal contribution, but as a public pamphlet outside the structures of the party, which broke party discipline. Levi could have achieved much more with a verbal discussion than simply rushing into print. But it was now too late. The German leadership immediately seized upon the pamphlet to expel him for breach of discipline, gross disloyalty, and severe damage to the party. After his expulsion, he was asked to resign his position as Communist deputy in the Reichstag. But he refused to comply, which added to the rancor. Lenin on Germany. As we have seen, Lenin was very concerned about developments in the German party. After all, it was the main party of the International outside of Russia. He was hoping to rectify the problem of the ultralefts without causing too much damage. But when he heard of Levi's intention to produce a pamphlet outlining his criticisms, he was very angry. Now Comrade Levi wants to write a pamphlet, i.e., to deepen the contradiction. What is the use of all this? I am convinced that it is a big mistake. Why not wait? The Congress opens here on June 1st. Why not have a private discussion here, before the Congress? Without public polemics, without withdrawals, without pamphlets on differences. We are so short of tried and tested forces that I am really indignant when I hear comrades announcing their withdrawal, etc. There is need to do everything possible and a few things that are impossible to avoid withdrawals and aggravation of differences at all costs. Lenin's sound advice to cool things down and correct the mistakes one step at a time came too late. When he wrote this, he was totally unaware that the pamphlet had already been published and that Levi had been expelled by the Zentrale. Lenin's discussions with Clara Zetkin are also very revealing, not only about Paul Levi and the lefts, but about the internal situation within the German party. She revealed these conversations with Lenin in her reminiscences, written in January 1924. Lenin smiled, his kind, self-confident smile. "Since when have you joined the pessimists?" he asked. "Don't worry, the plant of the theory of the offensive will not take root at the Third Congress. We are still here. Do you think that we could have made the revolution without learning from it? And we want you to learn from it too. Is it a theory anyway? That is why it was manufactured in the land of poets and thinkers, with the help of my dear Bela, who also belongs to a poetically gifted nation and feels himself obliged to be always more left than the left. We must not versify and dream. We must observe the world economic and political situation soberly, quite soberly, if we wish to take up the struggle against the bourgeoisie and to triumph. And we shall triumph, we must triumph." He then continued, "The Congress decision on the tactics of the Communist International and on all the disputed points connected with it must be consistent with, and considered in conjunction with, our theses on the international economic situation. They must form a whole together. At the moment we still pay more attention to Marx than to Thalheimer and Bela, although Thalheimer is a good and well-informed theoretician and Bela an excellent and true revolutionary. More can be learned from the Russian Revolution than from the German March action. As I said, I am not afraid about the attitude that will be taken at the Congress." While Lenin displayed an overgenerous conciliatory tone towards Thalheimer and Bela Kuhn in this private conversation with Clara Zetkin, even mistakenly describing Thalheimer as a well-informed theoretician, he gave a far blunter assessment of them in the Third Congress, where their ideas posed a grave danger to the movement. The theses of Thalheimer and Bela Kuhn are radically false. That a representative of the executive proposed a lunatic ultra-left tactic of immediate action to help the Russians I can believe without difficulty. This representative, Bela Kun, is often too far to the left. Lenin's appraisal of Bela Kun was accurate. Interestingly, in a conversation between Lenin and Trotsky, it was Trotsky who tried to defend Bela Kun against excessively harsh attacks. Lenin answered, "I do not dispute that he is a fighter, but as a politician he is worthless. The comrades must be taught not to trust him." In any case, it was Zinoviev, as head of the International, who was responsible for promoting Kun and giving him a key role in advising the German Communist Party. Zinoviev was keen to do this as he also agreed with Kun's leftist ideas and the need for an offensive. He believed the German party needed some encouragement in this regard. This position gave Bela Kun colossal political authority in the eyes of the German leadership, something he did not deserve, and influenced them to engage in the March action. It was a massive blunder, but it suited Zinoviev's prestige politics. Lenin continued to reassure Clara Zetkin about the situation, but also stressed the need for a compromise. A compromise would help to calm the lefts while condemning the policy. This showed Lenin's method. After a sharp polemic, he would offer a few friendly words to his adversaries so as to eliminate frictions and restore comradely relations. He had no intention of rubbing their noses in their defeat. He also fully appreciated the fact that the communist workers were not to blame for the debacle, and therefore should be treated with respect. "You opponents of the March action are yourselves to blame for not having done that. You only saw the distorted policy of the center, and its bad effects, and not the militant workers of Central Germany." Moreover, Paul Levi's entirely negative criticism, which lacked that feeling of oneness with the party, and embittered the comrades rather more by its tone than by its content, diverted attention from the most important aspects of the problem. As far as the probable attitude of the Congress to the March action is concerned, you must realize that it is essential to have a basis for compromise. Clearly, Clara Zetkin was somewhat surprised by this suggestion of a compromise. But Lenin continued this argument. "Don't look at me with such amazement and reproach. You and your friends will have to swallow a compromise. You will have to be content with the lion's share of the Congress spoils. The principles of your policy will triumph brilliantly. And that will prevent a repetition of the March action. The decisions of the Congress must be strictly carried out. The executive will see to that. I have no doubts on the matter." Lenin was trying to get the opposition to appreciate its responsibilities and to heal the wounds of the dispute. He went on to stress the tasks at hand, which were the most important thing, as well as to reassure Clara Zetkin of his support. Above all, Lenin was interested in the whole picture as well as safeguarding the general interests of the Communist International. The lessons of the March action could not be swept under the carpet and would be acted upon. At the same time, Lenin believed the comrades needed now to move on to other more pressing matters. But for the moment, he stressed, "The Congress will utterly destroy the famous theory of the offensive, will adopt the tactics which correspond to your ideas. But for that very reason it must also distribute some crumbs of consolation to the adherents of that theory. If, in criticizing the March action, we emphasize the fact that the workers fought under provocation from the lackeys of the bourgeoisie, and if, in general, we show a somewhat fatherly historical leniency, that will be possible. You, Clara, will condemn that as hushing it up and so on. But that won't help you. If the tactics to be decided upon by the Congress are agreed upon as quickly as possible, and with no great friction, becoming the guiding principle for the activity of the Communist parties, our dear leftists will go back not too mortified and not too embittered. We must also, and indeed first and before all, consider the feelings of the real revolutionary workers both within and outside the party. You once wrote to me that we Russians should learn to understand Western psychology a little and not thrust our hard, rugged methods upon people all at once. I took notice of that." Lenin smiled. "Well, we shan't deal roughly with the leftists, we shall put some balm on their wounds instead. Then they will soon be working happily and energetically with you in carrying out the policy of the Third Congress of our International. For that means rallying large sections of workers to your policy, mobilizing them under communist leadership and bringing them into the struggle against the bourgeoisie and for the seizure of power. Lenin concluded. The basis of the tactics to be followed was clearly stated in the resolution which you placed before the Central Committee. The resolution was not in the least negative. Like Paul Levi's pamphlet, its criticism was positive throughout. How could it have been rejected, and after what discussion and on what grounds? And what a non-political attitude! Instead of using the difference between positive and negative to separate you from Levi, you were forced onto his side.